Good morning. We welcome you all in from the cold. This morning we begin the third day of hearings on the issue of American servicemen alleged to be still living in Southeast Asia, either of their own will or as prisoners of war. This is the third of hearings that had been previously held. The first was on January 28th, where the committee took testimony in open session from individuals who alleged that Americans are being held captive in Southeast Asia currently, and from others who are not necessarily of the same opinion. On January 30th, we had our second hearing. The committee heard testimony in open session expressing both the opinions that I've already described. The committee included and continued in closed sessions hearing from Lieutenant Colonel Howard, Major Smith, and Sergeant First Class McIntyre, all of whom indicated that they believe that Americans are being held today in Southeast Asia. There has been another group led by Representative Solomon, who led a delegation to Hanoi, and the House is working on the results of that mission as well. Basically, the first of our two hearings, as I've indicated, expressed several views on the issue. Those who are of the belief that American servicemen are or recently being held against their will, those who believe the government is not telling Americans the entire story surrounding the POW MIA issue, and those who can neither confirm nor deny accounts of so-called live sightings, but who do support this government's efforts totally to fully account for the 2,441 MIAs. From the previous hearings, this committee received many mixed signals. I think it is reasonable to say that we have not formed any conclusions, although I don't attempt to speak for my colleagues, but believe that more information of a specific nature is needed to enlarge our understanding of this very complex and very emotional issue. I would like to reiterate that it is the official position of our government that there may be Americans being held against their will, and we will continue to maintain that until we have evidence to prove otherwise. Now, the resolution of this issue depends on continued objectivity. I want to underscore my commitment to consider this issue in that regard, striving for greater knowledge and understanding. A full accounting based on the facts is vital to all Americans. Today, the committee will hear testimony from representatives of the several government agencies directly responsible for collecting, evaluating, and acting on information about missing in action reports. These witnesses come on behalf of the administration, whose stated goal is to arrive at a full accounting of all our still missing in action servicemen. We expect complete candor, cooperation from these witnesses in helping us resolve some of these questions that still linger after our previous sessions, both open and closed. Since some information presented in today's testimony by witnesses will address earlier testimony given during closed compartmentation, I anticipate a portion of today's hearing will also have to be closed. Today's witnesses should be aware that no classified information may be discussed during the open session. It is important to strive for a full accounting of those still missing, because to leave this issue unresolved will only prolong the pain for the families and loved ones and the fellow citizens, fellow Americans, MIAs, and pull an even darker cloud over the great sacrifices of those servicemen. We will have members of the Veterans Committee in throughout the day. The ranking member is Senator Cranston, who will be with us a little later. We have from the House Bob McEwen. Bob is here this morning, and Bob McEwen and Mike Bilirakis, Representative Mike Bilirakis from Florida, both accompanied me, as well as Senator DeConcini from Arizona, who will be joining us at a later time this morning. Bob, I do want to call on you for any statement that you would care to make. I'm very pleased to have you join with us. As you know, a decision was made that this was both a House and Senate delegation group, and your contribution and that of your colleague, Mike Bellerakis, was most substantial in our meetings in both Hanoi and in Laos. I look forward to your statement. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to thank you once again for your charity in sharing with me and my colleague the opportunity to participate in the investigation of this important issue. Many questions still remain unanswered concerning the unresolved reports of live American soldiers in Southeast Asia. Why do the Vietnamese and Laotian governments continue to frustrate the humanitarian efforts of the United States to resolve this issue? If these governments contend that they have no knowledge of live American soldiers in their country, why do they continue to refuse an international agency of their choosing, whether it be the United Nations, International Red Cross, or Amnesty International, or anyone, to investigate the more than 100 unresolved live sighting reports? As you know, Mr. Chairman, the American people are tiring of the excuses we receive from these governments. We want truthful and honest answers to our questions. Until these governments are willing to cooperate and be truthful in this matter, we will continue to relentlessly pursue this issue until justice is done. Mr. Chairman, congressional hearings and fact-finding missions should not be needed. If America had received the cooperation that the dictates of humanity, and indeed the clear provisions of the 1973 peace agreements gave us reason to expect, the issue of missing in action would have been resolved long ago. Moreover, the questions of the families of those still unaccounted for would have been answered. But the United States has not received the cooperation that compassionate members of the family of man expect. Never in history has a civilized nation engaged in the barter of the remains of the war dead. Never before has a country purely for propaganda purposes toyed with the emotions of the families of these servicemen. It displays a level of barbarism perhaps unprecedented in the history of mankind. I commend the President in making the resolution of America's missing in action a matter of the highest national priority. Our congressional delegation to Southeast Asia, which followed closely on the heels of the Joint State and Defense Department delegation, demonstrated to the Vietnamese that Congress and the administration are united on this issue. I thank you once again, Mr. Chairman, for your kindness and your leadership, and look forward to the testimony that we will receive today.
Thank you very much, Representative McCune. Representative Bellerakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, it was an honor to have accompanied you and our other two colleagues to the Southeast Asia. I have no formal statement. I would merely say that it is my opinion that probably our trip, more than any others, has caused an awareness in this country on this issue that hasn't existed previously. I just recently held a series of veterans workshops in my district, and I tried to concentrate on veterans' benefits and benefits of their families, but they really wouldn't let me concentrate on it completely. They wanted to hear about the trip, and every place that I went down there, and I think a good illustration of that is the joint Clearwater and St. Petersburg Bar Associations, a group of lawyers who ordinarily are not famous for being all that concerned about world events, invited me to speak on Lincoln's Day, and they refused to hear about Abraham Lincoln. They wanted to hear about the MIA POW trip, and so we've really caused an awareness here, and it's an issue that this committee has got to stay on top of, and hopefully we will with your leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Representative Bellerakis. I think it's fair to digress for just a moment and indicate for those who had not been in attendance at our previous hearings, the purpose specifically of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee holding these hearings was to provide an opportunity for an open forum for those who had information concerning the issue of live sightings, live Americans, in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam and Laos, as well as Cambodia. Unfortunately, we were not allowed to go to Cambodia. There was a state of war in that particular area. The forum, I think, has allowed and will continue to allow this opportunity from the standpoint of information that has circulated throughout our country on this matter. It today offers an opportunity for our administration to respond to those statements that had been made previously. The administration has obviously had a chance to research the record. The administration has had a chance to reflect on reports that have come in from the Joint Casualty Center regarding various policies. And it is our sincere attempt as we proceed in the process to not by any means suggest that this is necessarily the last hearing. As I've indicated earlier, we intend to proceed into a closed compartmentation for a portion of today's hearing, and I would anticipate probably at least one more hearing. What has happened, of course, in the process is statements made by various witnesses often involve and implicate other witnesses, some of whom are going to be with us today. I'm, again, not speaking for my colleagues, but what we're looking for is first-hand information, first-hand accounting. We hope very much to get that, just as we hoped very much during our trip to Vietnam and Laos to get some positive encouragement, which is what the American people want, what the administration wants with regard to the issue of live sightings. We know what to expect from government officials that are preaching a litany of policy. However, I think it appropriate to point out that we went beyond that, particularly in Hanoi, and at the request of the British ambassador to the United States, a breakfast was arranged with the British ambassador in Hanoi. At that meeting were ambassadors from France, from West Germany, from Italy, and from the Netherlands, and Belgium, excuse me. Senator DeConcini, Representative Bilirakis, Representative McCune, and myself had a very open conversation with those gentlemen. They have, of course, a formal diplomatic relationship with the Vietnamese. They have access throughout the country. I think it's fair to say that the conclusion of that conversation, while there was a lot of discussion, did not lead us to be very encouraged about any information that they were able to depart. That isn't what we wanted to hear, but I think it's fair to tell you that's what we wanted to hear. Lastly, I think it's fair to tell you from the information that I have derived from participating in the hearing, from reviewing the record, that we are still looking for our first-hand account with regard to allegations of living Americans. Senator DeConcini has joined us now and has an opening statement. Senator DeConcini.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
On the trip, we've had our opening statements previously from our two colleagues.
I won't be long, Mr.
Please.
Chairman, and thank you for continuing these hearings, General and Secretary. I'm pleased that you're here. I want to particularly demonstrate my appreciation to the Chairman for pursuing this matter. I think the administration understands the necessity to follow every lead we have, and our delegation, as been said, was as thorough as you can be in a day and a half. How much can you learn about the problem firsthand in a day and a half in Hanoi? I doubt whether we have any final answers by any means. I was not quite as optimistic as the Chairman is that there are no live sightings there. The evidence that we have had, that some will have to be taken up in executive session because of the classification of that, leads me to believe that there are some credible people still on active duty today that are very, very difficult not to place great credence in the information that they gave to this committee, as well as some who have been relieved of command, which is a question of great concern. Now, though the information and the details are of a classified nature, it is very important in my mind, Mr. Chairman, that the American people know why. If there's good reasons for those things, for possibly evidence never being turned over that said there was, or in fact if it was misplaced or accidentally destroyed, or on purpose. I think we've got to clear the air and blow the cloud away from this matter because it is so emotionally charged. This country will never get back to even keel on this subject matter until these things are put to rest. It doesn't mean that we have to find somebody who has purged themselves or that we have to find a plot, but by God, if there is one there, the public deserves to know it. And if there is someone responsible, we need to know it also. And as we explained so clearly to the foreign minister of Vietnam, this is not going to go away. If we are ever going to have normalization with the Vietnamese government and people, this has to be put aside. Well, part of putting that aside, in my judgment, is having our own house in order. And I'm quite disturbed because I don't know the answers, but I think our own house is very turbulent at this time. And these hearings are very important in my judgment. And again, I thank the chairman for willingness to pursue this to the fullest extent that he had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator DeConcini. Unfortunately, you weren't here in my opening remarks, but I did indicate that the official policy of our government and my own was that we believe that Americans may be held in some capacity in Vietnam. We will continue to maintain that position until we have evidence to prove. Otherwise, I'm glad you brought up Foreign Minister Tak because you'll recall collectively that he indicated that they had no Americans being held against their will in his country, but he didn't rule out the possibility that Americans were in Vietnam. They may, I think he said, be living in caves. They may be living in the hills. But we can get into that later.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just for
Please
the record,
proceed.
if the chairman would yield, my only reason for being at all in dispute with the chairman is I thought you said that in your close analysis of the record that we'd seen so far, there was no evidence. I find that a little bit different, but maybe I misinterpreted.
I think perhaps you did. I said I have seen no firsthand evidence.
Well, I dispute that,
right,
particularly
well-
with Lieutenant Colonel Howard. I consider that firsthand, but I'll be glad to
Well, that's where
defer to the chairman.
gentlemen differ. Please proceed. Senator Cranston, the ranking minority member. It's a pleasure to have you with us this morning. You're always a full participant in all the activities of Veterans Affairs, and this has been an extraordinary opportunity to pursue something that all Americans are vitally interested and want to see resolved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted that you have pursued this matter as vigorously as you have, that you and Dennis and others were able to go to Southeast Asia to pursue this matter. I have the deepest sympathy with those American families who are uncertain about the fate of their fathers, their sons, their brothers. We must pursue this matter until we all know all that can be known. It's going to be difficult without a better relationship with the government of South Vietnam. I know that's very, very difficult. It will be very hard to improve our relations with that country until they have been cooperative in this matter. I'm somewhat encouraged by what Congressman Solomon found on his recent visit there. Perhaps there is some hope of progress now, but I want to assure all concerned that I and this committee together will do all that can be done. We will pursue this as relentlessly, as diligently, as intelligently as we can in an effort to learn all that can be known and to get back any Americans that are still held over there.
Thank you very much, Senator. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our two witnesses, the Honorable Richard L. Armitage, Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security of the Department of Defense in Washington, D.C. We wish you a good morning, sir. Lieutenant General Leonard H. Perutz, is that correct pronunciation? United States Air Force Director of our Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, you may proceed.
If I could say just one word, I apologize for the fact I'm going to leave in the middle of your testimony, but I have to go down to the White House with the leadership regarding the Philippines. But I will be reviewing your testimony and doing all I can.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I feel compelled to congratulate Congressman McEwen on the excellent opening statement and message, both for the American people and more particularly to the governments in Indochina. Thank you, sir. My colleague and friend Paul Wolfowitz will be joining us later. He is involved in the White House briefing on the Philippines, and he will come as soon as that is complete. Mr. Chairman and Senator DeConcini, members, I would be remiss indeed if I didn't thank you and congratulate you on your own trip to Southeast Asia, and indeed Congressman Solomon and the delegation he led. You, much more graphically and more eloquently than any administration witness, can bring home to the Indochina governments the fact that as the elected representatives of the American people, you can guarantee them that the issue will not go away until we've received the fullest possible accounting. As I think most of you know, today we have talks, a technical talk going on in Hanoi, today and tomorrow. We also have an excavation in progress in Laos on a crash site. In the technical talks in Hanoi, we are anticipating to receive the results of the 70 informations which the Vietnamese said they have uncovered as a result of their investigations into this issue. We will be discussing, indeed, the live sighting issue. We'll be discussing the possibility of multiple crash site excavations, and we'll be trying to work with the Vietnamese in an attempt to resolve this issue in 2 years or less. It has been their pledge, indeed Minister Tock's pledge, that we could resolve this issue within 2 years. I want to very clearly state for the members of the committee that one of the key aspects of our discussions with the Vietnamese over the years has been the live sighting issue. This has been our highest priority within the whole issue of Americans missing in action. We have tried to indicate to the Vietnamese that we're not looking for revenge, we're not looking for retribution, we're looking for resolution. And today, we have 828 first-hand live sighting reports. Of these, 112 are unresolved, and of that 112, 63 involve reports of Americans held in a more or less classic prisoner of war condition. And it has to be clear by now to the Vietnamese that until, and the Laotians and the Cambodians indeed, that until they resolve the discrepancy cases, those cases of Americans whom we know beyond the shadow of a doubt were in the possession of these Indochina governments, until those discrepancy cases are resolved, that there will be no beginning to the removal of the veil of distrust that exists between the American people and the Vietnamese. Now, I have to address the question of cover-up. Frankly, Mr. Chairman and members, it makes no sense. The American President, President Reagan, brought to the White House a renewed interest in this issue. He encouraged and indeed ordered the administration to engage in a campaign of public awareness designed to get members like yourselves interested in the issue, designed to get veterans organizations even more caught up in the issue, designed to bring home to all the American people the fact that we have Americans, right now 2,441, whose futures and fates are unresolved. It simply makes no sense that that type of administration would be engaged in a cover-up. The administration has, over the last 5 years, increased the resources and the manning of all aspects of this issue. DIA's manning has been increased significantly. The JCRC's manning levels have been increased significantly. The SIL in Honolulu's manning levels have been increased significantly. OSD's manning level has been increased. Our LNO office in Bangkok has been increased. We have changed the priority devoted to this issue in terms of intelligence to one of highest national priority. Sir, it makes no sense that then this administration would be involved in a cover-up. We have had successive leaders of the Defense Intelligence Agency, all professional, competent intelligence officers and military men. They have each come to the helm, they have each reviewed the issue, and they have not reached the conclusion that there is a cover-up. Sir, it makes no sense that these people would be involved in a cover-up. It makes no sense when people, servicemen and women, many of them, are involved in this issue, many of them in a voluntary way. In fact, in the Secretary of Defense's own office for the last 6 years, POWs themselves who volunteered for the issue have been the principal advisor to the Secretary of Defense. It baffles the mind to think that these fellows would be involved in a cover-up, particularly when it involves or could involve their own colleagues who are still in a situation that they know better than any of us. And finally, our system, frankly, just won't allow a cover-up. We have congressional oversight. We have internal investigations of IGs, which time and again have investigated this issue. And frankly, they have not come to the conclusion that there is a cover-up. It makes no sense that both sides of the political aisle have over the last 4 years investigated this issue, have pursued this issue, and have not come to the conclusion that there is a cover-up. This issue is not just a duty to General Perutz or to me or to Paul Wolfowitz or any of my colleagues in the room who worked this issue. To us, those of us who served in Vietnam, it is a debt that we owe our colleagues and we owe to their families. And moreover, to those of us who serve in the Department of Defense and in the administration in general, it's a down payment. It's a down payment to future servicemen and women. They have to know that their government is not going to forget them and just leave them drift should they find themselves someday, unfortunately, in similar circumstances. So I would say to you that allegations of a cover-up are worse than specious. In my view, they're absurd and they are insulting. They're insulting to professionals who work this issue. I'll tell you, though those allegations of cover-up might detract in some measure from our efforts, they're not going to detract from our determination to get the fullest possible accounting. And finally, in the course of your hearings, the professional and personal integrity of some of our military officers has been impugned. They are here today, two of them, Major General Moore and Major General Lohr. They will be able to report to you firsthand and to respond to your queries firsthand regarding their own professional ethics. And I think you'll come to the same conclusion that I've come to, that these are the most professional of our military officers. So with that, I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members, and I'll look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Your entire statement, is it your intention to have it entered in the record?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
It is then?
Yes, it is.
It will be entered into the record. As if read, our next witness this morning is Lieutenant General Leonard H. Perutz, United States Air Force Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. We welcome you to the hearing, General, and wish you a good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I do appreciate the opportunity to testify and to give some accounting of DIA's role. I'm relatively new to the job of Director of DIA, not quite 5 months. I had intended to read a statement for the record. I'll make it available to the committee, and that statement gives a rather detailed account of the methodology that our people used in reviewing the databases and handling the cases. It outlines and documents the growth, as Mr. Armitage has already referenced, in the office that handles POW affairs. It's up 5 times the strength it was at the time of my good friend and colleague, General Tai. It includes statistical information similar to that which Mr. Armitage has provided, and that number may change tomorrow because it's a dynamic thing, especially in view of the assessments and evaluations and the stringent review that they undergo currently. It describes the review procedures that we have in the agency to work these problems, from the analysts up to the senior review groups. It talks to the congressional oversight that the agency have and our people who work this problem, and it emphasizes, of course, that all firsthand sightings are carefully analyzed, none are taken lightly, none are suppressed. There is no such thing as a closed account. There is no such thing as a closed account. But rather than reading that prepared statement, I do feel obligated. The word breathing fresh air and were used by both you distinguished gentlemen. I think it's appropriate I think it's time that we do breathe some fresh air into certain aspects of this problem. Especially, I believe that I owe some comment as to the allegations of a cover-up in the Defense Intelligence. I owe it to those dedicated, patriotic, hard-working, absolutely tenacious people who are working this problem. During these hearings, allegations have been made, and they've been made publicly in front of those cameras, and it does undermine the concerted and, I believe, effective efforts of the agency. I've listened to testimony that describes the DIA almost as an adversary or an obstructionist agency, in fact dedicated to debunking reports. I've heard it called an agency that abuses witnesses. Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, let me say categorically now that this is not the agency that I head, nor would it be an agency that I would head. While I have only been with the agency for 5 months, I came in recognizing that it was under attack and bound to determine that I would put it under the stringent investigations. And I had no reason not to. I'm not stigmatized. There's no reason for me not to. I found that as a result of these allegations, considerable investigation, as already been mentioned, had already been made, and all of them exonerated DI, and I think it's appropriate, again, for the public hearing to review those. 1984 through 85, a 10-month, rather intensive House Task Force investigation was conducted into these conspiracy and cover-up charges. And it was their conclusion that these allegations had no basis in fact. Subsequent, the House Select Committee on Intelligence reviewed DIA's handlings of live sighting reports and determined that a careful, thorough, professional effort was being made. The POW MIA Special Office has had 2 IG reports, Inspector General reports, in the last 18 months. One of these was conducted by the IG at the request of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in response to assertions that DIA was involved in a cover-up and had abused witnesses. It was the conclusion of these investigations, these allegations also had no basis in fact. In a further attempt to put these allegations to rest, my predecessor in 85, last year, ordered senior analysts, independent of the people who worked this problem within the agency, to review the professional standards of the internal operating procedures. They judged the effort there to be carried out with high competence. It was, a matter of fact, was concluded that the special office should be used as a model for the agency. Now, that's before my watch. I bring it to the attention of this group because it's important that there are people who looked at this before. I'm not confident that everything has been done well. I can only talk to what we're doing now, and I intend to do that. But despite these findings, the charges continue. And the erroneous, damning perceptions that result from these charges are bad. They have to be accounted for. Many of the misperceptions that have resulted from witnesses at this particular table have to be challenged in public. It's time that we breathe some fresh air into this. This is in no way an attempt by me to defame or assassinate the character of any of the previous witnesses. But it's important that we go on record. And with your permission, I intend to identify these inconsistencies. Starting first with Smith and McIntyre. The statement was made by Mr. Smith that he had specific instructions from DIA to look into the Greitz operation to rescue American prisoners of war in Laos in 1981. And he verified the fact that the U.S. government was involved with Greitz, and he turned his information over to the Defense Intelligence Agency. The fact is that's not true. The U.S. government's not involved in Greitz operation to rescue prisoners. DIA never discussed Greitz mission with Smith and did not instruct him to review the Greitz operation. In 1981, Mr. Smith provided or indicated that he provided in the statement photographs of 22 different individuals to DIA. He subsequently said he provided names of 22 prisoners and almost 200 photographs of Americans missing to the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting. I take exception that we have asked all other witnesses to take an oath here, and we are in the midst of contradiction of former military officers, and for some reason, we are not moving in the same standard here, and I want to be sure that the witnesses understand I'm not questioning their veracity one iota.
I understand.
But I think it's important that we have the same standard, because these gentlemen
Agree.
before you
Be absolutely.
were put to that test, and I would, if the chairman would so do, I would request that we
I
do
think
that.
that's a good point. I had intended to do that prior to the questioning, but I'll do it now, and we'll just assume it to be retroactive to the time of the
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank
Is there
you,
any
Mr.
objection
Chairman.
to that?
Absolutely.
Not at all.
Absolutely.
You would stand, please raise your right hand, Mr. Armitage. And General Probst, do you both solemnly swear to have told the truth up to this point, will continue to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? If so, would you signify by stating aye?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chairman.
Please proceed, General.
Once again, in 1981, Mr. Smith indicated he provided photographs of 22 different individuals to the Defense Intelligence Agency. He went on to say that he provided names of 22 prisoners and almost 200 photographs of American missing to the Defense Intelligence Agency. The fact is, that the only names or reports that he provided the Defense Intelligence Agency was provided in 2 intelligence reports where 3 PWMIA names were provided by Smith and McIntyre, provided to the Army unit in Korea, the 524th Group. The 3 names provided in the intelligence report: 1 individual was never missing in Southeast Asia, 1 man died in captivity in '61, death witnessed by returnees, and 1 name was obtained from a dog tag. Statement by Mr. Smith that defense representative debriefed Mr. Smith in Korea regarding his PWMI information. There was no DIA representative in Korea at the time, and he was debriefed by also a member of the 524th MI agency. Statement: Mr. Smith said that since March '84, he sought U.S. government forum to discuss the issue. Fact is, there's been no direct contact with the JCRC or DIA on this issue. In fact, he avoided any contact with DIA. Statement: Mr. Smith said that the U.S. Embassy officials in Thailand compromised a Thai officer who reported PWMIA information to Smith, and the DIA was personally responsible for the death of a Laotian agent, and that the Thais had confirmed information relating to the live POWs. Simply not accurate. The fact is, the contact between the named Thai officer and a U.S. representative confirmed that no compromise of the Thai had occurred, and the Thai officer himself stated that he emphasized to Smith that the U.S. PW information that they had was all hearsay, and the Thais put little credence in the report provided to Smith in Bangkok. DIA knows nothing of a Lao agent, nor of his reported death. In 1981, Smith indicated that he provided to DIA photos of Americans living freely in Southeast Asia. One of the Americans depicted reportedly was a member of the U.S. Army who was accidentally left behind in 1975 and was still fighting with the Vietnamese resistance. He also said that in 1985, he brought back from Korea copies of these photos. Fact is, Mr. Smith made no attempt to pass these photos to DIA, and to the best of my knowledge, these photos have never been provided to any U.S. government entity. And as I understand it, Mr. Smith has offered to provide those photos and additional documentation to this committee within a week. It's been a month. I would like to have that information, not to degrade Mr. Smith, but to get on with the investigation, the sense of urgency that's required. Statement: Sergeant McIntyre reported seeing a photo of an American named Craig Comm with a missing left hand, and that Comm was reportedly in captivity. Fact is, Greg Comm's name has been previously reported by Lao refugees as being a prisoner in Laos, but Comm was a Peace Corps worker in northern Thailand, and he has both of his hands. Statement: McIntyre stated that he was not debriefed by DIA. We have on tape, on 30 July, '85, DIA interviewed Sergeant McIntyre for 3 hours concerning his POWMI information. The first question on the tape in the interview was, do you have any significant information relative to POW? And he said that he has nothing tangible. That was about 2 months prior to his lawsuit affidavit where he said there were 200 POWs. In response to questions on first-hand PWMI information, he responded there was nothing tangible. Then Sergeant McIntyre said that he provided Major General Steiner of the Special Operations outfit in Fort Bragg a packet of PWMI information from indigenous sources, and he indicated that during his interview with DIA, he saw the packet, but it was in a different, quote, a different configuration, suggesting some sort of tampering. Now, the fact is, when Sergeant McIntyre handed the packet in at Fort Bragg, the pages were numbered sequentially. McIntyre was shown the packet during his DI interview. Separate enclosures were unstapled, but they were unstapled from the packet for discussion purposes. DIA has the complete packet. It'll make it available to this committee, and it's sequential with no deletions. Statement. Smith reported he had an agent net of 10 sources, which he later changed to personal contact with 50 sources who provided him PWMIA information. The fact is that Sergeant McIntyre, on tape, during his DI interview, stated that all PW information provided to Smith came through him, McIntyre, and from his exclusive sources, the 10 that he had. Statement. McIntyre stated the most significant PWMIA report he has seen concerned a May '84 report that 3 U.S. PWs were ready to cross the Mekong. Fact is, the information, the May '84 report, has been received through several hearsay sources. We find no substance in the information. McIntyre in his official reporting to us indicated that he had hearsay information of 2, not 3, but 2 U.S. PWs in Laos, and the 2 included 2 of the 3 that Smith had reported on, 1 prisoner who died in captivity and 1 who was never missing in Southeast Asia. More recent statement, and I'm sanitizing this because certain features of it is classified and we'll make it available to the committee.
And General.
Smith has seen that he's had indicated that he's seen a 248-minute video which shows approximately 39 Caucasian prisoners. And the video is in possession of certain host nation intelligence, high-ranking intelligence people, and that this information was brought to the higher levels of echelon in our government. Now, this has made the press in North Carolina and other places, so it is incumbent upon us to respond to this. The fact is, my friend Red McDaniels in here now advised me of this, and he indicated that Smith had allegedly had this tape, and that Mr. Wapple, who was Smith's attorney, either had a similar or had the film itself. We attempted to contact Mr. Wapple, and he refused to return DIA's calls. Wapple subsequently told the assistant U.S. attorney that he has no film. Now, what's important, that we have to have that film. We have to pursue this. My representatives, my defense attaches in the host nation pursued a vigorous investigation into the matter. The host nation's senior intelligence people investigated this claim. They state emphatically that the meeting as described by Smith did not and could not have existence. They know of no videotape showing American prisoners as described by Smith. Now, I'm not suggesting, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, there's no film, and I hope, as I think he is attempting to do now, Mr. Smith is pursuing this, trying to find that film. My point is, one cannot have it published in the press and leave it. We have to pursue that. I need the film so that we can press investigation in a proper way. Lieutenant Colonel Howard stated for this committee that over 125 PWMIA reports were provided to his office by Smith and McIntyre, including over 100 photos of Americans in captivity. And that positive identification could be made from many of these photos, and many PW names were provided. In all due respect, it's not consistent with the facts that we have available to us. As I stated previously, only 3 PWMIA names were released in IR submitted by Smith and McIntyre through Howard. Now, if there's some others, please make it available to the people who have to work the problem. Scott Barnes. Barnes made various statements. I'll only address several. He stated that the U.S. government sanctioned his mission to identify and extract U.S. PWs. He reported that he was later told to liquidate the U.S. PWs he deserved. He said that under oath. Now, we can't let that go unchallenged. That has to be pressed. Fact is, we have no information. That doesn't represent any government that I stand for. And Scott Barnes, he had no affiliation with any U.S. government organizations relative to PWMIA. He further stated that he had received physical threats from a Colonel Johnson of my organization. Well, the fact is it's not true. Colonel Johnson is Brigadier General Schufield's executive officer. He not only never threatened Barnes, he never met Barnes. He talked to him twice on the telephone as we were pursuing an effort to meet with Barnes because of my insistence that nobody should be rebuffed and that we have to pursue any witness. We subsequently had a conversation by phone with Mr. Barnes, and nothing was of substantial importance was provided. Barnes stated that he was aware that General Aaron, a former deputy director of DIA, wrote a letter requesting that Bo Greitz conduct a rescue of U.S. PWs. Now, the fact is, we don't think the letter was written. Aaron's deceased now, so we don't know, but the former director, my friend, Gene Tice, says it's probably a forgery. He was the director. It's inconceivable to me that he wouldn't know of this letter. Mr. Cressman, the statement discussed before your committee the case of a named American prisoner in which the prisoner reportedly provided a letter and his fingerprints and photos of the alleged prisoner were also provided. And he inferred in his testimony that he was less than satisfied with DIA's analysis. I have a special interest in this one because I took the time to get into it as an example of can I find some problem with the way it was handled. Well, the fact is the photo, the letter, and the fingerprints were not those of the claimed individual. Cressman himself stated that the fingerprints do not match and the photo was too poor for analysis. I'm not sure if that's the case. I saw the photo, and it was provided to the alleged wife's son, a 15-year-old, said it wasn't his father. The wife said it looked something like it. But the point is, the letter was obviously a fabrication. From me, I'm talking as an analyst now. It was written by somebody in pidgin English. The salutation says, mother and father. The individual knew his father was dead before he went to Vietnam. The fingerprints were not the individual's. These are things that if this is important. Finally, allegations of abuse of refugee sources have been made by witnesses. And charges have been investigated already by the DIAIG, as you know, and indicated no substance. I looked into the ones that, since I've been on board, and let me tell you that they're treated fairly well, very well, as a matter of fact. They're put in good hotels, reimbursed for lost wages, they travel paid, they eat at very good restaurants. It's that we do that. They're actually taken into some of our analysts' house to induce a good relationship. Sources recontact the debriefers after the interview in order to provide further leads and other reporting. If anybody has any substantive, concrete evidence of any kind of abuse, please give it to me and I'll take appropriate action. The point is, it'll never happen under my watch. And finally, sir, I want to say that there's no cover-up in this agency, certainly not now. I'll open my files or our files to any member of the Congress. We've dedicated over 700 man-hours for one congressman alone, and it's appropriate that we do that. Now, there may be a cover-up, but the cover-up are on the side of those people that make these claims and offer claims of names and positive information that is not provided to the people who need to work it. That's the cover-up. I simply want to close by making a few comments that are pertinent, and that is, how is DIA functioning now? I've responded as best I could to all of the areas where there may be a weakness. I can't attest absolutely categorical as to what happened 7 or 8 years ago, but I could try to respond and establish the mechanics to preclude anything like that happening again. The allegation has been made that in the past too much has been left up to analysts. Well, we've got all kind of reviewers I'll talk to now to ensure that that awesome burden isn't left up to an analyst, that there's adequate review. The charge has been made, we don't have enough assets. Well, I just put 5 more assets in this week, 5 more additional bodies. As we're speaking now, I have another review group going in, addressing all of the contentious cases to see, is there an area where we have to accelerate or do something with our collection activity, or perhaps reopen. Wrong term. None of them are closed. First of all of DIA's actions are based on the assumption that there are live Americans in Southeast Asia. All of them. The leadership guidance that I give demands that they be open and inquisitive. Only preconceptions are that they should be real or apparent errors in procedures or analysis, and that they be corrected if any deficiencies are found in capabilities. If this means continuing to pursue sources that have not been contacted in years, gentlemen, we'll do it. We intend to explore any avenue to find new sources, and will make appropriate policy recommendations to my friends as to potential options resulting from any leads.
We're going to have rounds.
I need to emphasize I'll operate under the assumption that every source is valid and follow every lead. Now, I've invited my friend and colleague, General Tai, a previous director of DIA, to come in for as long as necessary with a group to get updated on all of the follow-up actions, look at all the cases that are pending, and he's agreed to do that. We formalized that. That was done long before there was this was done my first week in the saddle, and we've just terminated the agreement. I have a 5-man team, as I said, looking at it now. I've established a senior review group that meets weekly, and the analysts bring their take, and they review to see is there any fallacy in the methodology or the evaluation we've made? Is there anything we should do? I proposed to Mr. Casey, the director of CIA, that we have an interagency review group so that the charges that we're not dealing from the same deck are laid to rest. Senior general officer level to meet, review the bidding. What can we be doing more than we're doing now in terms of collection assets? What can we be doing to pursue in an aggressive manner this issue? And I've directed further augmentation of the group. I want to emphasize that I take this very seriously. I share Mr. Armitage's view that we applaud the effort of this committee, Mr. Chairman. I did not mean to demean any of the efforts of any of the people that testified here. I had to set the record straight. There is a core of people, all of them my friends, most of them very sincere, Mr. Red McDaniel, Gene Tai, Admiral Tuttle, Congressman Hendon, who have sincere concerns, and their concerns have to be answered. I'm here to try to answer those concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General, and thank you, Secretary. I think that what we have indicated in the purpose of the hearing to offer a forum for both sides of the issue is being carried out. I very much appreciate the extensive manner in which your testimony was presented. And I would start initially with a question to the staff as to whether or not we have received any pictures, videotape, film from any of the witnesses that testified in either of the two hearings, to your knowledge.
No, sir, we have not received any additional information from either Smith or McIntyre, and to the best of my knowledge, we have not received any other information of a substantive nature from any of the witnesses.
Thank you. I just felt it was appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, may I also
Sure.
ask a question of the staff? When was the last time you talked to Smith about the video?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks
Senator.
ago?
Yes, sir.
And can you share with us, if it isn't the classified nature, of what he said he was doing about getting us?
Mr. Waple, who represents Sergeant McIntyre and Major Smith, said that Major Smith was attempting at this time to secure the video which he spoke of in closed session, but has not been able to do so.
And may I ask the same question, Mr. Chairman, about
Sure.
the witnesses that Mr. Smith said he would attempt to get to come and visit us as a result of our closed hearings?
At this point, he's not been able to get anybody else to come visit the committee or speak to the committee regarding
As of
this
2
issue.
weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I think,
Mr. Chairman, when did Major Smith advise us that we could have that video? I don't really remember.
well,
exactly.
as I recall, and I'd have to defer to the record, but he said he would try and get it.
Yeah, that's right.
He never
And-
specifically
Never specific.
stated that he could get a copy.
I think he did make a specific statement that he would get us some information in a week, but I don't think it would be fair to construe that he was including the video. And I am under the impression that we have received no information other than the meeting with his counsel.
Telephone conversation.
Mr. Chairman, I may have some information which
General.
may shed some light. I was in touch not with Mr. Smith directly, but with an intermediary who indicated that perhaps Mr. Smith was having some problems, and I passed the word that I would be personally available to help him in any way, to clear the air, to provide an airplane, to do what is ever necessary to assist him in getting that film, and I want to say that in open.
Thank you. Secretary, you stated in your testimony that the POW-MAI issue must be resolved outside of any political context. And I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit what you mean by that. You volunteered it, and I think it's appropriate that we take you up on it.
Well, I think it's appropriate indeed, Mr. Chairman, that we have determined, and the Vietnamese government has determined, that the issue of Americans missing in action is a humanitarian issue and should not be, in my words, held hostage to any other progress on any other issue. For instance, progress towards normalization or something of that nature. It is not to be affected by the other relations that might or might not exist between our two countries. I think this is appropriate. It's the only way to proceed where we can get the fullest assurance of some cooperation.
I might add for the benefit of my colleagues that we're going to have 10-minute question rounds, and then we will come back again to each of the colleagues. You also stated that undisputable evidence is necessary before any action can be taken to obtain the release of Americans, and I'm curious to know your definition of that, because it's rather narrow, and I think it's fair to say that we've had an awful lot of information, and you're using the word evidence, and I'm curious as to how you define that narrow.
I'll attempt to. With all respect, Mr. Chairman, the word indisputable is not one that's in my vocabulary generally. I do a lot of public speaking. I may have said that particular word, but generally on this issue, I don't remember saying it, and I'd like to check the record on that. I have said, however, that credible source and credible information is what we need. And ideally, if we were to actually come to the conclusion that this was good, solid evidence and not just information, we would ideally want to have that information from a credible source and credible information cross-checked with some other credible information, either technical information or information gotten from technical means or another good source. But thus far, we have had no reports that meet that criteria.
If you had information through government sources or some other source where you were satisfied that indeed there was an American or Americans being held in Southeast Asia in any capacity, would it be a policy of our government, would you be willing to recommend that we pay those that may have them in captive to get their release?
No, I would not recommend that we pay to get anyone out. I don't see how the payment of ransom in any way, shape, or form assures that some subsequent prisoner in some subsequent conflict may be returned alive. In fact, it may be that they're more valuable dead under those circumstances. And second of all, I think that it's pretty well accepted internationally that payment encourages terrorism, things of these nature, instead of discourages it. Won't particularly lead to a rapid resolution. So I would not be prepared to advise that we ever pay any sort of ransom for live prisoners or for remains, Mr. Chairman.
And you know of no information that came out in public testimony concerning a possibility of payment for any prisoners that allegedly may have been involved in testimony before this committee?
I know of absolutely no suggestions of payment by any U.S. government official or source to someone for information. I do know of private citizens who have paid, in some cases, enormous amounts of money for information, and to my knowledge have not gleaned any information from those payments.
To your knowledge, has our government ever suppressed any information concerning live sightings? And I recognize that this issue has been before our government and the American people for some time, and both of you have had different responsibilities So I'd appreciate your qualification, and I'd like to address the question to both of you.
I will definitely speak from the time that I assumed office at a previous post in April of 1981 until now. Absolutely no suppression of information. There has been classification of information, particularly sources and methods. But that information is available to you or any of your colleagues, but there's been no suppression.
General
Frankly,
Perosi?
can't speak
Under
for
oath, no
previously.
suppression of information in any way, shape, or form.
What would be your analysis of the motivation that the Vietnamese or the Laotian government may have for holding Americans against their will currently? Can you dream up any scenario? One obviously would be a ransom concept.
I can dream up many
Other would be
scenarios.
concessions that they'd want from our government.
Well,
The reason I ask this, it's a question that does come up at conversations, that they do have a motivation, and my question to you, you're the expert, what might it be?
experts, I've been told, can only tell you what went on in the past and can't tell you what's going to happen in the future. That's the problem with experts. So, with all respect, I won't accept that title. I am asked, as you are, Senator DeConcini, other of your colleagues, why would the Indochina governments be involved in a situation such as this? And my speculation or scenarios are just as valid as yours. I don't know. Some people say that perhaps we don't understand the degree of hatred and anger that existed in Vietnam because of our involvement there. I don't particularly subscribe to that. Others say, it has to be related to some sort of scheme for normalization or some sort of scheme for payment or some sort of quid pro quo. That has not been broached to us by the Vietnamese, per se. I don't know. I think the question must be directed to Hanoi and to Vientiane and to Phnom Penh in time, and they hold the answers. They're the ones that can answer that truthfully. And with all respect, I can't.
Switching over a little bit for consideration of those that may be in Vietnam or Laos and not being held by either government, how, and this is, at least in my recollection, has not been denied by the Vietnamese government. They have not denied, as they told us, that there may be Americans being held in some capacity, but they weren't holding them. How does that affect your efforts to secure their release, if indeed that's a separate category, that there may be Americans living there of their own free will?
Well, from our point of view, if Americans are living there under their own free will or under any circumstances, we still want an answer. We owe that answer to their families, we feel. So it doesn't, whether they're living there under their own free will or not, it doesn't detract in any way, shape, or form from our efforts. I think that if there are Americans under circumstances outside the control and authority, which is the term the Vietnamese use, of the Vietnamese, then I think that complicates, in a way, our efforts. It makes it a little more difficult. It's a little more difficult to get a handle on, but it would not detract from our efforts in any way, shape, or form. I think, further, there are some confusing statements coming in the wake of our three delegations, the one that Paul Wolfowitz and I went on, then yours, sir, and then Congressman Solomon's. It seems that the Vietnamese, subsequent to Congressman Solomon's trip, came out and said that if there are Americans in Vietnam in any circumstance, there are people who are either stay-behind agents, American agents, or people inserted after the fall of Saigon, and not people who were previously under their control in any way. I think there's a lot of confusion surrounding what the Vietnamese said or didn't say in private and public statements. To me, and I believe to you, they said that there are no Americans under their authority or control. That obviously begs the follow-on question, well, how about out of your authority and control? And they answer, well, you know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. And so that still leaves us with a lot of ambiguities.
My last question, because my time is up on my round. It occurred to us, and I think each one of us addressed the question to the appropriate minister. Why does not the Vietnamese and the Laotian government respond to our suggestion that they allow a humanitarian group such as the Red Cross, the UN, a group to come into the country, observe for themselves. And the answer that we got was this was a sovereign issue, and I'm wondering, you as an official extension of our executive branch, representing State Department, or excuse me, the intelligence area, and have been involved in direct negotiations, what is your opinion of their reluctance to allow a humanitarian examination of this issue within their country?
My own opinion, sir, is that their reluctance is based on several things. First of all, no one can underestimate the sovereignty concerns of the Vietnamese. The history of Vietnam over the last certainly 1,300 years or so would indicate that nationalism is the thing that's foremost in their minds at all times. It's a national trait of Vietnam. Second of all, I happen to think that there is a reluctance to allow these type of activities because there might be some reluctance to show what has happened in the last 10 or 11 years since the fall of Saigon. That is nothing. 10 or 11 years, nominal peace and no progress. So I think there's a bit of embarrassment at that. The stated concerns of the Vietnamese are always ones of sovereignty, just as they stated those concerns to you.
Senator DeConcini, what I intend to do is I intend to have a full 10-minute round.
Fine.
with the Secretary, and then General Peruz,
Fine.
even though I had asked him one question.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, first let me say that I want to thank you and also the General for the information you gave us prior to our departures and since on this subject matter. Secondly, let me say, Chairman Montgomery told me some time ago that if you wade into these waters, which he says he has done, you make no friends. He says our government and fine military leaders sometimes will accuse you or at least leave inference that you are attacking their veracity. Those that believe and are certain that there is in their own minds, if only that there's been some cover-up, won't be satisfied unless you find it. And he has concluded that there is not. And I hold his opinion in the highest esteem. I'm wading into those waters. Reluctantly, I don't need this any more than the chairman does. We've got plenty on our platter to do here. But we're here, and we have to deal with the here and now. I first want to thank you for your strong statements, particularly you, General, in refuting item by item the statements that have been made by other witnesses that I feel were credible when they made them, and I don't know whether they have, their imagination has played games with them, or they have forgotten, or they're telling the truth and somebody else isn't. The important thing is that we go through this process so the public, as well as ourselves, can make those judgments. Who's telling us what is happening? Now, Mr. Secretary Armitage, you indicated that some of the possible scenarios why the Vietnamese would not permit us to have either international or humanitarian groups or our own groups go in there. Is it our policy to continue to press for such expansion of our technical humanitarian meetings to permit someone other than the Vietnamese to follow leads and make searches in Vietnam? And when was the last time that was made, and what was the response if such happened?
Very well. Prior to responding to your question, if I might make a comment, Senator, we're delighted that you're wading in, and we'd like every other member of the House and the Senate to wade in and immerse themselves totally in the issue. Otherwise, it could possibly, in some subsequent administration, get away from us. We can't allow that to happen, so we welcome you. Come on into the pool. The second thing is, in answer to your question, we are having discussions today in Hanoi, and we will be pursuing a nuanced change, which the Vietnamese indicated during the visit of Jerry Solomon's congressional delegation. That is, they said they are willing to discuss the possibility of Americans assisting in these live sighting investigations. This is a slight change in their previous posture, and we are pursuing that today and tomorrow in Hanoi.
Now, along that line, if I understand at least the news reports, that those slight changes came from the deputy foreign minister and not the foreign minister.
You are
correct?
You are correct. Foreign Minister Tak, for whatever reason, did not receive the delegation, sir.
Do you think that the Deputy Foreign Minister is likely to have the authority to speak for the Foreign Minister when that was said?
It's been my opinion that the Vietnamese, unlike us sometimes, in their bureaucracy, don't make mistakes. They get one set of talking points.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Armitage, Red McDaniels, in his testimony presented to the committee on his behalf by John Carlson, states that Mr. Childress told him in a phone conversation that he believes there are live POWs in Southeast Asia, and he thought we could get them out in 2 to 3 years. Has Mr. Childress ever expressed those views to you, and do you hold any similar views?
Well, I'll tell you, first of all, Mr. Childress has been one of the driving forces behind the whole re-energizing of this issue in the administration from day one. Number two, I'll not speak to Dick Childress's private observations, and he can indicate those to you privately. I'm sure he'll be glad to. But I'll say that every one of us, from the day we came into the administration, came in with the thought that and the feeling that we were going to act under the assumption that there are Americans alive, and that's what we come to work with, that assumption every day. It's the only way, it's the only possible way to assure that when we see reports and we get information that we prosecute them fully. So we work under that assumption every single day. I am uninformed of the conversation between Childress and McDaniels. I did see the report in the transcript.
You have not had any such similar conversation with Mr. Childress as reported in the affidavit that was filed in the testimony?
I have had many private and personal conversations with Dick Childress, but I am unaware that I was named as having a particular conversation with him in an affidavit.
No, I didn't mean that.
No, I have not had that.
Making references, did you have a similar conversation that Red McDaniels says in his affidavit that he had with Mr. Childress?
Well, I have had discussions with Mr. Childress along the lines of resolution of the issue within 2 years. After all, we traveled to Hanoi together and have done it in the past together. So we have had those types of discussions, but I have not had the specific type discussion that Mr. McDaniel.
Former director of the DIA, General Tai, has stated that he believes there are as many as 80 live Americans being held against their will in Vietnam. Have you made any attempts to personally discuss this matter with General Tai?
I haven't personally, because we responded to General Tai through General Perutz. He indicated in his opening statement that he has invited General Tai to come in with a group to go over the information that existed when Gene Tai was director of DIA, and the subsequent information which has been received, and see how he can make up his mind. But that decision to invite General Tai was a group decision.
May I ask the General, have you had any, what do you feel? Have you made any attempt to personally discuss the matter?
Of course, yes, I've talked with...
What have you done?
General Tai said that he wished he hadn't given any figures. I saw his 60-minute pitch.
Did he say why?
Well, because he recognized it's been 5 years since he's seen any information and any reports, and that he needs to get in. That's one of the things that prompted my Gene get in here and get the reports. It's a cop-out. You can't say that you make those statements unless you know exactly what the database holds and what the evidence holds. He's agreed to do that in conjunction with several other...
When is he going to do that, General?
We met yesterday with the terms of reference, and he'll be on board certainly within the month. It's a question of getting all the people involved. We're talking about another senior review group over above him to include such people as General Flynn, General Daugherty, and some high character.
Can we expect that you'll share with us
Absolutely.
what conversation or what transpired?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Armitage, Mr. Secretary, you make a case that makes no sense, that anybody in our government would cover up any such a matter as this. And I agree with you. It just absolutely boggles my mind that Lieutenant Colonel Howard, a decorated man who has served this country so well, comes to us and tells us that he saw these photographs that General Tai says never has been seen.
General Perutz.
Excuse me, General Perutz says that have never been seen, and that he received them from Smith, and he's talked to McIntyre, who turned them over to Smith, and he gave them to General Lure, and they're not there. Now, that makes no sense either to me. So it seems to me the only sense is someone doesn't remember what happened, or they have used their imagination. How do you, in your mind, rationalize a fine, distinguished, servicing military officer having such vivid information and going so far, and I don't take this lightly, that he believes they're still there, that he would go over and serve himself if he could get them out? He left a distinct impression of that, such a strong commitment. Can you respond to that to help this committee, and particularly this senator, resolve why there is such a tremendous cleavage of someone that's no longer out of service and maybe has other motives? This guy has no other motives but to get to the bottom of this.
I don't disagree with his Lieutenant Colonel Howard's motives at all, and I salute and believe, as you, that he indeed would serve gladly, proudly, in any attempt to free American servicemen. And we have never impugned his motives.
I know you have.
And will not impugn his motives. He knows his motives much better than we. It does boggle the mind. I will say that if he did turn over photographs, General Lohr is here. You can ask him firsthand
I'm going to.
what he has received. I think what we disagree. I think the only thing I disagree with Colonel Howard on is a matter of conclusions. I see a great deal of information. I take it very seriously. And I have not come to the same conclusion he has. Many people hold the view that there are Americans in Indochina now held against their will, and as Lieutenant Colonel Howard clearly does. Others hold the view that you expressed earlier. Some members of Congress hold the view, some members of the public hold the view that no, there are not. The opinions span the spectrum. We hold the view that we assume they are so we can work the issue. And I would have to ask you to talk to Major General Lohr about what was provided to him by Colonel Howard. He's pleased to do that.
Have you talked to Lieutenant Colonel Howard at all?
No, I have not.
Okay, I recommend you do that sometime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have other
Sure.
questions, but I've overextended my time.
Thank you very much. I intend, as I indicated, to go another round of questions. We've been joined by a member of the committee, Senator Arlen Specter of Pennsylvania.
Better with this than I do.
Sir,
That doesn't help at all.
if there are any more outbreaks of emotion shown here at the hearing, I must remove those and hold them responsible, as I'm sure you can understand. The purpose of this hearing has already been stated, and I don't intend to restate it. You have a statement. We're in questions at this time, and I have my two colleagues who made the trip with us from the House, Representative Bill Rockus and Representative Bill Rockus and Representative McCune, who are about to question the witnesses.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if I might explore just one topic very briefly. I'm obligated to be in the Judiciary Committee.
Excuse me, yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I commend you, Mr. Chairman, for all that you have done, for the trip that you've made, and for focusing so much important national attention on this very vital problem. I have an obligation to be in the Judiciary Committee at 10 o'clock, and I wonder if I might just pursue one question. There has been a great deal of controversy as to credibility, as to the reliability of sightings and the reliability of who has said what to whom. And this may have been covered, I don't know, but the question on my mind is whether any attention has been given to the possibility of a polygraph examination in this line. That is a highly controversial subject. It's a matter that I've worked on a great deal when I was district attorney. There are many who say that it is not reliable if not properly administered. There's a controversy as to the use of it in the government generally, with the position taken by Secretary of State Schultz, and I think there's a great deal to be said for the protection of civil liberties. My own findings have been that if there are expert polygraphers, that it is an indication of reliability, but it has to be very carefully done. This is a very critical factual question where there is a clear-cut issue of credibility. And it may be, and I don't advocate the use of the polygraph generally, but it may be that the polygraph would have some special utility to trying to find out very, very narrow facts. We used to use it in law enforcement when I was DA of Philadelphia. My question is whether you've given any consideration to the use of the polygraph on these issues of conflict of credibility.
Senator, the polygraph has been used on a selective basis for immigrants coming out, and there have been inconsistencies. We are carrying cases where an emigre had passed the polygraph twice, but all the other features of his story were found to be not in according to either what we have confirmed from other sources or what confirmed technical means. So there are problems with the polygraph. I guess to answer your question, it has been done. I'm not sure the degree in terms of the percentage of people that we've done. We have no inhibitions to doing it if we believe that it's a proper course to take, and we do pursue that as required.
Well, I would suggest that you take a look at that issue, especially where people are willing to do it. If people are willing to do it, that's a very different situation. Mr. Chairman, I commend you. I regret that I cannot stay. I want to just say for the record that I will follow the transcripts. I think this is as important a hearing as is being conducted on Capitol Hill today, and there are a great many hearings which are going on. There's none that is more important than this, and I pledge my own personal time and staff to try to get to the bottom of it to make a resolution of this very critical issue for the national welfare. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. I will now defer to my colleagues from the House who joined with us on our trip to Vietnam and Laos. Representative Bob McCune from Ohio. You may proceed. As I indicated, we're roughly under 10-minute first round.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, let me just present what I feel might be the case, and then if you could enlighten me and correct. It's my understanding that about 1978, it was a desire of the Congress and the administration to try to draw a resolution to this matter. There was a congressional task force set up, and all the investigations were made, and they came to their conclusions, and then the line was drawn, the door was closed, the chapter was ended, and in order to move on and put Vietnam behind us, they said that they drew their conclusions that no more missing in action were alive in Southeast Asia. Is it not conceivable that once that policy decision was presented, that there were those in the intelligence field or in the military that felt it was then incumbent upon them to implement that policy decision by not questioning it or allowing information to surface that would challenge it? And is it not also possible that those who then came across information and attempted to pass it up the channels could have had it thwarted or discarded at a level lower than DIA or state or the White House or anyone else? As I see the challenge being made by these dedicated soldiers is that somewhere along the line the information is not coming to the top. And the people at the top are just exploding at that challenge that somehow or another they are involved in a cover-up, when I see the possibility exists that both could be right, and that you never saw the information. The pictures were never presented to you, and the challenges that were made that they had this information, you never saw it, and on and on and on. Is that totally fanciful on my part?
You asked, in concept, could it be true? I guess it could. The report that you referenced, I believe, was 1977, and it was at Presidential Commission. When we came to office, this administration, we reviewed the situation as we found it in January of '81 and came to different conclusions than those offered by the Presidential Commissions, and decided to reopen and re-energize and reinstitute and engage in public awareness and all that. It seems to me that it would be very difficult at this time, after 5 years plus, for people who may have held that view to continue holding that view, because the pressure in the slang to be a hero is quite great. Any member of the administration, any DIA analyst, any of our fellows in the field, any DAO source that could provide credible information would indeed be a hero.
But aren't most of these challenges made during the 1978, 79, 80, 81 timeframe? Isn't that when the information came to the fore and was tried to be passed along? Aren't the challenges against General Moore and General Lohr prior to 83?
No, I don't think they are prior to, you mentioned two dates, 81 and 83.
Well, I believe that the policy may have changed under the Reagan administration in 81, but the significant reversal of positions didn't become more evident until many months thereafter.
We continue to receive and to catalog reports during the time from 77 to 81 about people who were sightings, live sighting reports, et cetera. We continue to process that information and continue to garner it. If you ask me during that time frame from 77 to 81, were the fullest efforts being exerted, I would answer you truthfully, I don't believe so.
Dick, I just want to make sure that thou dost not protest too much, and that is that the fact that there could be some loss of information does not necessarily, in my mind, mean that there's a direct, intelligent, top-of-the-line cover-up directed at all.
No, and I think General Perutz, and excuse me, Len, mentioned that we're not saying that everything is done right and that we can't do it better. We have, over the past 4 years, found errors and things we've done, and we've had to correct them.
Okay.
And we'll continue to.
Let's proceed on to the next point. We did have intelligence sources during the early 70s in Vietnam. Have those been so completely depleted that they are ineffective to be able to resolve whether or not there are Americans there? And do we not have channels through allies that perhaps have intelligence sources there?
There are some channels, Mr. Congressman, and they are pursued. We don't have the extensive coverage that we had then. There are some avenues that not only are being pursued, but some that are being considered for additional efforts that I can talk to you later. But we don't have the same coverage. And if I may comment on your scenario, it's possible. It's possible that there may have been a degree of difference in emphasis. I can't conceive, though, of any significant report being withheld. General Tai, my good friend, is not the kind of a director that would, in my view, allow that to happen. You could say he may not have known about it. Some of the people who were around then that are currently on board in the agency were the people that were trying to keep this on the forefront, recognizing a shift in policy. When you've lived and worked in an office that has as its mission the evaluation of these reports, it's unlikely that you will all of a sudden put one on. Now, the emphasis may have changed. There may have been a loss in aggressiveness in pursuing a particular lead. I have, however, in going into the database and having, and this is part of the thing we're doing now, go back as far as we can, attempted to see whether there were any lead that was not followed that may have consequently resulted in some serious loss of opportunity, and I haven't found one.
Okay, General, evidently I don't make my point clear. You know, in Vietnam, there were people that literally threw typewriters in the canal when they ran out of ribbon because they wanted a new typewriter. Now, that doesn't show up on any report, and it's not a cover-up by DIA, and if you follow the lead through the computer, it's not in there that's what happened to the typewriter. It's just, it was lost, and that's just the way the things go. And I'm talking about in the theater. I'm not talking about at DIA and the dedicated analysts and the people that are appointed by the president to investigate. I'm talking about lower echelon fellow that said that this is all done, this is too hot for me to handle, it's not on my plate, I'm not going to wade into this was resolved 3 years ago, I don't want to hear anything more about it. And would never even get in a DIA computer. That's not conceivable to happen.
It's possible.
Thank you.
I think unlikely.
Okay. The next point, and I understand my time's about gone, often allude to the fact that this issue hopes to be resolved by the Vietnamese within the next couple of years. Do we have any information or any ideas as to how this can be done?
Well, it's going to take a tremendous amount of effort on their part and on ours. No, that's what we're going to pursue, and we are pursuing today in Hanoi, just how we'd go about this. There are, as you know, a tremendous number of crash sites. There are a tremendous number of discrepancy cases. There are a tremendous number of 2,441 Americans who we want to get the fullest possible accounting for. So that's the subject of our discussions today.
Do we have any reason that there'll be cooperative to draw a resolution of this within the next 18 to 24 months?
We have the statements of the foreign minister reiterated to your delegation and to Codell Solomon's delegation.
To your knowledge, did the U.S. ever offer to pay $3.25 billion or any other figure for the release of American prisoners in Laos, an offer that is alleged to have fallen through?
No.
Thank you. I believe I consumed my time. Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Prior to introducing Representative Billrakis, I had a group of constituents from the village of Alatakat, an Eskimo village, but I turned around to recognize them and they're gone. But excuse me. Thank you, Representative Billrakis. You may proceed. And we
Thank you,
have
Mr.
been joined by Secretary Wolfowitz, Secretary of Pacific and East Asian State Department, and we will expect a statement from him a little later. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Specter made the comment that there are no more important hearings taking place on Capitol Hill today, and I certainly agree with him. Right at this time, the House Veterans Affairs Committee that Representative McEwen and I are members of are holding budget markups, and that, of course, is highly critical, and there aren't going to be too many veterans organizations that will not be present. So I hope that they also believe that these are the most important hearings or markups or whatever that are taking place on Capitol Hill. I certainly would hope they would be tolerant and understanding. Mr. Secretary, I'll get into the definition or your definition of credibility in a moment. But before I do, if a report of a live sighting in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, whatever, were to come before you, or before the administration, before the powers to be, that falls within the realm of your definition of credibility, what steps would our government then take?
Came to me, I would immediately go to the Secretary, and he would immediately go to the President with the National Security Advisor with that information. And depending on what the circumstances of that individual or individuals who are in captivity are, we would make a recommendation. And the reason I say that is if this were a separate individual, just one report of one man that we consider credible and current, in a condition where we might be able to either get him from an operation if it was necessary, or through some other means, then we might do that. If it could be that he would be an individual held in captivity in proximity with other individuals who are reported to be in captivity, and would want to be careful that we didn't extract one to the disbenefit of the others. So I have to be, I'm not trying to be disingenuous, you have to give me the scenario a little more deeply, and then I could be a little more specific as to what I'd probably recommend. And depending on whether it were Laos, Vietnam, or Cambodia, would also have a difference. There would be different characteristics to our response. But the President himself has pledged extremely decisive action should these reports prove true.
Mm-hmm. Well, the sensitivity, the necessary sensitivity that would have to be considered is pretty darn obvious, if only because we want to protect the lives of others that may be there. But in spite of that sensitivity, what you're saying to me and to this committee is that we would take positive, direct action of some sort.
Absolutely. As a pledge of the President publicly, sir.
All right, but you're in a position to probably make these decisions on a
I'm in a position to recommend, you bet.
Right. All right. What is your definition of credibility then? Difficult question, sir, forgive me, but you know, this is a very hazy word, and even in our discussions with the foreign minister there, basically it was a case of if you come up with any live sighting information that is solid, creditable, that sort of thing, you're welcome to come back, and I will personally accompany you to the site. Well, what is the definition of that word?
You're right, it is hazy, but it includes the following. It has to have some specifics to it, Congressman, as to time and circumstance, and if it's a refugee report or the source report. The source himself has to have some ability to have actually been in a position to see this or to observe this. We would like, as I say, this to be checked by another either source report or cross-checked or technical means, some sort of intelligence. That is not absolutely necessary. We have reports as General Perut said, of people who actually have passed a polygraph, and yet it is impossible for them to have seen what they say they've seen. They do not know the surrounding areas, they do not know the geography of the area and things of that nature. So a person is going to have to be in a position to have observed this and to be specific and current as to what he observed.
Well, but, and I'm not sure when we get into the realm out of the public into the executive session area here, and I'm going to do my best to try not to violate that, but, you know, some of the testimony that we've heard goes to the fact that there have been reports by refugees, by Laotians, and that sort of thing. And this information has been passed on to people, well, military people, if you will, who apparently have been assigned by their superiors to this particular task. And this information has been gathered, turned over to their superiors, and then their superiors basically, and who said it? Someone made the comment here earlier, this is a hot potato, it's too hot for me to handle, that sort of thing. And in a matter of days, some of these people apparently, allegedly, apparently have been reassigned back to the States or someplace else. These are reports. They sounded awfully credible to us, I would say. I hate to speak for all the members of the committee, but it certainly sounded credible to me. But there was no follow-up, apparently, as far as that is concerned. So again, we go to the definition, don't we?
Well, on the question of people being reassigned and things of that nature, not only do we have two general officers who were implicated in some degree in some of those incidents, we also, I believe, have someone from the Army Personnel Office who can talk about the reassignments, the policy, and why individuals were reassigned if they were indeed. The question of how many, I want to be clear on something. I just indicated that we have 828 first-hand live sighting reports today. That's going to change in a week.
Yeah.
And it will change upward.
Hopefully
because
it will change.
It will change.
It will.
When I first prepared my testimony and submitted it to you, we had 806. But in the 3 weeks since, we've gotten more information. It's now 828. Of those, 525 have been investigated and relate to Americans whose status is known. 191 are reports judged untrue. The remainder, are 112, are being actively investigated, and 49 of those 112, or rather 63 of those 112, were reports that we consider credible enough to continue prosecuting of Americans who were held in a classic POW situation.
All right, but when we say we continue prosecuting them, do we mean that we're looking for another source that might correlate with or support the previous source? Is that basically what we're saying?
Many of the reports that Mr. Armitage has referred to are good initially anyway, until we can get into them. But there's not enough information. We have to pursue them further. No location. You may get somebody saw first-hand source there. No location. We can't really take much action or even consider an action. A lot of those deal with we need more amplification, and we will indeed attempt to get personal first-hand knowledge from that source, poly if we have to, if on a volunteer basis, and make a recommendation accordingly.
We've had, I believe there are 2 cases of people who gave us credible information, and they've slipped back into Laos. We're unable to get them. If they come back out, we'll attempt to gain access to them again.
Now, in the meantime, we've generated intelligence requirements in an attempt to provide amplifying information. We will err, if I may, or at least I would recommend to our policy decisions, on the side of confirming a report.
Well, I would hope
Can't
so.
afford not to.
Yes, sir. Well, you know, and you all brought up the point of cover-up. We didn't. But it's certainly there. And it is certainly there as far as our people back home are concerned. But I find that particularly among the Vietnam vets and the people who have been mostly concerned with this, at least up until recently, that where they are concerned about cover-up, they're more concerned about getting our people out and having some sort of a final accountability. Yes, they are concerned about putting this issue to rest, but they also want to be satisfied that we, the federal government, that has done everything we possibly can in order before we do put it to rest. So it's just critical, and I'm not saying, and if this committee runs into evidence of actual cover-up, I expect we're probably going to follow through with it, but I'd like to think that we're more concerned with trying to get these people out. I don't know, do I still have some time, Mr. Chairman? I have a number of other questions. I don't really know. I didn't keep track.
What we're doing is we're going around your 10 minutes.
My 10 minutes is up?
Has
Okay.
expired, but Mr. Secretary.
Very briefly, sir. The reason we brought up cover-up is because in the letter of invitation to us to appear, we were asked to discuss the question of suppression of information, Congressman.
Okay, thank
And in
you.
fact, there is a perception out there. We've got to address it.
Amen to that.
It's time
It
to
certainly
take-
is, General.
We must take the offensive.
Senator DeConcini is going to be called to a committee which is going to be involved in the markup of the budget for this committee, and I'm going to defer my questions
Chairman,
to
thank you.
the
Mr. Chairman,
senator who's
let me-
going to be off defending us on another front, and I believe you have a
Be-
couple more questions, because I understand the Secretary
Yeah, I
has a
will-
time commitment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that, and I can assure you that the Veterans Committee hopefully will be well represented when that subject comes up at the Rules Committee. Let me try to finish up with the Secretary, because I know you've got other things to do. Mr. Secretary, can you confirm or deny reports of a recent private intelligence mission into Laos, reportedly in December of 1985, in which an individual was allegedly arrested and another one killed?
We heard those same reports, investigated through our embassies in Bangkok, and even asked our charge in Laos, and we have not been able to confirm nor deny that, sir.
And
Those reports came to us from many sources, including public newspaper accounts.
did you talk to any of the so-called people that were involved in it?
I believe we've tried to reach some of them and have not
Not been able
reached
to make
them,
any
no.
contact with them? You indicated in a press conference after your recent return from Hanoi that of the 95 unresolved live sighting reports, the latest unresolved report dates back to 1983. That leads me to conclude that information from the refugee community on live sightings is very quickly investigated and provide to be and end up to be erroneous. Is that a valid assumption?
Well, the majority of the information has either correlated to people whose status we know, and in that regard was not erroneous, or to fabrications. But there still are 14% of all of the sightings, the 828 that we have firsthand, have not, to our mind yet, been proven to be fabrications, nor do they in any way correlate to Americans whose status we know.
In light of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam's apparent recent willingness to allow U.S. government officials, or at least to discuss that, to participate in live sighting investigations, as reported by members of the House Task Force from Deputy Foreign Minister, do you think that this is enough evidence to recommend and to offer a permanent technical presence in Hanoi?
Well, not yet. I stated during my visit, and I'm sure it came up during yours as well, Senator, that the question of a technical presence is one that we certainly want to discuss, and we're willing to discuss with the Vietnamese after we know how they'll be employed, how they'll be utilized. We want to make sure they're fully employed. We don't want them hanging around Hanoi in an aura of non-work. Once we see the work plan, we're willing to address it.
Let me ask this question, just from practicality, having only been there 1 day and a half, you can't help but observe a lot of things, even if you're not busy with technical meetings. I'm sure you've witnessed that too. Isn't there some benefit of having some technical presence there, even if it isn't a 8-hour working day with their counterparts, of the possibility of information sifting through that society to one way or the other?
You certainly can't observe a lot. I'd only take exception to your statement in that if these fellows were there just observing, it might give the Vietnamese occasion to say, oh, see, everything's fine. They've got a joint technical presence here. We're really working the issue, and they're not. We want the work plan. If there's enough there to work, we'll send a technical presence.
So we have
for as long as they're necessary, and then they'll come out.
We have to trade off, then, I guess what you're saying is the strong policy, which I agree, no normalization until this humanitarian issue is resolved, versus the benefit of having any technical presence there of information coming to those who are there.
That's certainly part of it, but I plead with you to recognize that we don't want to let the pressure off in the Chinese government to give them any excuse to say, things are fine, we're working the issue.
I understand. The House POWMIA task force members who recently returned reported that the Vietnamese hope to have information on 70 POWs. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's up 20 from what they reported to you, sir, and to me.
Do you know if the 70 cases concern the return of remains only or live sighting reports?
Now, we believe these information are the gamut of possibilities. To Codell Solomon, the Vietnamese indicated the possibility that perhaps 14 or so of the information thus far may result in the return of remains. This is another thing that we'll be discussing in Hanoi, that repatriation.
No live sightings you anticipate from
I
these 70?
Yeah, I certainly do anticipate, and that there will be a discussion of the live sightings. In fact, I can assure you, from our point of view, there will be. And we impressed upon the Vietnamese the necessity of addressing the issue.
Of the number 70, you don't know if any of those are live sightings?
I do not know how many of those are, sir.
You don't know?
Would the gentleman yield a moment?
Yes, you believe some are?
I certainly hope they
Yes,
are.
sir.
Well, if some of those are live sightings acknowledged by the Vietnamese, is that credible evidence enough for us to do something about getting them out as soon as possible?
If the Vietnamese acknowledge live sightings, I would assume that they're going to help us get them out. They'd never admit to the
But your answer is
possession.
yes, that is credible.
Sure.
Retired Colonel Hopper and others who have testified before this committee allege that we have no ground intelligence capabilities in Vietnam or Laos. I don't know if you can answer the question I'm going to ask you in this particular setting, but is that true? And is this not if we do not, is it not a failure of intelligence capability that we should have that?
Well, we will be glad to address in closed session the full range of our abilities. I would say that Earl Hopper's opinion excludes the possibility that refugees are a source of human, which I believe they are, I believe you do, that travelers of all nationalities in and out of those countries are sources of human, which I believe they are and hope you do.
But of course, you know what he's referring to.
I know very well, but I want to make the case that a statement such as there are no capabilities is a little fast and loose. And in closed session, I'm sure General Perutz will go into the depth of it, sir.
I'd like to go into that in closed session. Lastly, Mr. Armitage, the question of the 63 live sightings of Americans being held there, does that, in your opinion, not require, or does it require, rather, anything more than what we are doing today, in your judgment? Are we doing the maximum? And I'm not trying to put you on the spot to have you admit that we could do something more. I'm not looking for a headline or criticism or anything else, but I want to know if you think that these 63 credible live sightings, that we are doing all that we could do, and that also may entail some classified answer that we can't give here, of course.
We'll be glad to give you a detail of each case, but I'll say that if you ask, have all of us throughout the years done every single thing we can do on the issue, the answer has to be no. I've got 24 hours, and I do not devote 24 hours to this issue. I have, and my colleagues devote more and more time and have over the years, and we hope that will continue. I note that there's an implicit recognition over the last several years that we haven't been doing enough. We didn't inherit enough, nor had we done enough. And the fact that we've upgraded our manning in every aspect of this issue, whether it's at the SILSR, the JCRC, or in DIA. So we feel we need more analysts. We feel we need more energy in the issue. That's a constant feeling of ours.
Lastly, both the General and yourself, General, have you visited with Lieutenant Colonel Howard?
No, sir, I have not.
May I just say for the record that I think it's important that, and I recommend that you do that. I realize that Smith, being not in the service now and perhaps reluctant and carrying an attorney around with him at all times, that may be awkward. I would hope that you'd visit with him too. But Lieutenant Colonel Howard leaves me with a different feeling, even after the fine presentation made by you, General Perut, regarding this evidence. And I just have a real quandary as to why he would be so forceful in that presentation and leave such an impression on this senator. And I hope General Luer and Moore can help resolve that in my mind.
We'll call him today.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be gone.
Thank you, Senator. We
Just for a little
wish
while.
you well at the rules markup on our
Senator Dick,
activity.
God bless you. Vietnam veterans love you for it. And you members of the press, if you
Please,
don't know.
sir, I'm
these guys
sorry,
are
I'm
saying
not
they're
going
not
to
there,
allow
the enemies
outbursts
are
to
saying they are
occur
there.
in the hearing.
Those who
Gentlemen, I would like to refer to a question that has come up before, and it represents, I think, not by any means an answer to the MIA question, because we, as you've indicated, will continue to pursue this matter. Could you set in some type of comparative vein the MIAs from the Second World War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, from the standpoint of how there is a comparison? Have you got some of that information?
There are 8,200 or so Americans missing in action as a result of the Korean conflict. There are 2,441 as a result of our activities in Indochina, and I believe from Second World War, I know it's in the tens of thousands, and frankly, sir, the number 77,000 sticks in my mind, but I'd like the ability to provide that last part.
We'd like to have for the record a relatively accurate figure. I have heard that the percentages from the Second World War were about 20% unaccounted for, and the Korean War about 19%, and the Vietnam theater running about 5 to 5.5%.
I have the number from World War II, it's 78,700, but we'll provide it on a percentage basis, which will be helpful, I think.
That would be very helpful. I'm concerned with a statement that you made with regard to increasing the unresolved live sightings up to 112 from 95. That information was, again, based on a differential?
Based on new information received.
New
Mr.
information
Chairman.
received.
That's right.
So it's coming
Continuing.
and going all the time.
Emigre reports constantly.
But evidently you thought it significant enough to warrant increasing officially the number.
Absolutely.
If there are Americans living of their own volition in Southeast Asia because they collaborated with or defected to the enemy during the war, what is our government's position on anyone that may have defected?
We don't care the circumstances in which they're in Vietnam. We just want to resolve the issue, and we think we owe it to their families. So our position is we look at all people as if they're the same. They're missing in action.
Well, will it be prosecuted?
I don't think it's fair to ask a question in absence of the circumstances.
Well, I think
some of us have very.
Though, that we don't have, we haven't granted amnesty, have we?
We have not.
Now, the French, I understand, have granted amnesty to any of those who may have defected during the French Indochina War, and I think we were told in Hanoi at our breakfast meeting that an individual came out of the jungle last year. He'd been there 39 years, I believe. He went back to France to die. They had granted amnesty, and I think it's an important point from the standpoint of clarification, because if indeed there are Americans in capacity that would imply that perhaps they defected, if you're going to come back, kind of interesting to know what our government's going to do.
I take your point. I think that's something I should discuss with your own committee and the House Committee, the Veterans Affairs Committees, as well as the Armed Services Committees. But I take your point, Chairman.
The point I want to make is I'm not taking a side to the issue. It would be inappropriate that I do so, but I think from the standpoint of our official government position, it should be known. And I assume that there is an exposure that they might face a military court-martial tribunal. Is that?
Well, I certainly say we'd have a lot of questions we want to ask them, but I take
Okay,
your
well, let
point.
me ask you this.
I've got to
Let me
get
put it
back.
another way. You have had instances where we have had Americans return, not recently, but in the past. What has been the policy of the government in those cases?
On the case of Mr. Garwood, he was convicted of collaboration, I believe the charge was, after he voluntarily came out of Vietnam.
And was there a sentence of any kind?
No, there was not. Well, other than the loss of some of the veterans' rights and things of that nature.
All right. Is it possible that you could provide for the committee a clarification or at least a policy statement so that it would be a matter of record Is there any problem in doing that?
No, I will provide a policy statement, so it'll be clear for all.
How long might that take?
Well, I'll get it within a week.
All right, thank you very much, Secretary. How many individuals are there who the U.S. either knew or believed to have been captured were not returned at the end of the hostilities in 1973?
At the completion of Operation Homecoming in April of '73, the military services listed 97 Americans as prisoners of war. The criteria for that status covered the spectrum from U.S. eyewitnesses of the capture to hearsay information from indigenous sources to a fully deployed parachute over populated areas. Of the 95 men and 2 women listed as prisoner, the remains of 32 Americans were subsequently returned or recovered. Of the 65 remaining, 12 were listed as died in captivity by the Vietnamese Communists, and information on many of the remainder indicated that they probably died, but not definitely died, after capture.
Were most of these men believed to have been captured within Laos?
I'll have to provide for the record. Len, do you?
I would, my judgment is no, sir. I think Vietnam, but we'll check that and confirm it for him.
There's been a question that's come up from time to time with regard to the satellite capability that our nation has, and it's been publicized dramatically in national magazines and throughout the media. Is it not conceivable that since 13 years has passed, that with the advanced technology we can observe those areas where we might have information that Americans might be held in some type of captivity and actually begin to focus in on those to make a determination of whether?
Yes, sir. We obviously task the systems, all collection systems, in an attempt to provide information. The satellites can provide information when you have a precise location, and of course the situation in Laos is very difficult, remains very difficult, because it continues to have, in some cases, 2- and triple-tier canopy. But we do use the satellites, and that's put into our database as either cooperation or mitigating evidence.
I'd like to ask you gentlemen each this question, and it is in your personal opinion that Americans are being held today in captive capacity in either Laos or Vietnam? Yeah, I'm going to ask each one, Mr. Secretary.
I believe all of us will answer the same. That's the absolute assumption under which we work. That is the assumption that I held in 1969 when I worked in Vietnam, 70 when I worked in Vietnam, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75 when I worked in Vietnam, and the assumption I brought to this job in 1981.
And that is your assumption, correct?
I'm assuming they are, and I'm acting as if they are, and I'm going to prosecute it that way.
And that they are in a captive being held against their will. That is your contention, sir.
That is mine.
General? Now, is that a contention or an assumption?
That is my assumption.
That's your assumption.
That's the basis under which I work.
Thank you. General Perot?
Obviously, we subscribe to that definition. I'm always amazed when people can make a hard and fast judgmental call on that. I'm the director of
Director of DIA. Just a question that you can ask directly. And
yes, of course. I'm a director of DIA, and I'd love to be able to say that I have a piece of evidence that would say that I have confirmation that I don't. So I can't say categorically that I do. Intuitively, I believe there may be somebody there in that capacity, and obviously we go on the assumption that it's there. That's the policy, and we mean that. I feel stronger about people being over there who are not held in captivity, and I feel stronger about the possibility of them being in Laos.
We have included, but in general terms as opposed to specifics, the question of Cambodia. I think reason being, obviously, the Codels have not had an opportunity there. There's a quasi-state of war. And I think most of our specific conversation has been directed at Vietnam and Laos. I wonder if you would care to qualify whether or not, in your opinion, the general discussion that we have had here this morning would include the situation in Cambodia, or whether you just feel there may be a distinct difference with the situation in Cambodia.
Paul may want to discuss this at some length. There are 82 Americans who are missing, we believe, in Cambodia. We do have discussions on the Cambodian issue with the Vietnamese, as you did. I'm sure we got the same answer. It's baffling for me to believe that a country which maintains over 150,000 troops in the country can then protest that Cambodia is a sovereign state, and it would be untoward for Vietnam to try to answer your question on behalf of Cambodia. But Paul, you perhaps want to address it.
Secretary.
I'd just add to that the areas in which the Americans were lost during the war were areas under Vietnamese control. The entire country now is under Vietnamese control. The government there is a puppet government. Anything that goes on, the Vietnamese know, and the Vietnamese can tell us about it.
Gentlemen, do you believe that the Vietnamese and Lao governments are telling the truth with regard to their statements, which we assume are official, concerning the question of live Americans, either in captivity or there of their own free will?
There's a politician who said, let's look at the record, and the record wouldn't lead you to believe that. And I say the discrepancy cases that are outstanding don't lead you to believe that they're telling us what they know and the whole truth. And as I indicated, until we get a resolution of those discrepancy cases, we can't begin to believe what we're being told.
General?
I agree with that assessment, Chairman.
There are other questions that I am going to have, but I'm going to submit them for the record. I think that we have covered our questions of you, Mr. Secretary. There are other questions of General Perotz, but I want to defer to my colleague, Representative Bill Raucus, who has further questions. I know you're under certain time constraints, and we do want to hear from
attempt to answer the
Secretary
Congressman's
Wolfowitz.
questions.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, have you read the prepared statement of Mrs. Ruth Brelenthon, the wife of Corporal Michael Brelenthon, U.S. Marine Corps, which was the prepared statement as well as the oral statement that you made before the committee back in late January?
I did not see the prepared, but I saw the oral statement.
You saw the oral?
Yes.
Do you have any comments on reclassification? In the interest of time, I'm trying not to go into more than I have to.
Well, I do have a comment. I know that you brought this case to the Vietnamese attention, and we are further today in Hanoi bringing her case to the Vietnamese attention. As I understand it, Mrs. Burlington stated that she needed to get her husband's status changed, so the U.S. will add him to the list of MIAs and make inquiries to the Vietnamese about them. You did, and we are today. So I don't see that that's a significant problem.
All right. Basically, very quickly then, as you know, it was up in the air as to what his status was for quite some time, and then all of a sudden she receives a telegram, KIA, body recovered, and sometime later, I believe that her prepared testimony says 4 caskets. I'm not really sure. 9 men and 4 caskets. I believe there's a case of maybe 8 men and 1 casket. I'm not sure. But, of course, as you may know, one of those people who returned in Operation Homecoming was one of those KIA people, and all of a sudden he showed up at the airport. Are we seriously contemplating, and I'm not just referring to his case, to that one particular case, but there are a lot of other cases I believe that fall within the same category, particularly when we go back to those days when identification was not as highly technical as it is today. Are we seriously considering reclassifying?
To my knowledge, we are not. Title 37 U.S. Code makes that authority to rest in the hands of the service secretaries. But if you'd like a clear statement for the record, then I will be glad to provide that.
Well, yes, because she's been led to believe, maybe the Marine Corps that's done so, I don't really know, but she's been led to believe that there's a very good chance of reclassifying. And of course, basically, I guess what I'm asking is, if there is a statute that would prevent reclassifying, what's it going to take, a law of Congress in order to change that?
I'm sure it wouldn't take a law as the authority rests with the service
You say it would?
secretaries.
It would?
I say it would not.
It would not, okay.
The authority rests with the service secretaries. The Marine Corps has indicated to us, after I saw your constituents' testimony, I asked the question. They said that they had never indicated a possibility of a change, but that in no way subtracts from the answer that I owe you now.
Okay, and what is your personal feeling?
My personal feeling is that since you and we, again today, have raised this issue with Hanoi, then he is fully on the list. He's been fully exposed to the Vietnamese, and that it would not make a difference. But
Okay, what we saw remains, some skeletal, some otherwise, at the JCRC. At the sill, right, at the sill, actually. And there was difficulty in tying those Marines, correlating those remains with the MIA files. Wouldn't that lead us to believe, then, that that would not be the case if, in fact, we had additional MIA files, that some probably should be reclassified in the MIA category?
all the files concerning medical and dental records are held at JCRC, both resolved cases and unresolved cases.
KIA body recovered files are still at the JCRC?
No, they're not.
They're not. I didn't think so. Okay, so anyhow, that's the point, Mr. Secretary, and I would appreciate, certainly this committee I know, but personally also knowing more about that, and I would hope that this committee would use its influence to press maybe for our people to take another look.
I'll respond to you personally and for the committee.
Okay, sir. Mr. Secretary, as I understand it, sir, when the Secretary leaves, we will then go into questions to the General. Is that correct?
We're going to have a statement from Secretary Wolfowitz, and then we will again go with questions.
All right. Mr. Secretary, how many departments, agencies, offices, whatever we care to characterize them, are there that are involved in gathering together information on this issue? JCRC?
Well, those are all parts, the JCRC, the SIL,
Yeah.
all our attachés in countries around the world, not just in Southeast Asia, all report in one manner or another through SYNCPAC to us in the Department of Defense. However, other agencies of government, to include the Central Intelligence Agency, are involved.
DIA?
No, DIA is part of the Department of Defense. You asked departments first.
Okay, well, I use the word
State,
departments, but...
INS has been involved in tracking down refugees who in years past got through our system without being queried about information regarding Americans and POW status or in any status. So they're involved. Department of Justice is involved to a degree. So
CIA?
pretty much CIA definitely involved. Now, in the Department of Defense, you have our entire attaché system. You have the JCRC and the SIL, which both report through SYNCPAC to us. You have, indeed, there's an implicit duty in every serviceman and woman, as I'd say every citizen, to report any information that they have. You have the various military intelligence groups, which are around the world, and they are tasked from time to time they always provide information. If they glean it, they're tasked to follow up on specific information for us.
If I would like to check the file or receive information on a particular MIA POW, who should I go to? Which agency, which department should I go to?
I would be loath to give you a file on a family, on a missing in action, only be a particular person, without the family's permission. We are not going to turn that over to you or to anyone else.
But
if you had the family's permission, we certainly would.
Yeah, but that's beside the point, yes.
No, it's not beside the point, sir, because many people accuse us of not giving up information when they're concerned citizens, and I salute their concern, but we can't provide them information on missing Americans without family permission. It's very key.
All right, but assuming there would be family permission.
Depending on what you wanted, you could get it from General Perutz, or you could get it from the JCRC, or the service casualty officer.
All right.
What I would suggest in terms of Congress, sir, they generally write to the Secretary of Defense, and it comes to me, and I get the answer, and I provide it back.
But does that one source that I would write, whether it be the one that you suggest, or whether it be directly DIA, whether it be directly JCRC or whatnot, does that one source contain, without any question, all of the information that has been acquired on this issue?
No, it does not.
It does not. Don't you think that's a real problem in terms of trying to correlate and that sort of thing?
Not so far. Information on crash sites and all of that type, and the intelligence involved in it, including remains and dog tag reports, is all provided to JCRC, and they have it. All the intelligence is held and handled right here in DIA. So we haven't thus far had that problem. I have the ability to task any of the organizations who are involved and get the information.
Well, I'm concerned, and I know my time has got to be up. I'm keep sending me notes. But I am concerned, and I'm not asking a question now in the interest of time, but I am concerned that there is a lack of correlation, a lack of coordination, and where the word cover-up has been thrown around and whether that is justifiable or not, I think much of it is really a lack of efficiency as a result. I think each individual department probably pretty efficient in their own right, but as far as correlating and whatnot, I feel more strongly than ever after our trip that that is a problem. Maybe we can talk to you personally.
With your
sometime
permission,
about
I'll
that,
seek
Mr.
you out
Secretary.
during the week.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that line of questioning is most appropriate, Representative Bilirakis, because I think it was collectively our contention, particularly after viewing the Joint Casualty Resolution operation in Hawaii, that with the sophisticated data processing capability that is in existence, it would be very easy to have the information in a memory bank collectively, as opposed to going to the specific service organization or the Intelligence Department or the Joint Casualty Center to develop this. And I'm not necessarily challenging the fact that you don't have the information, but I don't think you can get it up in the manner that the technical capability would indicate you could.
I'll explore this with the Congressman soon as
I would appreciate that. Thank you very
Mr.
much,
Chairman.
Representative Bilirakis. A couple of other short questions. With regard to Private Garwood and his evidently, you stated, conviction on collaboration, I'm concerned as to whether or not any allegations that he may have made with regard to live Americans being cited in Vietnam were discounted as a consequence of his collaboration charge.
We had Mr. Garwood, Private Garwood, over in DI yesterday, and the first face-to-face with him. Before that time, we were not allowed to have access because of litigation. I can assure you that no information provided will be discounted on the basis of the fact that he was charged and indicted as a collaborator. We'll take it as a source like we would any other report.
I'd like to discuss very briefly the issue of the joint workforce, which is intended primarily to address the issue of remains and information on living Americans in Vietnam and that 2-year time frame. First of all, do you believe it can be completed within the 2 years?
I believe it can be completed. I got to say that it's going to take an awfully huge effort on the part of the Vietnamese and on the part of ourselves. We're willing. We hope that they'll indicate today that they're willing.
My second question is, what, in your opinion, is the motivation? Because you didn't have a 2-year agreement up until you went over and negotiated it along with Secretary Wolfowitz and others of your group. What is the motivation on their part to
Mr. Chairman, Paul and I can't take credit for a negotiation. They made the conclusion on their own. They made the conclusion, in my mind, because the American people have made it very clear through the administration and through congressional delegations and through the efforts of the National League of Families and other concerned organizations, veterans organizations, that the issue is not going to go away.
Well, that's
the
fine.
Indochinese governments wanted to outweight us. They're not able to outweight us. So they made the conclusion they better get hot. And I think that's what they're doing.
It took them a long time to do that. It's been 13 years since that war ended.
Yeah, but they didn't have the pressure on the whole time, Mr. Chairman.
What is your opinion of what that pressure consists of, other than the conviction of the American people, the conviction of our administration?
What do you hear from the Vietnamese all the time? You always hear statements about the Vietnamese people want this, the Vietnamese people want that. Well, they've come to understand the American people want something, and they're not going to turn around, not going to be turned off on the issue. It's not going to go away when an administration goes away, as every administration will eventually. And I think that's come home to them loud and clear.
I want to commend you for not linking the issue of normalization. I attempted to persuade you to say something along those lines. You practice what you preach, sir. This committee has heard numerous allegations of improprieties on the part of officials within the JCRC. Some of them have been directed at Colonel Mather in the public testimony at the JCRC in Bangkok. My question specifically has, to your knowledge, has Lieutenant Colonel Mather compromised any intelligence sources? And if so, is there any contemplated action?
have no information that would suggest that Colonel Mather is compromising intelligence, and so I have no reason to believe that that's occurred.
I have concluded my questioning of Secretary Armitage. I will have questions for him. I believe that you have given us a half hour more than you could possibly allow. Is that correct?
Only because I'm heading to the White House when I take leave, but I will, with your permission, see you, Congressman, and discuss your issue.
I'm not concluding that this is necessarily the last hearing, and I'm not concluding that we may not possibly wish to have you
I look forward to
testify
it.
again. I'm sure you would be available.
I would hope that there would be time today for Major General Lohr and Major General Moore to have some time. I think they're fully prepared to answer the allegations made against their professionals.
We intend to move into the classified section upon completion of the witnesses today, and that's still the intent. I intend to go through the lunch hour, so for any of you who are contemplating a bit of discomfort, why, consider it a good day to fast. I would like at this time to swear in Secretary Wolfowitz. Secretary,
General Lohr and General Moore, please to address your questions in open session, if that meets with your...
Well, I would much rather do that, and I will pursue that as much as we possibly can. We will stay in open session, and we will have to use a certain amount of discretion on our questions, and we will put off any questions that are of a classified.
I think it's important to, as you say, breathe air into this, and that will do
I
it.
want to have this as public as possible. The only exception is if indeed our national security interests, we don't want to compromise those. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Wolfowitz, if you'd be kind enough to move over to the other side. If you would stand and take the oath, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. We have sworn in all witnesses, and it's, I think, appropriate that this include members of the administration as well. I would like to introduce Assistant Secretary of State Paul Wolfowitz, who has an extensive statement, which I assume he would want entered into the record as if read. You may proceed, Mr. Secretary. We appreciate you being with us this morning. We know of your commitments and your busy schedule, and I might add that your nomination as ambassador to Indonesia is very close to moving and may move today on the floor of the United States Senate. I'm not implying that it won't move if I'm not on the floor, but I intend to sneak away if necessary to make sure we get an appropriate statement to reflect your commitment and dedication in your previous post, and wish you well as you depart for that very important part of our country. And of course, your role and others in the Philippine success story is evident, I think, of your commitment, your knowledge and expertise. So it's a pleasure to welcome you to the committee. We look forward to your testimony. And as you may have observed, we are on rounds of questions. We have not fully deposited the General's total knowledge on the subject. We intend to do that as well, but please proceed.
Senator, I appreciate those comments, and I'm sorry I had to be late. I was with the President and the Secretary on the Philippines. I know also your time is limited and you've got some very important witnesses you want to hear from. So let me be brief. I will submit my full statement for the record, but I'd just like to make a few points here that I think are particularly important. To me, it is inconceivable that the United States government could be involved in suppressing evidence that live prisoners remain in Southeast Asia today. Those of us who are concerned with the POW-MIA issue would like nothing better than to find Americans still alive and get them back. If our men remain in Indochina more than a decade after the war's end, we want to know it in order to ensure that they are returned, and that is the only way any decent American can approach this subject. I can assure you that that is how everyone I know does approach it. There is simply no conceivable motive for concealing evidence that Americans are alive in Indochina. To the contrary, Any government official who could obtain convincing evidence of American prisoners in Indochina would be a national hero, and we all know it. Particularly so if that information were precise enough to effect a rescue. And if it were, I have absolutely no doubt that there would be no shortage of volunteers to help get their comrades back. Sometimes I hear it alleged that our foreign policy interests would suffer if we were to discover that Vietnam is still holding our men prisoner. That is simply not true. Those who make the allegation demonstrate that they just don't know much about what U.S. policy in Southeast Asia is in 1986. Let me clarify. So far from seeking relations with Vietnam, the United States has stated clearly that we will not normalize relations with Hanoi until Vietnam agrees to a settlement in Cambodia and withdraws its army of occupation from that unfortunate country. At the same time, we have pressed Hanoi to cooperate with us on humanitarian questions, which they now agree should be kept separate from the political and other issues that divide us. First and foremost, the issue of POW MIA. Vietnam now appears to agree with us on this point and to be prepared to work with us without any link to normalization or other issues. Thus, the question of a hidden agenda does not even arise. In the letter of invitation to testify today, I was asked to discuss what we in the State Department are doing about the live sighting question. We have made considerable progress in persuading the governments of Vietnam and Laos to cooperate with us in resolving the fate of our missing. Over the past year in particular, our dialogue with these governments has intensified, and they have taken some significant steps, including the joint excavations of crash sites in both Laos and Vietnam last year, the one that has now gone on in Laos this year, and a second that is going on in Laos right now, and the promise of a second excavation in Laos this year. We have not confined ourselves to accounting just for those who died in Indochina. We have made the issue of possible live prisoners a major element of the dialogue with both countries. In the recent visit to Hanoi, in which I participated, for example, we had a lengthy exchange on the subject. Vietnam continues to maintain that it holds no prisoners in its custody, but Vietnamese officials did agree when we were in Hanoi to investigate any reports that we give them. Of course, in that connection, I have to emphasize that sensitive intelligence on live Americans being held prisoner would be handled carefully to ensure the safety of our men, and we would take whatever measures are necessary to secure their release. But there are cases in which Vietnamese government follow-up is the most appropriate way to deal with certain reports, and we will take advantage of that. The government of Laos also denies that it holds live Americans, but this has not prevented our raising individual live sighting reports. The Lao have shown a willingness to respond to such inquiries. The progress that we have made with Vietnam and Laos is the result of persistent pressure and negotiation with those governments, both by American officials responsible for the issue and by the families of the missing servicemen through the National League of POW MIA Families. The most important single fact in inducing Vietnam to cooperate with us has been Hanoi's knowledge that it faces a united America. And America, as Secretary Armitage says, that is not going to forget about this issue. And that Hanoi realizes that trying to exploit divisions in public opinion, the tactic that it used so successfully during the war, will no longer work. Although the Department of State does not play the primary role in the analysis of live sighting reports, we are very much involved in their collection and transmission. Our embassies throughout the world have standing orders to report immediately to Washington any approach concerning live prisoners. We give special emphasis to this important function in the countries of Southeast Asia, where most of the refugees first land after fleeing Indochina. But I would point out we give those instructions everywhere, including not only Southeast Asia, but also, quite importantly, the major countries of resettlement. Let me reaffirm, from my point of view, from the point of view of the Secretary of State, and everyone I know in the Department of State responsible for this issue, that we fully support our government's commitment to obtain as full as possible an accounting for the men who did not return from the war in Indochina. and our first priority is to determine if any men remain alive and to get them back to this country by whatever means are available to us. This is not an easy job, and we all experience great frustration in trying to do it. As you heard from the previous witnesses, we're constantly looking for ways to do the job better. There are no simple solutions, and simplistic answers are not answers at all. But I can assure you that we will persevere until we have exhausted every possible avenue to return our men, alive or dead, to their families, their comrades, and the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. In case that long buzz didn't get your attention, it did get mine. We are going to have a vote. I wonder if I could ask my colleague, Representative Mike Bilirakis, to help me cover. I'd like to pursue a few questions, and then if I could go vote and you could chair in my absence and ask your questions, it would be helpful. Secretary, you noted in your testimony that many individuals have speculated that efforts to bring home live Americans from Southeast Asia might set back the normalization of relations with Laos and the Vietnamese. Is there any possibility in a scenario such as the normalization effort which would take precedent over our efforts to bring home living Americans from that theater?
I can't conceive of one. In my view, there absolutely should not be.
When the Paris peace negotiations were ongoing, there were Americans known to live in captivity in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. Did any Southeast Asian governments involved at the time of the negotiations allege that the live Americans were held as POWs? And if so, what efforts were made to confirm these reports?
During which negotiations, sir?
During the Paris peace negotiations.
My understanding of that record is that they affirmed their commitment to return all prisoners of war and their commitment to assist in finding remains of those missing. They have a commitment and a responsibility, and it's something they have an obligation for that reason as well as for simple humanitarian reasons to carry out.
Yet it's fair to say that as far as moving on the issue of returns, it's only recently that we have gotten a firm handle on a time sequence in order to accomplish this. So I know it's a little difficult to go back in the record at the time of those peace negotiations, but isn't there a reason to suggest that there was a period of time there immediately after
I understand
the release where the prisoners were turned over, and we assumed that they had either misled us, or we were satisfied that they had all been released, or was it somewhere in between? What's your assessment of that?
Well, I think you're getting it. I understand the question you're asking, and I think Secretary Armitage has already addressed it in part. And let me just add to what he said, that while the Vietnamese now know American opinion is united on this issue, I don't think that in the immediate aftermath of the war we were united on much of anything concerning Vietnam, and all too many people preferred to just forget about the war as quickly as possible and everything that went with that war. And I think our country is in much better health with regard to that now. We're able to talk about the issues. We're able to give the veterans the credit that they deserve. I think you could see that outpouring at the anniversary, the 10th anniversary that took place last year, but you saw it earlier. Certainly, I think the commitment of this president has been important, but it's a bipartisan matter. The Congress is seized with this issue. Vietnamese know now that they have an American people who are conscious of the issue, who are concerned about the issue, who are united on the issue, and who are not going to forget about it.
Let me ask you this. Is it conceivable that in order to secure a peace agreement, the government at that time could have decided not to pursue so actively the release of remaining POWs?
Senator, I just don't know the record of those negotiations, and I'd be wrong for me to try to...
We would appreciate if you could, for the record, provide us, if appropriate, either through your office or...
But let me say what I do know, and what is
ahead.
clear on the public record is that despite all of the enormous pressure to end our involvement, we got firm commitments in those accords to getting our men back, and I think that language would stand up very well today. I don't think it was the fault of our negotiators. I think it was the problem of getting the agreements to be carried out, and that was true of a lot of other parts of those agreements, of course, as you know as well.
Well, would it be possible for, I assume the information is available. I have no idea how
We'll get you a more detailed
voluminous
answer
it
for
may
the record.
be, but I would like for the record to request of the appropriate agency
We'll provide that, sir.
we get a review of that time frame and an analysis as to, which I'm sure occurred, as to what the attitude of our government was towards the finality of the issue, whether we were satisfied that the Vietnamese were responding to the true commitment and details of the accord. In your view, Mr. Secretary, does any solid evidence exist that there are still American prisoners being held in captivity in Southeast Asia?
I guess the question comes down to what is solid. There is enough evidence to believe that there could be Americans there, and I agree strongly with what the previous witnesses said, that we've got to act on the assumption that there are.
We've had allegations and testimony that during the Paris peace negotiations in 1973, the U.S. knowingly and willfully wrote off Americans who we knew had been or have believed to have been captured in Laos because we were not able to obtain an agreement with Laos. To your knowledge, did Mr. Kissinger or anyone else knowingly disregard the issue of American prisoners in Laos in an effort to secure an end to the hostilities in Southeast Asia?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, and I will check in more detail for the record for you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Laos situation as opposed to how we were covered with a formal agreement in Vietnam? There was a difference.
There was a difference. We had a government there which we actually never de-recognized. That is why we, to this day, have diplomatic relations with Laos, although without an ambassador at a chargé level. We have been dealing with them directly, principally on this issue. The main content of our relations with Laos to this day is the question of getting an accounting for our missing in action. We do not, I believe, have the kind of formal undertaking that we have with Vietnam from that period to an accounting, but I think the more important force with both Vietnam and Laos is not whatever they may or may not have signed more than 10 years ago, but their sense of the realities today. And I think the Lao are impressed, just as the Vietnamese are, by American opinion and the commitment of the American people, and they realize for that reason it's in their interest to work to clear up this issue, and we have made some progress with Laos for that reason.
Doesn't it appear to be a little peculiar or perhaps unique that here we are today with a situation where, as we review the course of events in Vietnam, we found, as a consequence of those peace talks, a formality set up on the exchange of prisoners, the turning over to us of Americans that were held. Now we see a situation where we've got a 2-year work plan in Vietnam. We also see a situation where the Vietnamese officially, as my understanding, in our meetings with Foreign Minister Tak, have not dismissed the fact that there may be Americans in Vietnam, but they are not being held against their will. That was emphatically denied by Minister Tak to us, that there were any Americans being held by the Vietnamese government against their will, but they did not deny that they could be out there in some other capacity, their own free will or otherwise. Yet, in Laos, where we have an embassy, we don't have an ambassador, but as you said, we have a chargé. Yet, in our meetings with the Laotians, I think it was Deputy Foreign Minister Subon, he stated that there are no Americans held in Laos, that we had a census last year. I think he said 1985. We know that there are no Americans there. one case, we have no recognition, namely in Vietnam. In Laos, we have recognition. How do you assess the different attitudes of the two different governments, where one acknowledges that there may be, the other emphatically denies that there are no Americans of any kind, either being held voluntarily or voluntarily in the country or being held against their will? And yet we have recognized that country. Can you tell me why we don't have an ambassador there, and a little bit of background about how you and the State Department look at this rather narrow yet distinct difference? In one sense, we're not linking the issue of our MIAs in Vietnam and normalization in Laos. We have a form of normalization.
I'll try, Senator. I think in a way the question you raise makes a point that the state of our diplomatic relations with countries is not the main ingredient in what progress we make. And without naming countries, perhaps, and embarrassing them, there are countries that have full diplomatic relations with Hanoi that have gotten the complete brush-off on this issue. What makes progress is in embassies, but it's American opinion and the commitment of the American people and the concern that that creates. But having said that, I think the situation in Laos and Vietnam is not that different. I think there may have been a difference in tone. There's certainly a big difference between Deputy Minister Subban of Laos and Foreign Minister Tak of Vietnam, just in personal style. But both governments say that they don't have any American prisoners. And the Vietnamese have been more forthcoming about saying, well, maybe there's some Americans around. If there are reports, we'll investigate them. But in fact, the Lao have also taken reports and investigated them. And one that I'm aware of, we had a report of a Caucasian being held prisoner in Laos. We gave certain elements of that picture to the Lao, and they said, oh, that sounds like a Greek who was arrested some time ago for some civil charge and has been released. And we checked with the Greek government, and in fact, there was such an individual. So they are willing to investigate reports, and both governments, however, maintain the position they're not holding prisoners.
Yeah, my time's almost up, but I have two.
I might add too, the Lao have acknowledged that there are significant areas, remote areas of the country where they lack communications, and at least in some meetings with us, they have said they don't necessarily rule out the same thing as in Vietnam, but they have never said that quite as formally, I think, as the Vietnamese did in our meeting in December.
Isn't it rather strange that other than the 9 POWs under the control of Hanoi, no POWs were returned from Laos? How many Americans could have been captured or survived in Laos? It seems there's an inconsistency here.
General Prutz might be the better one to address that, but I think there is considerable concern that of the people missing in Vietnam, we got a lot more back, and one has to ask the question, what happened to the people who were taken in Laos? It doesn't look like...
Were any of them held in Laos that were returned through Hanoi at the end of the war?
I don't know the answer to that.
Not to our knowledge. There have been?
Apparently the answer is yes. How many? Those 9 that you mentioned were returned that way.
That's how they came through, but none were returned direct from the Laotian government. Why would that, would you say it's a policy of the Laotian government? Was it the influence of Vietnam on the Laotian government? Since I don't recall when we recognized the Laotian government, but since we've got an embassy, we've got a charge of affairs, I'm curious to know why there's such a departure in the sense of procedure between Vietnam and Laos.
Let me check the historical record and give you some more detail, but I think what this underscores is a point I made earlier about Cambodia. These areas in which people were captured may have had Laotian troops or may have had Khmer Rouge, which was, of course, the communist Cambodians at the time, but they were all of them under the control of the Vietnamese. And we ought to recognize that even Laos still has a rather large contingent of Vietnamese forces in its country today, and the Vietnamese influence there is pretty strong. And I think that's the basic explanation for the question you asked. But I will have somebody check the historical record and give you.
Because I think in '73, the Laotian government was not communist.
That's right.
I think they were basically friendly.
That's right. It turned at the same time the Vietnamese took Saigon, and within a few weeks, the Laotian government fell.
But what you were implying to me is that that whole process during this time was under the control of the Vietnamese, so
the prisoners would not have been prisoners of what was then the government of Laos. They were prisoners of the Pathet Lao, who were the allies and, in some sense,
Early in the
arm
Laotian
of the
campaign,
Vietnamese.
they did return, I'm told, 61, 62, one or two. We'll get the facts for you.
My last question is, to your knowledge, did the United States offer to pay $3.25 billion to any other figure for the release of American prisoners in Laos? And we've had witnesses who've indicated that particular proposal fell through. Do you have any knowledge of?
I have no knowledge of any such proposal, and I would underscore it is our general policy not to start paying for hostages or prisoners, because it's a way to start having more hostages and prisoners.
General, do you have any comment to that question?
No, sir. No amplification.
You never heard about it?
Never heard about it.
It wasn't part of the Paris peace talks?
Absolutely not.
No consideration being given in those Paris peace talks for return of prisoners, information, or otherwise?
There was a commitment by the Vietnamese in the Paris peace talks to return all prisoners, period. No price, no money. They had to return them.
My time has expired. Representative Bill Rockus from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To follow up on your latest questioning regarding Laos, sir, Mr. Secretary, are we saying that if there are any live Americans in Laos now, that they arrived there after 1973?
No.
All right. Are we saying that any live Americans who had found their way in Laos over the period of time during the war and whatnot were within the control of the Pathet Lao and not the current government? I mean, they obviously were not current government because they didn't come into being.
The current government is, in a sense, is now the Pathet Lao in power, so there's no longer that distinction. But at the time, they would have been captured, if they were captured in Laos, which is 73 and prior, they would have been captured by the Pathet Lao, not by what was then the government of Laos. But that government of Laos...
But they were friendly to us, weren't they, at that time?
Who, the government of Laos?
Well, yes.
They were our allies. They were fighting the Pathet Lao, but they were overthrown.
But they had no influence or any control over the Pathet Lao.
They were overthrown by the Pathet Lao. Now, we're dealing now with the government that the Pathet Lao, who at the time were rebels, taking prisoners, or not taking prisoners, we don't know about that. We're dealing now with the government they installed after they overthrew the government they were dealing with at the time.
Well, do you feel, you've already made a statement that you feel that Vietnam has quite an influence over the government of Laos.
I think that's true. Yes.
Do you feel that that influence is strong enough so that if there is, in fact, a good faith attempt, good faith agreement with Vietnam regarding any live Americans and or remains, of course, in Vietnam, that would extend over into Laos?
Absolutely. I think there's no question that progress with the two countries is very closely linked. At the same time, I think we'll make more progress if we deal with the government of Laos on the assumption that it is acting on its own.
On its own. Because, you know, we really did run into quite a difference there in terms of rapport, if you will. The foreign minister making the comment that there may be, but if there are, they're not within our control. Well, actually, he didn't tell us that. He just merely said there are no live Americans within our control. But so much as saying that there may be, they're not within our control, although apparently he made comment to the second delegation, to the Solomon delegation, that there were live Americans there. He sort of acknowledged that from based on what we read in the newspapers and in some of the conversations we've had with members of the CODO.
We talk, I mean, I think
Go ahead,
one
sir.
shouldn't draw too many conclusions from meeting with one representative of one government, another representative of another government. They are giving you their government line, but there's a certain amount of personality involved in it as well, and I think you've got to take the whole picture. And when I take the whole picture of what we're hearing from the Lao, the whole picture of what we're hearing from the Vietnamese on this issue, I think the lines are basically the same.
Okay, so basically what you're saying, if there is a bending, and as far as Vietnam is concerned, you would expect the same bending to probably follow as far as Laos goes, downstream somewhere.
Basically, maybe with some nuances, but basically the same.
I know they put an awful lot of influence on their sovereignty and their pride and that sort of thing, so I guess it would have to be handled, and as you say, in such a way that it would look like it is their decision rather than a decision made by Vietnam. In talking to one of the members of the Solomon CODO, I believe it was yesterday on the floor, he made a comment to me that the foreign minister of Vietnam did make a statement acknowledging that there were live Americans not within their control in Vietnam. And then he made the comment to me that he has now withdrawn that statement, or he doesn't admit having made the statement. Do you know anything at all about that?
Let me just check. I think I have one thing on it. I think, as I'm told, Mr. Solomon himself said the Vietnamese didn't exactly admit they're live Americans, but what they said, there are no Americans under Vietnamese control, said if there are living Americans, the government is not aware of them, but said there may be some such Americans. That is basically the same thing that we heard, I heard when I was in Vietnam in January. It's what you heard. It's almost, to me, the only conceivable thing they could say. And if they have Americans and we get them out with their cooperation, it's going to be probably within that framework of discussion.
Do you know whether a list exists somewhere within our bureaucracy that lists names of specific individuals and locations at that time regarding live sightings in any of these countries?
You mean the individuals who made the reports and where they...
Well, the individuals who made the reports, but actual names of individuals who were spotted or who were sighted.
I'd have to refer that to General Perutz. I don't know that we have names attached.
Let me ask you, if...
I mean, DIA has
the
information we have on live sightings. I don't think I've ever seen one that purported to have a name attached to it.
A name attached to it, or names attached to it, is that right? If something like that did exist, and it were ascertained that it did exist, would the State Department take a positive part in using its influence in terms of following through with the names on this list, and of course whatever it takes afterwards to recover these people and whatnot?
Well, let me answer two things. First of all, if we had credible evidence on which we would act, we would take a very positive...
Creditable again.
Well, if we had evidence on which we thought some action was appropriate, we wouldn't sit around and wait. We would be moving very quickly. I mean, I would be phoning the Secretary of State and think he'd be phoning the President, especially if it were the kind of thing where you thought that time made a difference. So I think there's no question that we are, like my colleagues in the Defense Department, in a posture where if we had something to act on, we would move. We wouldn't set up study commissions. There's another thing that may be implied in your question, I'm not sure, and that is where we have the names of individuals who provided the reports, and they may then have left a refugee camp in Laos or Thailand, in Thailand or elsewhere in Southeast Asia and gone and resettled in France and elsewhere. And we do spend a lot of effort trying to track down people like that if there are follow-up questions to be asked of them. And that's one of the major functions of our embassy officers dealing with these issues in places like Paris, France, where there are a lot of refugees.
All right, well, I think continuing on that particular vein would shift over to the general and whatnot. So probably my time is up, Senator DeConcini.
Senator DeConcini?
Thank you.
How'd we come out?
You got what we got last year, less Graham Rudden.
Well, that's probably better than a kick in the rear end.
Well, I don't know. That's about all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
We're very happy that you were there.
Yeah, thank you. General Perot, I'd like to go over some ground with you, if you can help me.
Yes, sir.
Tom Arsworth, a Vietnam veteran who has filed an affidavit in connection with the Smith-McIntyre suit, perhaps you're aware of it, alleges that, quote, DIA refused to talk with General Vong Po, or Pow, quote, if, as you state, DIA pursues all intelligence information on live sightings, is this correct? Or have you had any discussions, or has there ever been any discussions with General Vang Pao in an attempt to verify the information?
And I'll get you the precise information. When I know that there's been a discussion with General Vang Pao, because Vang Pao confirmed that he only had one occasion to meet Smith, and at that time he could not corroborate the information. So I know there was a discussion. I don't know how long, and I don't know the extent. It was before my time, but I'll certainly provide that for you, sir.
You have not.
No, sir, I have not.
Would you then think that your statement about having pursued all intelligence information on live sightings was really actual and factual?
Well, if my statement were presumed that every possible avenue was pursued, of course it's not accurate.
Then
I have indication that Vang Pao was, and I have no reason to doubt it, Vang Pao was, DIA has ongoing contacts with Vang Pao. I'll confirm that.
That's encouraging, General, and I would only hope that you would have some ongoing.
I intend to.
Thing. I don't mean to be disparaging at all by this remark, but it seems to me like these are some of the problems that come up, and I realize you have limits on your time, and I realize the rank that you hold and that you have to have certain subordinates, but this issue is, to me, important enough for the head of DIA to travel to Bangkok and see General Van Pao, just like it's important enough for me to go there.
He's not in Bangkok.
Or he's in California, I think, matter of fact.
I make that commitment.
Thank you. To your knowledge, General Perot, was the DIA or any other U.S. government agency involved in any way whatsoever in planning, assisting, or funding the 1981 Bogreitz foray into Laos?
To my knowledge, Senator, DIA had no information.
Now, what about, do you know if the CIA did or did not have any?
I would ask that you ask the CIA. CIA is responsible for any clandestine operations, and that's in keeping.
You do not know of any?
No, sir, I do not.
General, I'd like to pose to you the same question I asked Mr. Armitage. Since there have been no unresolved live sighting reports since 1983, I'm led to conclude that the steady stream of information being provided by refugees is quickly investigated and so far been disapproved, or perhaps that's inaccurate. Is that assumption correct?
Not entirely, Senator. As a matter of fact, I believe that we have some recent unresolved as part of the update that we just gave you. So we're up to, how many now?
Is it 17 more, you said?
Yes.
17.
So it's a continuing thing.
Did you get that information from refugees?
Yes, sir, most of them.
Also, I'd like to ask the question, and maybe you did answer it, about the need for ground intelligence capabilities, is that a subject matter we need to discuss in executive session?
I think we should, sir. I would simply say in open session that that was one of the main motivating factors behind establishing an interagency, high-level interagency group to determine what options we had and what we ought to be doing. Yes, sir.
Scott Barnes indicated that there was a scheduled meeting between General Slofelt and himself, and it was called off the last minute. Are you aware that there was ever such a meeting, and was it indeed called off?
I'm not aware of the meeting being called off, sir. I am aware of a telephone conversation that was had. I'm aware of an attempt to set up a meeting, but on the basis of the telephone conversation, it's my understanding from General Schufelt that no meeting was required.
That no meeting was required?
Yes, sir.
So it was called off?
I don't know whether one was scheduled.
Oh, what you're saying is you
What
don't
he's
know
saying-
that there was ever a meeting agreed to?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But,
I'll find out.
And obviously, no meeting took place?
No, sir.
I would like to know for the record whether or not there was any understanding that there was going to be a meeting. Now, Mrs. Ann Griffin of the League
Yes.
was asked the question by me as to a secrecy agreement, and I don't mean a secret agreement under the table or something, but
Disclosure.
any agreement or acquiescence or concurrence by her regarding, with DIA, regarding her availability to have classified information. What is the arrangements that DIA has with the League, and particularly with Mrs. Griffith?
This arrangement was done by General Ty, and he thought that because of the stature of the League and the role that it played, that it was appropriate for him to provide disclosure authority to Ms. Griffith, who in turn would provide information to the board as required. That was a decision made by him. I see no reason to have changed that.
I'm not sure I see any reason either, but let me pursue that a little bit with you. Now, if the purpose, as you say, General Ty's purpose, is that, do you concur with that purpose, that continuing purpose?
Yes, sir, I do.
If Mrs. Griffith has available classified information regarding this subject matter, and the purpose is so that she can advise her board, isn't she prohibited from advising her board and disclosing any of that classified information?
In 98% of the cases, Senator, no, she's not. Often we're talking about a source caveat.
You mean she can disclose
She
classified
can
information?
give the gist of the information. The gist of, as in fact we could provide Colonel Hopper, the gist of the information, minus a particular collection identifier, what have you.
Is that the policy of the DIA, that someone who has classified information can give 90% of it out?
I use that, of course, that has to be on a case-by-case. What I'm saying is many of the reports, a good proportion of them, can be sanitized so that you get the gist of the information while not disclosing the source of the information, which makes the overall report
Of course,
classified.
you have the confidence in Ms. Griffith that she can make that distinction when she's dealing with her boards as to what can and what cannot be disclosed to them in this 10% that can't of classified information. Is that a fair assumption?
Well, I would hope that Ms. Griffith consults with us and we make that determination collectively.
Does she?
Yes, she does.
Okay. What kind of a clearance background does she have, has been provided for her? What is
I'll have to check. I think she has a background. I think she's in the audience. I'm glad to provide that for you.
Okay. In the nature of a clearance for someone in the stature of Mrs. Griffith representing the League, was a formal background investigation conducted?
Again, Senator, I'm not sure. I have not had occasion to look. I shall.
Please advise us.
Certainly will.
And I'd also like to know how long it took to provide her with the clearance once it was agreed by General Ty that that should be done.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. And how long does it usually take to provide this type of clearance?
Okay.
And is there authority and who grants that authority, and did they grant it for such clearance?
We'll provide that information.
And then I would like to know what type of clearance, as I said, she actually has, secret, top secret, code, and what have you. Now, Mrs. Ann Mills Griffith, when she testified, she said in the effect that some, if not all, of the classified information that they have seen on POWs, MIAs, is needlessly classified secret or top secret, I think were her words, and that this information would be very helpful to families and others interested in the POW-MI issue. Do you agree with her on that statement, if I'm quoting her right?
I agree, certainly agree with Ms. Griffith that many of the reports are classified because of the prohibitions imposed in certain directives which require that they be classified, and that probably many of them do not have to be classified that high, and if adequate attention was paid to on a case-by-case, they can be declassified.
Do you periodically review them?
Only if requested, sir.
In other words, if...
We have a good portion of the reports that are not classified.
Yeah, but in other words, if it's classified last year and never requested, it just stays classified.
That's the nature of...
Is there some benefit, particularly in this case, of the emotional sensitiveness to follow the suggestion of Mrs. Griffith that perhaps there be some declassification of some of these?
As a matter of fact, Senator, we're looking into that now, and I can assure you that there's not a case that I have any authority over where a proper declassification authority would not be provided upon request.
Upon request. What about not upon request? It just seems to me, General, before you answer that question, that she raises a very good point, and one that certainly, based on the briefings that I've had that are classified, that some of it, and I don't pretend to be an expert, could be declassified. And it would be very helpful for two reasons. One, to demonstrate that our government is not trying to keep anything that isn't absolutely national security information. And two, so those doubting Thomases and the public can have available some of this information.
One of the charters of this review group, sir, that we're establishing is to do just that. As a matter of fact, they have to get into the 3,000 or so reports and make some judgments so that perhaps we can do that.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have other questions, but I've used my 10 minutes here.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to go back to Secretary Wolfowitz. In your testimony, you referred to the Vietnamese agreement to investigate reports that we desire to give them regarding Americans in captivity. Do you believe anything can be gained specifically by handing over information to the Vietnamese and asking them to respond?
I might just submit some questions for the record.
I think we have to be careful about what we hand over, as I indicated in my testimony, but I think we can sometimes clarify things. I gave the example in the case of Laos, where we had information on a Caucasian being held prisoner. We were able, through them, to get information which we were then able to confirm with the Greek government. So if nothing else, I think it can help us to sort out some of the information we have and figure out what's good and what isn't. And I think it also opens up the possibility that we may help them to discover things or to unburden themselves of things that they don't know at the moment.
Do you believe if Americans remain in captivity, they would be in danger if their names were released, possibly to the Vietnamese?
They just became such a good friend and they decided they could use her.
They'd have to
I
be.
think it would depend on the circumstances. Certainly, I can think of a lot of circumstances where you wouldn't want it known that we know.
But as we pursue the issue of live sightings, and we have those that we cannot account for, and we had a change the other day of 12, added 12 more, and the Vietnamese have told you, they've told us when we were over there. If you have names, locations, information, we will follow up, or as Foreign Minister Talk replied to Senator DeConcini, you come over here, and I'll show you. I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Now, how do you correlate the reality that if they're going to follow up, they're going to have some information, yet our obligation to protect any MIAs, how do you walk that fine line?
I think it depends on the case. In fact, I think our live sighting reports, as I understand it, none of them have specific names attached to them. If we had one with names attached to them, I think we'd have to consider whether we would be revealing more than we want to about what we know by coming forward. We did have a very different case, an American who was prisoner in Vietnam because he'd been picked up in a sailboat that they said was in their waters, and well, did we give them his name in that case, Lon? And we did give, I mean, it's a very different case, and I just emphasizing, I'd go by the circumstances, where we've decided they had him, we knew that they had him, and that letting them know who he was and that we wanted him back was the best way to get a dialogue started, and he was eventually released. But I could imagine where you might, if you had such specific information that included names, you wouldn't want them, it might presumably also include locations. In some circumstances, you wouldn't want to tip them off that you knew that much, so I'd have to take it case by case.
As a consequence of attitudes expressed by various groups with regard to their feeling that our government was not doing enough, there have been stories and in a few occasions actual accounts of groups taking action of their own to initiate a penetration of Vietnam, perhaps Laos as well. Do you have any current information as to these alleged activities in either Vietnam, Laos, or Cambodia?
Well, there have been some, principally the ones I'm aware of in Laos in the past, and it's our strong belief that these have been based on incomplete, false information. They not only put lives at risk, but in the case of Laos, they also derail government-to-government efforts. When I was in Laos in December and met with Deputy Foreign Minister and raised the question of reports we had that there might be Americans who had been captured in that way, he said if there were, we wouldn't be meeting this way. We wouldn't be meeting to discuss the subject. I think that we have taken a very strong position against private efforts of this kind because, in fact, I think they set back progress on the issue.
My recollection is correct. When we were in Laos and we're meeting with Deputy Foreign Minister Subban, there was some statement that he made, Senator DeConcini, with regard to the possibility of for Americans that may be attempting to enter the country illegally, that they had notified their outposts, but he had no confirmation that they were in the country, but he made it a point to tell us that. And I gather then, from speaking from the standpoint of an official policy of our nation, we can't keep Americans from entering illegally, but that's not a policy that we encourage. We encourage a government to government, and I assume that anyone entering those countries illegally are responsible for whatever the appropriate reaction is from those countries. Is that right?
That's right, but and more than that, Senator, they are acting contrary to U.S. policy, and they are endangering the effort to get cooperation on the POW-MIA issue. If there's information on which actions of that kind ought to be taken. We ought to be sure about the information, and it's the government that ought to do it.
In the testimony that we've had for the record, there's been a lot of communication as to the role of the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok and various representatives. Do you have any knowledge of instances where personnel within the embassies, perhaps due to lack of training or experience, acted improperly or didn't follow up in an appropriate manner? Of course, that embassy would receive the exposure because that's where most of the action occurred. So I want to be fair in presenting the question, but I think it's appropriate that we ask it.
The personnel assigned to Bangkok to deal with this are in fact personnel assigned by the Department of Defense, so perhaps they're the ones with the definitive comment, but I have dealt with some of those people. Our ambassador there deals with them on a daily basis. I believe they are fully committed to this issue. They work very hard at it. They'd like, as much as any of the rest of us, to get results, and I've got personal confidence in them from everything I've been able to observe.
What tactics do we use in approaching refugees to encourage them to give us information? Refugees that are coming into Thailand, you know, there's a camp up near the Cambodian border, and then there's another one where they move down that's closer to Bangkok itself. Is it generally known that we offer monetary rewards, better housing, clothes, quicker processing? Is there a conscious incentive that is known among refugees that they can come?
Senator, I don't think any refugee who had information would have any reason to withhold it. I think if we started offering incentives, we in fact would just get more bad information. And indeed, I think some of the bad information we get comes from people who think they will get some reward for it. There's no question a lot of them believe that. I think our principal effort is in making sure that everyone who may have information knows that the U.S. government is interested in it. And
how's it circulated in the camps that America is very interested in this subject? And if you have any information, is it part of the debriefing, or is there some effort, a conscious effort made to communicate with these refugees?
There's quite a bit of conscious effort. It's in refugee interviews, it's in notices in the camps, and in fact, I might say we have been successful with a number of countries and Hong Kong who maintain closed camps where they allow no access to the occupants of those camps from even international humanitarian organizations, because they have not accepted the status of these people as refugees, and yet we have been able to get, the one exception we've been able to get is for our POW MIA people to get in to let it be known that we're interested in to interview people who may have information.
Now, we've had testimony that would imply that there may have been some abuses directed towards refugees by representatives of our government in one capacity or another to obtain information regarding MIAs. Do you have any knowledge or any comments to make?
I have no knowledge, and I find it inconceivable, frankly.
General, have you ever heard
No,
of
sir,
that?
I addressed that in general terms, and as I stated, there was an inspection looking specifically at that. There have been complaints raised, I think Mr. Latta perhaps, and a few others. Usually, and I say this, and I can get you the specifics, those are from a small number of people who are dissatisfied with the results of the interrogation. And in some cases, and I know it's a judgment call, they have been known to have provided some information that was not corroborated. So you have to press. This could be interpreted as to being some form of abuse, I suspect. I can assure you that the rules are hard and fast. There is no abuse. Quite the contrary. They're treated very well and will continue to be treated very well. We have no confirmation of any abuse, and if anybody has any specifics, I'd like to have it. I would just like to amplify, because perhaps I left Senator Concini hanging. on the disclosure issue, Senator, to my knowledge, any pertinent or any report that has come in that could be connected to a name, to a missing, that information is provided to the next of kin. It is declassified and provided to the next of kin. We have no outstanding reports on file that I know of, pertinent reports that because of a classification where we have a name, we haven't provided that.
Senator Yield, if I could just follow that up. General, does that mean that if the name of the family or the POW, I mean the MIA, is mentioned in the report, then it is declassified and given to the family?
In one form or another, yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, what if the individual is not named, but the unit is named, the aircraft is named, the date is named, the possibility of the village that they were near, or that there was information that someone was seen jumping out of an airplane or roaming through a village? What about that?
If we had that much, yes, sir, that would be provided.
If you could identify who the family was of those particular people, you would declassify
We would make
that and give
judgment.
that?
We're certainly not insensitive to that, and we make, absolutely.
So you're telling us that all of that information is given over? You don't have any information, to your knowledge, then, that where there is no named person, but a refugee or other source has come forward with detailed information relating to a particular incident, that you have not turned over to next of kin if you have
If we
any
could make the connection.
relationship of that information being associated with the next of kin or the missing?
If we can make that connection, I'm almost sure, and I'll confirm that, sir.
And have you done that since you've taken over, gone back over those files, or was that General Ty's policy, and exactly where are we today?
I'm not sure. We've accelerated the look at all of the files, and I can't go back to the calendar saying when that has occurred prior to my
That's
time.
the policy now.
Yes, it is.
And are you satisfied that that has been done prior to you coming in?
All such information has been passed to the families. I don't know exactly when it started, sir. I can find out.
But you're satisfied that has
Yes, I
been
am.
done?
I am, because of the oversight that I provided, built into the system by...
I don't need to go into that now, but you might supply
Yes.
that for us just in writing. What is that oversight?
All right, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Senator DeConcini.
Since '82 is the year that's been given, Senator DeConcini.
Pardon?
Since 1982.
Okay.
I don't,
Thank you.
I'd have to go back and...
Secretary Wolfowitz, I assume that you have had a chance to review the record of the previous two hearings and the witnesses, or be briefed on it?
I've reviewed parts of it, Senator, and I've had other parts summarized for me. I believe I'm familiar with it.
This is really Senator DeConcini's question, but since he may not intend to ask it, I'm curious to know your assessment of the portion of the record concerning Colonel Howard's statements before this committee, well-recognized American hero, who has obviously expressed his convictions to the committee.
It is a striking story, and I think the Senator's suggestion that General Pruitt's meet with him, I think, and General Pruitt's willingness to do so, I think is a good idea.
That's the extent of your assessment?
I don't know. I mean, I find it hard to square with what I would consider behavior by people that are described in there as doing the things they did. I just have a hard time believing it. I guess the senator who's met with Colonel Howard has a hard time believing that he would make it up. And so you're left with one of these things where I think, as the senator suggests, you'd like to at least see the two individuals whom you, both of whom seem to be telling the truth, at least talk to one another and see maybe there's something they can get to the bottom of.
Senator DeConcini? No, do you have any questions of the
Let me,
Secretary?
I know the Secretary needs to go. I'm sure the General needs to go, too. And, gentlemen, I have a number of questions, Secretary Wolfowitz, which I'll just submit to you, and you can answer them in a week or whatever your time will permit before you take off to Indonesia would be helpful. And congratulations, by the way.
Thank you,
and
Senator.
I want to thank you also publicly for the constant communication. I know you were in communication with me and certainly numerous times with the chairman while we were planning and actually on our trip, and it was very helpful. As you know, Mr. Secretary, no live American POWs were ever returned directly from Laos. And since we have official documents corroborating the fact that there were POW camps in Laos and several hundred there during the war, how do you explain to the American public that no POWs were returned from Laos?
I guess there were the 9 that were returned via the Vietnamese, and...
Through Vietnam.
And 4 in 62, sir.
Pardon?
And 4 in 1962.
Okay.
And beyond that, Senator, I don't have an
I'm
explanation. I think
I'm just told that you went over this ground while I was gone, and so I'll take your answer from that time. I wasn't here, and I apologize. Mr. Wolfowitz, there have been numerous allegations concerning the degrading treatment of refugees during interrogation. Was that gone over too?
it was just covered, yes.
Okay, and that makes my day real easy. Scott Barnes, did they go over this? No, I'm going to ask that to the general. Did they go over this one? Okay. Mr. Secretary, down to one more to come, and maybe this will be a short one too. In his testimony, Scott Barnes alleged that photographs and other intelligence information gathered during the Bogreitz operation into Laos were handed over, in fact, to Colonel Paul Mather in our Bangkok embassy. Were those materials forwarded to Washington, to your knowledge? And if so, this information, was it classified, or where is it? And can you share with this committee any background as to that allegation, its veracity, and where the material might be?
I might say this happened in 1981 before I was involved, and I can't tell you a great deal. I can tell you that this information, which would have been passed through the JCRC people in Bangkok back to DIA, they have said they have received no such information. I know the individuals involved, and I don't see any reason why they would in any way misrepresent, and I don't mean to make an accusation, but I understand, and I would like to be told it's not true, that Mr. Barnes, when he was in Thailand, misrepresented himself as a member of a congressional staff. I don't get the impression we're dealing with the same sort of individual as the one you discussed before.
Did you make a personal inquiry regarding this?
No, I did not. I will if you would like, Senator.
I would. Thank you. That's all the questions I have of the Secretary. I do have some more questions of the General.
Okay, thank you.
I will just submit the balance of the questions, Mr. Secretary, in due time.
The way we intend to pursue this subject to agreement among my colleagues is after we excuse the Secretary, we will go into our next panel, and that panel will include, we will give the General 3 or 4 minutes to stand up and stretch. It'll include the balance.
But I asked one question that I won't get into the other generals with General Perot before we go do that, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
This deals with a particular case, General Perot.
Yes.
During an Air Force status review in 1980 on Colonel Hopper's son, Lieutenant Colonel Hopper, Jr., I guess, indicated that classified documents were introduced in that hearings which were not made available to him, his wife, or his attorney. Could you please provide such classified information to me for my review? If there are no security implications involved in those documents, you can we expect, pressure to be applied, or if necessary, that information, or can you, through your process, perhaps help us get that information to them?
I will provide you with all the reports relative to Colonel Hopper just as soon as I can get to them.
And you will also review them, if any of them are classified, why they could not be turned over to the family?
Absolutely. I'll be surprised if they haven't already been turned over in an unclassified. I asked the question, I looked at the file.
Thank you.
And I see where there were declassified. If there's another one around here somewhere, I'll find out.
Thank you. I can give you a few suggestions. Mr. Chairman, I'll wait till the next group of witnesses.
Thank you. Before go ahead.
Mr. Bilirakis had his hand up. You want me to
Well,
yield?
I just, if you would yield a moment, you would furnish whatever information is in the DIA file. Is that
Yes,
correct,
sir.
General?
Yes, sir.
Might there be information in any other file that might be pertinent to Colonel Hopper's son, which may not be in your file?
Should not be, that should not be the case. I can't guarantee that there's not some information somewhere that would have some relevancy to Colonel.
That's, okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have one remaining question for the Secretary. Mr. Secretary, there have been references made to a certain video film and footage with regard to living Americans being held in captivity in Southeast Asia. Does your office have any knowledge? Have you heard of this film? It's allegedly a videotape that...
I heard of it, and I was told that we have never been given a copy of it.
And has your office initiated any follow-up on that? Any contacts through your State Department outlets?
It's been checked through defense attaché channels, which is, say, General Prutz's people that work out in the field.
And what, to your knowledge, has been the response of those checks?
We have not been able to turn up any such tape.
And
We'll
you
provide.
cannot enlighten us any further. You've just heard about it, and you've attempted to follow up, and it has led you nowhere. Is that right?
As far as I know, that's right, sir.
General, you were going to...
I was simply going to say I will provide you amplification on my testimony in closed hearing as to what we know about that. But there is an aggressive follow-up being pursued.
Mr. Chairman, before the Secretary leaves, referring to the letter that was supposedly, and not the contents of the letter now because of the sensitive nature, but the letter that was supposedly turned over to the White House by Congressman Hendon that was referred to in our executive sessions, I'm just wondering if the Secretary has any knowledge of that letter and if there's been any follow-up on it or whatever, but I don't want to get into the contents of it, obviously.
If you would care to direct that question, I think it would be appropriate.
I don't specifically on that letter, no, Congressman.
You're not aware of the letter?
No, not specifically, but I will look into it.
All right, thank you.
I think we're referring to the letter associated with this particular case. I'm aware of it and was tasked to take immediate action.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
If we're talking about the same letter...
Well, let's
Mr.
make
Cha-
sure we are
Okay.
before we get off of it, because it is important. Now, Representative Bilirakis, specifically you're referring to, go ahead.
Well, I'm referring to a letter which was personally hand-carried to the Vice President by Congressman Hendon. This would have been early February. I believe that was our
Maybe
second
late
hearing.
January?
Maybe late January. It was about the time of our second hearing. Whatever that date is. We're talking late January, early February. So, it can only be one letter that was personally hand-carried by Congressman Hendon to...
Well, I'm not sure
Vice
there can only be one letter, but I am
I would-
privy to a letter, and that's in response to the tape that we're talking about, sir.
Well, I'm going to ask the next question if my colleague isn't, has there been an answer to that letter?
I'm not sure, sir.
Representative?
We better make sure that we're talking about the same letter.
Well, probably in executive session.
Yeah, let's
we can
talk
go
about
into
the
more
exec-
detail, sir.
All right.
I just wondered, since the Secretary was here, and I don't know whether he will be in executive session or not, I just thought I'd put that out.
He will not be in the executive session.
Thank you.
Representatives will. I hate to leave us hanging unsure of what we're talking about. I think I know what I'm talking about. I think I understand what Representative Bilirakis is talking about. Since Senator DeConcini hasn't brought it up, he's either with us or thinking about it. But it is important. We know there was a letter. We've acknowledged that it was delivered to the Vice President, and
There is a letter from
concerns the
Congress-
video question. and we don't know if we have an answer. We know that the committee has not received any information relative to the video matter, nor any other information I understand pertaining to discussions that were held in a closed session with regard to material. So I want to make sure that the record, I assume we all agree on that, gentlemen? So we are going to get a copy of the letter now, which we will present to you maybe for the first time, or
Okay. But it's not
we
to...
can get it now, or we can get it to your office.
But from the nature of the letter, it seems clear this is a letter that is being followed up by DIA. It is the kind of subject matter for them to pursue. It happens to be their people who are serving in embassies abroad, but they're General Prutz's people.
The letter certainly wasn't addressed to you. I see no purpose in keeping this witness. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think this is probably the last time that you may appear before a Senate committee. I don't know whether the House has you scheduled before you run off to Indonesia, but for whatever purpose in your own portfolio, why, it's been a pleasure to have had you before us. We appreciate your testimony. We wish you well as you depart as our very able ambassador to Indonesia. We will take a 5-minute break. We will reconvene, and I will call the entire, we will be in public open session. I will call all the remaining witnesses, and I will announce them now so you'll know the next verse and chapter as soon as my pronunciation sheet appears with all my...
Major General Lure.
Give me a piece of paper. Yeah.
Maybe openly or here, whether to go into closed or open session.
Yeah, I'd like to stay open as much as we can and just put off the things that are closed until then.
About the record, what's been classified and what can't be, okay?
Yeah.
Major General Lure.
We will we'll have, of course, Lieutenant General Leonard Perot continue on the panel. Mr. Charles Trowbridge, Defense Intelligence Agency. Major General William C. Moore, U.S. Army, Director of Operations, Readiness and Mobilization Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations and Plans here in Washington. And Major General Kenneth C. Lure, U.S. Army Commanding General 5th Infantry Division, Mechanized, Fort Polk, Louisiana. And we will reconvene in 4 minutes. We have with us as we pursue our hearing on live sightings, reports of live sightings listed as missing in action in Southeast Asia. We've gone through 3 witnesses. Some of you might be wondering what happened to that vote. The bell went off at 11 o'clock with a long and lengthy shrill, and unbeknownst to me, that bell also marks the convening of the Senate. And since we started at 8:30, I guess I overlooked the fact that the Senate didn't choose to start floor action until 11, so that bell did not constitute a vote. I'm quite sure the next time it will, however. Again, we have Mr. Charles Trowbridge, Defense Intelligence Agency. We look forward to you. We have a sign up and an empty seat, and that means that Mr. Trowbridge is now with us and appropriately identified. Major General William C. Moore. General Moore, U.S. Army Director of Operations, Readiness and Mobilization Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations and Plans, Washington, D.C. Major General Kenneth C. Lure, U.S. Army Commander, General 5th Infantry Division for Fort Polk, Louisiana, and I gather we will still have available to us Lieutenant General Leonard Perot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, he's still available.
He's still available, and he's just sitting in a different chair, but we'll be... I apologize, Perot. I said Perot. I at least didn't pronounce it Perron. My Irish dialect occasionally leads me astray. Gentlemen, would you stand as the other witnesses have? You gentlemen solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and if you do so, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. You may proceed. I would ask if you have initially statements to make. Mr. Trowbridge, do you have a statement? No statements. Major General Moore? Major General Lure?
No, sir.
Have you gentlemen had an opportunity to review the testimony of the two previous hearings held by this committee?
Yes, sir, I have. In part, sir.
In part, sir.
I would direct my questions to Mr. Trowbridge. And Mr. Trowbridge, in your position as a Defense Intelligence Agency, I recognize that we may get into some areas which require classification, compartmentation, and I would hope that my questions have already been examined so that I don't cover an area that is sensitive. If I begin to, I would appreciate you interrupting me at any time. It's my intention, subject to agreement with my colleagues, that we would put off and go into a classified section at the conclusion of our public session. I want to keep as much of this on the public record as possible. So unless there's any objection to that.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say that that's fine with me. I have roughly, not being an expert in this case and wanting not to even ask questions that lead along that line, roughly 5 questions of these two outstanding military leaders that I would like to ask in a closed session.
Sure.
And after is fine with me. And also, I have one question of General Perut that I'd like to ask in closed session, too.
Is that agreeable with you, Representative Lawrence? All right. Mr. Trowbridge, it's been alleged by witnesses who testified earlier that you personally have impeded efforts to recover live Americans from Southeast Asia. Would you explain that, please, to the committee? First of all, is there any truth to it?
There's absolutely no truth to it.
Would you comment with some detail, because you've had an opportunity to review the allegations in the record? And
I have no idea where anyone who has made any allegations as such, where they're coming from on that. There's absolutely no truth to it.
well, you observed and you know the names of the witnesses.
Yes, sir.
And without exception, you say there's no truth to any of it.
Without exception.
Can you provide us with a possible motivation for these allegations?
No, sir, I can't. I know some of those individuals have made other allegations that are not true. I have no idea why they've singled me out.
What was your capacity when those allegations were made?
I've been with the Defense Intelligence Agency working the PW issue since December of 1971. At that time, I was commander in the United States Navy. I was the branch chief of the PWMI issue at that time.
Did these allegations occur during the time you were with the intelligence community?
No, sir, I was just going to give you a history of how long I've been at the issue. I was the branch chief then until 1976 when I retired. I then was on board as a consultant to that same group within DIA for a little over a year, and then I was brought on board as a permanent employee of the agency. And I have been serving as the deputy of the PWMI office ever since. So regardless of what time frame they're talking about, any of those allegations are not true.
Well, I don't know that I'm totally satisfied with the extent of your response. There were several allegations made, and the response you've given us, while I don't dispute the contention that they didn't occur as far as the truth, we had considerable testimony on the subject and specifics, and I can pull it out if necessary, but I'd hope you'd be inclined to volunteer a little bit more.
Well, I know there's been a lot of allegations. I don't recall where I've been specifically mentioned in the testimony. Maybe if you could give me some of the specific allegations, I'll address them.
Well, your name has been mentioned.
I'm not aware of the specific allegations.
Okay, well, I will attempt to get that because I think it's appropriate since since I brought it up, that I find it, and I being some of the staff, will see what we can do. To your knowledge, has anyone in this government ever expressed the view that for any reason Americans remaining in Southeast Asia should not be allowed to come home?
Absolutely not.
Where does the buck stop with the decision on whether or not to pursue a live sighting report from the standpoint of the Intelligence Committee?
As far as our agency is concerned, an analyst reviews it, comes to a decision. There is within the branch normally 4 individuals that sit and review the evaluation process. The evaluation, when formalized, is put in written form and it's disseminated within our agency and outside of our agency. Say to the
stop with you, or
no, sir. These evaluations, as I say, go beyond DIA and in their evaluated form, and that they can be challenged at any time along the way.
what's the last resort? Who makes, if it goes beyond you?
If it goes beyond us and no one challenges it, it stands as an accepted evaluation.
What historically has the highest decision gone to what level in your experience? Beyond you, I assume it's safe to say from a general point of view, you're the final decision maker. When it can go higher, how high has it gone?
Well, when you say I'm the final decision maker, I'm not the final decision maker. I'm the deputy of the shop. The evaluation on any particular case, when a conclusion is reached, that is reached within our shop at the analytical level, like it would be on any other subject. And those evaluations are then disseminated, and our evaluations are either accepted or not accepted.
Have you ever been overruled on a decision not to pursue a live sighting report?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
None.
No. I've been told to, in some occasions where someone has reviewed the case, they've recommended another avenue we might pursue, we've done that, but absolutely no one has ever told me not to pursue.
This way, have you ever been overruled on a decision to pursue a live sighting report?
No.
Regarding the 97 unresolved live sighting reports, and that's changed now, isn't it? It's 112. Has every intelligence gathering capability available, in your opinion, your professional opinion, been utilized to either approve or disprove the reports?
Yes, sir. We work within the system. The disciplines are there, and we use all the disciplines.
Do you think our intelligence community has the capability to once and for all determine whether Americans have been held in Southeast Asia since the end of hostilities 13 years ago?
I think it goes beyond the intelligence community. I mean, we've got to have the cooperation of the governments. I think we've got to have a government-to-government solution as well as the intel side.
Well, that's ideal, but we haven't necessarily had total government-to-government cooperation, so we've had to rely on our intelligence capability.
Well, I think if our intelligence capabilities had no flaws, or we had total access in the intelligence community, we'd have had the problem solved. We don't have the problem solved, so therefore...
Where did the 95 to 112 come from, the live sighting? Previous testimony, I think, generalized that it was 95. Then we said it was 112. And I think Representative Billirockus or maybe Representative McCune or maybe Senator DeConcini indicated that it may have come from refugees or combination.
Basically, they come from the human sources, which are the refugees flowing out of Indochina. However, we do receive reports from other sources. Basically, they're from the refugee that's coming out of Indochina.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Please proceed. I'm trying to get an answer to the question that allegedly your
Most
name
of
was
our-
taken in vain somewhere here in the record. Go ahead.
Most of our reports originate from the refugee that's coming out of Indochina. We do have
So
some.
it's an intelligence function based on that information, so is that where the 12
Yes, sir.
came from?
Any information from any source, and there are some other sources besides the refugee that have provided this information. But basically, it's the human source.
Your knowledge, has anyone ever corroborated any of Private Garwood's assertions that Americans were being held in Southeast Asia, at least until the time he left?
No, sir. No. Let me make sure I have your question right.
Well,
Were you referring?
Your knowledge, has anyone ever corroborated the story of Private Garwood's assertions that Americans were being held in Southeast Asia, at least until the time he left?
I'd say no to that.
You'd say no? Are you satisfied? that
We
the
have not-
answer is no, or would you like to examine?
I guess I'm having a little problem with the question. Let me answer it and then see if I've answered your question correctly.
Well, have you gone back and taken his statements, examined them? To your satisfaction that the allegations he made are not sufficient to support his convictions?
All right, I wasn't quite sure whether you were referring to us equating something to Bobby Garwood or what Mr. Garwood had said. We had our first meeting with Mr. Garwood yesterday. This is the
First meeting?
First meeting.
Never met with him?
Never met with him
Any
before, sir.
reason why you wouldn't have? How long's he been
We
released since
have
when?
tried to meet with Garwood since the first day he put his foot on U.S. soil. And
In what
because
manner have you approached?
working through his attorneys, because of litigation that was pending.
Can you document your attempts to
Yes, sir.
contact him?
Yes, sir.
For us? And there have been numerous ones, is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? And you will document that for the committee? Why did he meet with you yesterday, if he has not met with you?
Well,
previously?
his appeal process has run the gamut, and he has no more there. And
His appeal
it
process
must have been
for
his, for his conviction of being a collaborator.
Conviction of being a what?
A collaborator.
A collaborator.
Yes, sir.
So he appealed the charge, is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And his time is now expired for the appeal?
I believe it was in December when it made its way, the final decision was made in the Supreme Court that they would not hear his appeal.
So is it fair to say that his conviction stands?
His conviction, yes.
And
It
now
must have
tell
been.
me, in a layman's language then, why he's willing to talk to you now.
I don't know, but he suddenly has decided to talk to us.
Can you tell us what he told you?
We met with him yesterday afternoon for our first session. The information we gathered was fairly limited. He did provide us some information.
Did he provide you any new information that you didn't already have?
Yes, because the only information that we had had previous to that time was from newspaper accounts or from what we had
Did
heard
he
from
give
someone
you,
else.
well, can you tell us what he gave you? You
I
said
will-
new information.
I will tell you that in closed session, sir.
Do you have reason to believe the information is timely in the sense of being current?
It's not current, no, sir.
It's not current. Can you tell us how old it is?
Almost 10 years old.
I see, almost 10 years old. Why is it classified?
Well, I could probably address that in closed session as well.
Well, can you give us a non-classified
Well,
general answer to why
He's talking about Americans, and therefore, we should keep it classified till we've had a chance to
Americans that are
investigate it properly.
missing in action, is that correct?
That's correct.
I see.
Well, we don't know whether they're missing in action or not, but he's talking about Americans.
Okay, well,
We'll make that.
I'm not going to pursue it, but it would appear that you might give us a little more information as to the need for classification, because I think statement has already been made by several witnesses, including members of the panel, that so much information for some reason ends up classified, yet everybody agrees that there's no real reason to have it classified. But again, there are areas and there's people and their families that we want to save from.
Present policy, sir, is any information that deals with the reporting of a live sighting of an American is classified secret.
Did Private Garwood provide you with information regarding American prisoners at the Lee Nam D Street compound?
Some of the information he discussed with us was in that area, sir. To what extent, I'd like to talk to it in closed session.
Make sure you keep a log. Can you tell us whether this information was provided by a Vietnamese source? This information with regard to the Lee Nam D Street compound?
We have another source that has reported on that particular area, yes, sir.
Is that classified area as well?
Yes, sir.
Did Private Garwood have any personal knowledge of the Vietnamese source prior to that source being interviewed?
He made no mention of him.
He made no mention of it?
No, sir, not in our meeting yesterday.
What is your procedure as far as future meetings with Private Garwood? Has he agreed to meet?
Sir, we've been asked by Mr. Garwood to keep any of our meetings with him in a confidential manner.
Including any determination of future meetings?
Yes, sir.
Well, you've acknowledged that you had a meeting.
Yes, sir. I think this first meeting was public knowledge. Any subsequent ones, he wanted confidentiality.
So you wouldn't rule in or out the possibility?
We're certainly hopeful of others.
Do you feel there's a necessity of others?
Yes, and I think we will have others. We've discussed that.
My time's up, but I intend to pursue further questions. Senator Cassini?
Mr. Chairman, you've asked a lot of the questions on my mind to Mr. Tolridge and Tolbridge, and I don't have any other questions except perhaps one. Mr. Tolbridge, how many live sighting reports do you receive every week or month? Is there an average?
Well, since 1975, we've received, is it 828? I'd say most of them have been over the last 6 years, and it varies, sir. Some months we'll go without one, and this recent month we had.
And the procedure all during that time has been the same in handling each one of these?
Yes.
And can you explain to me, and maybe it was when I was out of the room, how the 95 became 112 and how the 811 became 828? Was that just a typo error or
No, sir.
I didn't get
This is a running total of the reports that we've received. And each month that we receive new ones, you add them to the last month's figure, and it increases.
You have received 17 new ones since 27, since your, February 19th, is that right?
Since we last, since our last statement that we added the, whatever our figures were, whatever our cutoff date was, there are 17.
February 19th was when you were going to present, and at that you had a 811 and...
No, at that time we were using, I believe we were using a 1 February cutoff date because of the testimonies had to be prepared in advance and provided. So when we were rescheduled, we updated the figures.
Since then and as of today, that's where the increase comes?
As of yesterday, yes.
As of yesterday. So you, that's a period of what, a couple of weeks, less than a couple of weeks, you receive a dozen or more in this last...
As I say, some months we get 1 or 2 or none, and some...
They're 25 days, they're being processed in the normal procedures now?
Yes, sir.
Correct, okay. Mr. Chairman, I have some questions of the generals, if I can proceed on my time on that, unless the chairman wants to go back to...
I'd like to conclude a couple more questions.
I'd be glad to give.
Mr. Throwbridge, does the DIA investigate any secondhand live sighting reports?
Yes, sir, we do. Our priorities,
Tell us how you know, obviously you would first, now you say second, do you third, fourth, where do you cut it?
it's a judgment factor. Our priorities in our, the PWMIA office.
Does it come to your attention if there's a crucial call?
Yes, sir.
So you sometimes make those judgments?
The hearsay reports, all reports that come into the office, regardless of what their classification is, are reviewed. Our priority emphasis is put on the first-hand live sightings. Should we get a second-hand sighting, or third-hand, regardless, depending on the circumstances surrounding it, we might escalate that, again, depending on the information involved and the circumstances surrounding it, we may have looked at that. Out of all the hearsay reports that we've received, we have run to a conclusion, I'd say, probably about a third of them. So we do work the hearsay ones as well. If you get a report that's third, fourth-hand information, and it's very vague information, there's really not much you can do about it. We just, priority-wise, it doesn't get the emphasis that a first-hand one would get.
Okay. Tell me, though, how the process goes with resolved and unresolved second, third, fourth-hand reports, in the sense that you're changing the figure from time to time based on information from all sources, whether it be refugees or intelligence. But I guess my question, are there any second, third-hand reports that are unresolved?
Yes, sir, there are.
And these are part of the number?
No, sir, we were discussing first-hand numbers there. We were not discussing
Okay,
hearsay.
that's a distinction I want to make.
Yes, sir.
So those are strictly first-hand.
We're discussing first-hand reports there.
So it's fair, can you give us an idea of how many unresolved, second and third, or is that?
We have received, yeah, I don't have the exact figures, but you said a ballpark figure. I believe it's somewhere around within 700, 750-something hearsay reports, and I believe we've run about 225 to a conclusion on those.
It's fair to say that all the 17 reports, the additional 17 reports that we're talking about, are first-hand?
First-hand, yes, sir.
Now, give me the definition of a first-hand report to you.
First-hand report is where you, Senator, have seen the individual yourself, and you are reporting it to me.
How about if I've seen a picture of the individual that Charlie Brown showed me?
That's not first-hand.
Okay, how many of the 17 first-hand reports are current in the sense of having been seen, and I don't know where you break current and non-current, but that might be a question too.
I believe out of the 17, there's been 3 that fall within the time frame since and I'm not exactly sure of which years, but I'd say between 1979 and 1974, 1975, excuse me, 1979 to 1985. Out of the 17, 3 fall within that time frame.
3?
Yes, so the rest are prior to 1979.
Prior to, so...
I could get you those exact figures, but I believe that's where...
14 are prior to 1979 of the 17.
Yes, sir.
3 are during the period 79 to 85.
Yes, sir. Now, we're just talking about those new ones.
Yeah, I'm curious,
yes,
because it's significant to us to hear of new ones, and then not so encouraging when you tell us that 14 of those new ones go back to 75 to 79, if I understand your testimony correctly.
Yes, sir. Until we added these new 17, we only had 3 that were unresolved from 1979 up until the current date.
Now, tell me the source of information of the 3 that you...
I believe they're all refugee reports.
They're refugee reports from 79 to 85, and that's all. They're not... Now, the intelligence comes in the follow-up of these refugee reports. Can you tell us the status of these 3? Because I'm interested from the standpoint of current information. We've got a lot of old information.
We got for instance, these 3.
Yeah, give us an assessment of the 3.
We get
heard
that
it from the refugees you've investigated and found.
Well, we have just received these within the last few weeks. And these last 3, I can't give you exactly whether we've had them in-house 5 days or a week. But they will be looked at. If Perhaps they've already been looked at. Messages will go back out to the field, in most cases, to re-interview the sources. I don't know of one that we don't usually go right back to for amplification.
Can you tell us how long it will take, all things being relative, before you have got some definitive reports on the status of these three?
Well, some of these may be run to a conclusion, I'd say, within weeks or months, and there may be one in there that could take us an extremely long period of time to run to a conclusion. If we have some in there where the information is so limited that there's not much we can do, it will remain as an unresolved case for extreme periods of time.
Well, I'm going to talk to my colleagues about the appropriateness of maintaining this record. Obviously, we got to get this thing resolved, but it's interesting to see, just as an example, I think, the processing of the more current cases. My last question, sir, is subsequent to our last two hearings, a number of witnesses came to this committee, particularly Mr. Van Atta, and this is in response to the appropriate information you requested to name names. We have since examined the record, and the record indicates that Mr. Van Atta advised us that you have aerial photos, maps, and pictures which establish that live Americans are in Southeast Asia. And my question, sir, is that correct? And if so, what is the status, the action, and so forth?
Well, the answer is that's not correct, and I don't have any idea where Mr. Van Atta has that information, and if he has, maybe he ought to provide it to you.
Have you talked to this gentleman?
On one occasion, well, I've met him in the hallways and talked to him at various hearings and things of that nature, just briefly. For instance, yesterday he accompanied Mr. Garwood, unexpectedly, but he was there. So I did meet him and have a few social words with him.
Is it not appropriate that you would want to talk to him and get his...
At one time, he claimed he had information, and I contacted him, and he said he didn't want to talk to me, and I've had no more contact with him.
Do you have an open interest in, again, communicating with him?
He can contact me anytime he wants, and I will be glad to talk to him.
His allegation to you, which I guess is reflected in our record. He came to the, I should stand corrected. He came to this committee after the hearing and made the assertion. Do we have the assertion in writing? No. So here again, I apologize. We're dealing in secondhand information. Which is not the purpose of the committee to do, but in fairness to you, it was brought to my attention, and I want to, so it's up to you. If you want to confront him with it, we would be glad to put the secondhand allegations which we have in writing and give to you. I have.
Mr. Van Atta does a lot of dealing in hearsay information. I don't think I'll follow up on it.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you. Representative Bill Arrakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to go into the generals, too. I want, just since you were out, we have not gone into.
Thank you. Mr. Trowbridge, you are now the Deputy Chief, Special Office of VOPW? That translates to the MIA POW?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And you have been in that position how long?
Well, in various positions within the office since December of 1971.
So you've been with DIA then since '71?
That's correct.
Has the process of dealing with live sightings, possible live sightings, remains, whatever the case may be, has the process in DIA changed in the last few years, let's say as administration's changed?
That's correct. It has changed.
It has changed?
Yes.
In what way? What's the difference?
Well, as the director mentioned in his testimony, we we've had a large increase in personnel over those years. There's been more emphasis within the agency.
More emphasis within it. Has the
Personnel-wise.
philosophy of the agency changed in any way?
No, sir. As far as I assume you're referring to the resolution of the issue.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether there was 5 people there or 15, the resolve of those individuals that were working the issue has not changed.
Mr. Trowbridge, can you illustrate for us a live sighting report and the scenario that follows basically from A to Z? In other words, who the report comes from ordinarily. You know, I mean, you could pick a specific one if you want, or just speak in general type terms, but ordinarily the report would come from such and such, and how that would ordinarily be treated by DIA to include the types of cases. Well, we've had 800+ live sightings, and many of them have been put in the resolved category, basically have been discarded, and some are still in the unresolved category. So taking all that into consideration, can you go into that for us? And if there have been any changes or any differences in this scenario now as against what it was maybe in the 70s or during the early years?
Yes, sir. Maybe I should start and give you the scenario as to how they're handled today.
All right.
A report, say it originates in the field, however, the refugee source may come to our attention. He does have information, and that gets reported.
All right, who does that go to, that report?
That report, for instance, in a screening process, or whether the refugee comes forth himself, he may approach a volunteer organization member within one of the refugee camps, or he may come directly to the Joint Casualty Resolution representatives within the camp. He may write a letter, but he comes to our attention. The Joint Casualty Resolution, that information is passed to say it's in a refugee camp in Thailand. The Joint Casualty Resolution Center representative contacts that refugee, interviews him for all the information that he has. They write a report, and that report is disseminated to the Defense Intelligence Agency, as well as the Office of the Secretary of Defense, the Joint Casualty Resolution
Well, all right. But
Center.
it starts with a JCRC right in the field, so to speak, at the refugee camp.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then that report, do all of these reports, regardless of whether the JCRC person places much credibility to them, do all of these reports find their way to you?
There is no judgment that's made in the field. The report is collected, and it's written, and it's disseminated, whatever the refugee has to say.
Whatever it is, okay.
Right.
And there are no exceptions to that?
No
All
exceptions.
right, then where does that go then?
Comes to the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Where? Here in the
Here in
United States?
Washington.
Here in Washington.
Yes, sir.
There aren't any representatives of DIA, forgive me, I don't mean to be rude in terms of interrupting you. There aren't any representatives of DIA, let's say in Thailand or whatever, who might have an opportunity to squelch this report or whatever?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
It's a direct line here.
All right.
That report is then looked at within our office, and then it's assigned to the appropriate analyst, depending on geographic area. The analysts then look at it, and based on the information that's in that report, they may want to go right back to the interviewers in the field and say, we need clarifying information based on whatever the man has said. We'll develop questions or areas for them to pursue. That information is then sent back out to the field. They'll go back and interview the individual. In some cases, it may include a re-interview and a polygraph exam. And while that's going on, we may be initiating collection action in other areas to get to human sources that could possibly corroborate this individual's information. They may be from the same area. We will task collection in that area. We may task collection technical means that may be able to confirm this individual's information. So there may be 3 or 4 different areas of tasking that will be disseminated relative to the receipt of that one report. And then whatever is collected from that tasking will flow back into the annals until we we feel we have enough information to make a judgment. And if we don't, we will continue to collect, or the case will remain unresolved until we do.
But there was testimony previously that the evaluations regarding live situation reports don't stop at DIA. They go higher. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We write, when we bring a case to a conclusion, we write a summary analysis of it, and that is disseminated outside of the agency. We have disseminated these cases to the House Task Force. We've disseminated them to the Office of the Secretary of Defense, to the National Security Council, out to the Joint Casualty Resolution Center. So our summaries of these cases do get disseminated outside of our agency.
Okay, that takes place even if you find no substance behind the analysis and you find them to be in a resolved category.
Yes, sir. The case, for instance, if we had a case where we correlated it to an individual, a service member, for instance, maybe it was information, although it was a live sighting report, say it was in 1969. The source gave us information. I saw this individual. He had parachuted into a village at a certain time, certain place, certain type aircraft. We read the individual's debrief of the circumstance. He's a returnee, for instance. We read his debrief, the circumstances surrounding his particular incident. We can correlate that report directly to that individual. It is now a resolved report. It gets disseminated.
Okay, now you do admit, don't you, and it's been admitted previously, that there probably are instances when information has been furnished to one particular department or agency or office or whatever, and it has not been made available to all of the others, in particular DIA, since you have this type of powerful authority on the subject.
Well, I don't know about the powerful authority, but
I mean, DIA has quite an input in the determination whether a case is resolved or not resolved.
Yes, sir. As far as the dissemination is there, to answer your question, any report that we get that is correlated to an individual by name goes to that parent service immediately. And in fact, if that report comes from the field initially, say the refugee mentions an individual by name, then the parent service is an addee on that initial message, and they get it at exactly the same time we do.
Well, have you ever had any instances where you've submitted the summary on up to whoever, DOD, Mr. Armitage, whoever you answer to, and you've decided to discard a live sighting situation? In other words, you put it into the resolved category. There's a quorum call in the House. What? I don't see how I can ever get there on time, but I'll try. But you've decided to discard it, put it in the resolved category. Have you been overruled at any time, or has DIA ever been overruled?
Yes, I've had my bosses say we ought to keep this one open and pursue it a little further. And we do that regularly. We do that ourselves. I've done it numerous times when an analyst may bring a case to me, and I'll say, well, let's just check this one more time.
And your boss right now, your direct boss is General Peruz.
Yes, we have, within the agency now, we have, you heard the director say, we've got these review panels that have been established to review our cases. They don't stop in our office. They're now reviewed within the agency, so that review takes place outside of our office. In other words, the decision is not made within our office.
Who makes the determination whether a case should be put in, the ultimate determination whether a case should be put in a killed in action, body recovered category, or left in the MIA category?
Sir, that's not DIA's responsible. Under public law, that comes under the service secretary, and the service secretaries make the determination whether a man is a prisoner or missing.
Is there any review as far as their decision is concerned?
By us?
By anybody.
No, that's the service responsibility.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I had more, but I've got 10 minutes to make that quorum call. I'm not sure if I can do it from here, but
You can do it.
I can do it? Well, I'm going to try.
We can make it over halfway in about 2 minutes and 5 seconds. I'm not going to cut your questions off. Don't misunderstand me.
All right, if Mr. Trowbridge is still here when I return, I would appreciate
We
it.
will,
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
we
sir.
will assume he's not going anywhere until at least 3 o'clock. I'm going to move now to our next witness, Major General William C. Moore, U.S. Army Director of Operations, Readiness and Mobilization Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations and Plans. I know you're here to answer questions. Do you want to clarify anything that may have come up that you think is significant to warrant your voluntary response?
No, sir. I welcome the opportunity to come before the committee to in any way contribute to the clarification of statements made by Major Smith relative to that aspect of this whole very
Can you tell us in
critical
what
issue.
capacity you were formerly involved with that took you in some way involved with the subjects before this committee?
Yes, in my prior duty assignment, and that was from the period of July 1981 until the 3rd of September 1983, I was the J3, that's a position comparable to the one I hold now, Director of Operations for U.S. Forces Korea, 8th Army, and the combined U.S. ROC Command. In that capacity, I had staff responsibility and cognizance over the Special Forces Detachment Korea, SFDK, which at that time was commanded by then Major Mark Smith.
Tell us a little bit about the Special Forces. What was it designed or formed to do?
SFDK was a very small Special Forces detachment, 9 personnel, and their primary mission was to support the ROC Special Forces Command by providing special operations technique and tradecraft training, and then also in time of contingency or in execution of war plans, the members of that detachment would be liaison personnel to the Republic of Korea Special Forces units. That was
Special Forces, to a layman, implies some quasi-clandestine or unusual mission.
Not so, Mr. Chairman.
Not Rangers or anything, not like Rangers?
The special operation forces of the Republic of Korea are modeled much on the U.S. Special Operations Forces model. Their primary mission would be to conduct deep missions against North Korean forces in time of war.
But this nine-man SFDK group, were they? Would you suggest that their mission might include any activities over the borders of Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam?
Most emphatically not, Mr. Chairman. They did not have a mission to do the kind of activities that Major Smith has described in his affidavits and in his testimony.
So they're more specific. All right, you've made that point. You made it very clear. But let's go back again to what their mission was, and you begin to, if you could just
Yes, sir.
capsulize it, I would appreciate it.
At that time, SFDK was the only U.S. Special Forces element in the whole Pacific Command. And as such, they had a supplemental mission given them by PACOM, by U.S. Pacific Command, to conduct special operations training with other friendly nations in the Pacific area, outside of Korea. That was the context under which SFDK, its members, Major Smith and Sergeant McIntyre, and other members of that detachment were in Thailand. They were not there to pursue, collect information regarding U.S. POW MIA. They were there to conduct what at that time was called CISO training, Southeast Asia Special Operations Training, which essentially was to join Thai SF detachments, make parachute jumps, conduct other kinds of tradecraft training that was common to special forces throughout the
Well, there
world.
was training, but training for what?
The training that they were conducting with the Thais was really country-to-country training. We have throughout the Pacific area, under the auspices of the U.S. Pacific Command and the United States Army's Western Command, country-to-country expanded relations programs where U.S. Military of all services have relations with their counterparts in friendly foreign nations and exchange in a variety of different kinds of interfaces. And this was one of them.
General, let me ask you this question. Let's assume that in your command in Korea at the time you were there, from 81 to 83, or thereabouts, and there was information that came through the appropriate channels indicating that there were living Americans in Cambodia, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, or Laos. Would you have had a responsibility in directing an operation to try and bring those men back, even if it may have been a covert function?
No, I would have not had that responsibility.
Was, at that time, between 81 and 83, any knowledge that you may have had about what a force would have been involved or utilized if that incident that I hypothetically described had occurred?
No, sir.
What, had it occurred based on your professional analysis as a soldier and a general, what organization might have been called upon? Did we have anything in our military expertise for a mission like that?
Mr. Chairman, we do have in the United States military establishment forces that are trained to conduct that kind of training, that kind of operations. These forces are the heart of our counterterror forces.
But
so we do
were
have
not-
that capability, but that capability did not exist in Korea, and that was not a mission of SFDK.
Didn't exist under your command?
It did not exist under my
Can you
command.
explain why Smith and McIntyre seemed to feel, in general terms, otherwise, that indeed there was a mission that included their activity and input?
I will have to give you what I have been told.
Well, they didn't report to you directly, but they were under your command.
That's
So I
correct,
assume that's
sir.
in the vein that you're going to say what you've been told. Is that correct?
Major Smith may, yes, sir. Major Smith may have assumed that he had some mission outside of his normal functional mission. I am told that he was given this by Pacific Command. Subsequent checking by those in authority in Korea and elsewhere have determined that he had no mission given to him by Pacific Command with regard to PW-MIA activities in Thailand.
How about McIntyre?
No, sir. I'm speaking for the whole detachment.
Did you ever order anyone in that unit to gather information on the POW-MAI issue?
No, sir.
That wasn't a standing order within your command?
No, it was not.
And you can't give us an explanation of why this occurred when these two men allegedly were a part of your command, that they felt that they were on such a mission or were motivated by such a mission? Where, in your review of their service records, and I'm a little foggy because I have to go back to my recollection of testimony, but wasn't there an implication that during their active service career they attempted to bring these matters in general up to the attention of higher authorities, and their promotion reviews may have been affected by the action that they were suggesting was not being taken by higher-ups?
That has been made in testimony. During the time that Smith served as the commander of SFDK under my staff cognizance, he at no time came to me with information regarding PWMIAs. It was only after I had left the command that he solicited my help in introducing information into the system. In February '84, when I was attending a conference, I was in then my current job, I was attending a conference in Hawaii. On the last day of that conference, prior to my departure, Smith approached me and asked me if I would help him introduce some information into the system that he was frustrated in not being able to do so in Korea.
He was still in the service then?
Yes, sir. He was still in command of SFDK. This was in February of 1984. I told Smith at that time that I would help him. I would arrange for him to be debriefed by Defense Intelligence Agency people in Washington. If he were to come to Washington, if he could not come to Washington, if he would send that information to me, I would see that it got into the hands of those in Washington, in DIA, who were responsible for MIA POW information.
Was that debriefing ever held?
It was not held. Why? He communicated with me later, advising me that he was not permitted to depart Korea to come to the United States, as he had told me he would try to do.
Say he was not permitted. That implies that his senior officer would not allow it?
That was the implication of his statement to me.
Do you know of the facts as to whether or not he indeed was not given permission to come?
I do not know the facts. I would prefer to defer that question to General Luer, who is prepared to answer that.
I would ask the question of General Luer, even though we're moving out of turn. I think it's appropriate. This is going to be my last question because I'm running out of time, but I felt appropriate to conclude at least this line of questioning. General Luer, can you respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I did not permit Smith to return to Washington because the channel of his information, or any information he had to turn in, was the 501st MI group, which was right there in Korea. If he had any information, and he had been on the list with 501st since about September of 1981, so he knew the contacts. The chain of command works. He was part of the operation. There was no reason for him to be sent around circumventing the chain of command to return to Washington directly.
I have several questions. I'm not going to follow up at this time. I'll give my colleague.
Fine. I have a question. I'd like to go follow up on this one, but if you'd like to, Mr. Chairman.
Well, no, I intend to get back to General Luer.
I do too, but General Luer, that's a very disturbing answer to this senator, because the mere fact that the 505M1 group has a chain of command, do you always follow the chain of command? Do you ever make an exception? Is there any time that something is so vital that you would say, gee, maybe there's some exception to this?
In this particular case, sir, there was nothing provided to me that would cause me to consider it so exceptional. As a matter of fact, Smith has made the statement in his testimony that he presented a SPCAT, or a special category message, to me addressed to General Moore. I never did see that message, sir, so I'm not fully aware of what the content of what he had to report might have been. However, I have found out since then that the material he had did get reported to the 501st at the appropriate time. And it did get reported up the channel.
Did he tell you what the information was or any nature of it?
He said he had some information that pertained to MIA and POW. I did not go into detail with him.
You did not ask him what it was?
No, sir.
So just based on the fact that he said he had some information, there was a chain of command, your judgment was go through the chain of command?
Go through the designated source for reporting.
I wonder if you'd yield.
I yield.
Would the general identify the particular time frame in which Smith and McIntyre, so we can maintain the continuity of the two generals?
Yes.
Your particular oversight at that time.
I replaced General Moore in September, late August, September of 1983, and the time frame we're talking about at this point is late February, early March of 1984. I had been to Washington in late February and had discussed with General Moore just prior to his departure out to the Special Ops Conference in Hawaii. I discussed with him the linkage, the responsibilities, who was responsible for what. Shortly after Smith came to me, I sent a message back to General Moore, dated 5 March. It's submitted in the documentation I gave to the staff personnel yesterday. Again, since Smith had come to me, requested to go to Washington, again, stating that we have to find out who's working for who and keep the line straight. And later on, again that year in May, I again discussed this with General Moore, and we both agreed, number one, there was no POW MIA mission. There was probably going to be no further special training missions outside of Korea, because by this time the 1st Special Forces Group had been activated at Fort Lewis, and there was also a battalion being placed into Okinawa that would pick up the responsibilities for the extension of U.S. presence throughout Southeast Asia. That for the most part, SFDK would be able to turn their attention and their efforts inward toward the Special Warfare Command, which was their primary mission.
Well, this is a question, Mr. Chairman, both to Colonel Lure, and why he's got the microphone there, as well as...
yeah, please proceed, Your Honor.
I mean Colonel General Lure, as well as General Moore. In the mission that the Special Forces have, is it fair to say that they would obviously or very likely come across information through working with the Thai counterparts on MIA POW? Question?
Yes, sir, very definitely. And there was a provision for brief back, and also if there was intel to brief it to the 501st MI. Normally what we look for in those kind of brief backs are status of training within that organization, types of weapons, any new things that may be coming on to make some kind of a judgment.
So these gentlemen, such as Smith and McIntyre, certainly were not prohibited or told to stay out of this particular area that they endeavored to pursue.
It was not a primary mission for them, sir. If they came across information, it was expected of them, as of any other soldier, to turn that information in and make sure it gets into the right channels.
Was it expected of them, under your command, of them not to pursue it any further by dealing with Thai? Yes, sir, it was. Excuse me, can you clarify that?
Under my command, or under my staff supervision, once I had determined that they had no mission, in the positive mission in the MIA POW area, I gave them specific instructions that that was not part of the ballgame. But anything they came across was, as in a passive manner, was expected to be turned into the 501st.
So you mean passive manner, General, that they could not go out on their own and follow a lead or develop any type of informants for themselves?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Is that, General Moore, is that your understanding too when you were in command of the forces? We might as well use
Yes.
the other one there. Most of our questions are going to be the two of you now.
Yes, sir. The General Lure has referred to a standing program that does specify that any unit, any individual in working with a foreign military force, if they determine that they have gained information that would be helpful to the United States government, should provide that information to the respective intelligence organization. And it would be under that program that Smith, McIntyre, and anyone else having activities with the Thais or any other foreign military would make reports, and in this case, to the 501st Military Intelligence Group. That is a ancillary mission for any military force.
Then it would be disobedience if they went further than that and subject to court-martial proceedings, if they went out and followed up some leads with Thai informants or anyone else?
No, I would not say that. No, sir, it would not be disobedience.
But what would it be? That they shouldn't do it, but no offense? Is that what I mean, I'm trying to understand. Let me just give you a hypothetical. What if one of them walked in your door and knocked and said, hey, I got a guy here that I've known for some time in the Thai Army, and there's an assassination plot against the president? Would all you say is, well, just turn it over to 501 M1 or whatever it is, and let them handle it?
Absolutely not.
Don't go back and feel out and find out anything about it.
No, sir, not, absolutely not. That's, I think, a little different scenario there. And if they had come to me and said that they had information on any kind of PW information, any kind of PW sightings and all, I would have assisted them.
They never told you any of the specifics?
No.
Okay. Colonel Howard indicated to this committee that you selected him for the post in Korea. Is that correct?
It is in a
Why?
procedural sense. I do not know Colonel Howard. I have never met Colonel Howard. I had a requirement to fill a position of chief of the combat coordination team, which worked with the Iraq Special Warfare Command. The incumbent was leaving, and I was searching for someone to replace the incumbent. I went to the personnel system, and I went to the U.S. Special Operations Command at Fort Bragg and asked them to provide me recommendations for a highly qualified special operations officer and a grade of lieutenant colonel for this job.
That's how he came to
That's
your
how
attention,
he
and that's how you chose him.
That's correct. And I had departed Korea before Colonel Howard
Now,
reported.
Thank you, General. We went into this, but I want to understand it myself. Major Smith indicated that he saw you in Hawaii at ThinkPac conference and informed you he had significant information on the POW-MIA that should be briefed in Washington, and that there was a strong possibility of freeing some POWs. Is that what he told you?
He told me that he had not to that detail,
No.
Mr. Senator. He told me that he had information on POWs gleaned from his activities in Thailand, and would I assist him in getting that information to
He didn't make
proper
any reference
authorities?
to the possibility of freeing them.
No, he did not.
And Smith indicated that you asked him to return to Korea and send him a message, and that he would set up the appropriate meetings at DIA there, that you would. Is that, did he ask you to do that specifically?
I told him that I would arrange for him to be debriefed by the appropriate agency in DIA if he would return to Washington. If he could not return to Washington, to put the information that he had in a special category message, a SPCAT message, and send it to me, and I would take that message and the substantive information in that message and pass it to the Defense Intelligence Agency.
You never received a message?
He did not send me a SPCAT message.
Send you any message?
He sent me a message saying that he would not be able to return to Washington.
And nothing more?
Nothing more, no, sir. No substantive transmission of information.
Did Howard send the message, or Smith?
Sir, I don't recall who sent the message. In fact, I do not recall whether it was a SPCAT or a general service message. I got a message.
Your criteria for helping Major Smith was whether or not he could go to Washington. And if his superior wouldn't let him go to Washington, you feel like you shouldn't intervene in that. Is that fair statement?
No, that is not, sir. I told him to take that information and put it into a protected message and send it to me, and I would take
you
the
would deliver it.
information
And that's what you
pass it
never
to
received, then?
DIA.
And that's what you never received?
I never received that message.
General Lure, along this same line of questioning, is it correct that you state that neither Colonel Howard or Major Smith ever brought this to your attention other than just asked to go to Washington to discuss with DIA, the POWMIA? Is that as detailed as it was?
That's correct to the best of my recollection, sir. They asked to go to Washington, or Smith asked to go to Washington. I don't recall that Howard was part of that request.
And no details were given to you?
Other than that, he said he had some information on POWs.
Did you ask him what it was?
No, sir, I did not go into detail with him.
Were you curious?
Yes, sir, I'm curious on the whole issue of MIA POW. But at that particular time, there were some other issues involving SF, and we can cover those some at a closed session.
Okay, were you...
That I thought best for him to get into the intel channels that were set up to handle this, and therefore directed that he go to the 501st, which he did.
Which you did. Did you feel it was inappropriate to ask him and pursue what he had? Well, let me ask this question. Was he considered a credible officer under your command and someone that you had some confidence in? That's Major Smith?
Sir, there was no reason at that point to doubt his ability as an officer. I respect all officers, commissioned officers. I respect all soldiers and love all soldiers. There were some instances that were occurring about that time that caused me to have to dig deeper into who was doing what to whom as far as responsibilities.
You felt it was not, based on the weight of missions, then you felt it wasn't worth pursuing it, even asking Smith what he had?
Well, that is correct, because we were not given that mission. I did not have a mission in that area. Now, had he wanted to talk about the reorganization of Special Warfare Command, or how we were training for the additional missions as we changed to air-land battle doctrine, he would have had my full attention.
Sure. What would you do if he came up and said, gee, I got a contact that tells us about a plot to assassinate the president? Would you say, well, sorry, we got a different mission?
No, sir, I think as General Moore has said, that's a different scenario, and we would jump right on that.
So that, and I agree with you, the significance certainly is different. Where would the dividing line come? What if it was about a potential bombing of our embassy in Bangkok, or the potential setting up of some military person for some fraud or some indiscretion or something? Where do you draw the line? It seems to me, from what we hear by DIA and the administration, is that this is #1 priority, notwithstanding it isn't written into a mission. Was that directly related to you as you?
Sir, the fact that I did not debrief him in detail, since I'm not in the intelligence debriefing business, does not mean in any way that I lessen the significance and the importance I put on this issue. It does not. It's just that there was nothing to be gained in my debriefing of him, because he was going to have to go over and do the same debrief at the 501st. The debriefings did not come through me.
So he went to the 501st, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
And
there is a recorded intel report from that particular situation that I saw yesterday.
Did you ever ask the 501st what was involved in it?
No, sir, not on that particular one, but later on 10 April, actually it was about 13 or 14 April, Smith asked to have a meeting with me, and he presented a memorandum to me dated 10 April, and that memorandum has been submitted with some other documents for the record yesterday to the staffers. I might add that in his memo, he states with attachments, which were supposed to list the names of POWs, they were not there. That memo prompted me to request from 501st, again, a total debrief of Smith, McIntyre, and anyone else involved, because in that memo, he made a number of allegations against the system, J36 Sync Pack, JCRC, and others. And then the second part of it pertained to some of the things on POWs, and it was my intent that through a thorough debrief, if he had anything that was of critical importance, it would get into the reporting channel and get on back. That memo, and I received a debrief from the 501st on that, at that time, and the debriefs were dated 18 April, 23 April, 25 April, and I think 7 August. But I received all those debriefs. They, sir, are also included in my documents that I submitted yesterday for the record.
All of that has been submitted to us?
Yes, sir.
Is that a classified material?
Steve, see this.
Some of it is, yes, sir.
I'd like to have that turned over to us if we can in due time. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Lure, Colonel Howard has indicated that to this committee that he briefed you personally 3 times on POW MIA issues, and that he provided you with a report entitled, quote, possibility of POWs in Laos, quote. Is this all at all true in your recollection, and can you detail what the briefings were, if any, that you had with Colonel Howard?
Sir, I do not recall any specific briefings with Colonel Howard on the issue of POWs and MIAs. Meaning a specific briefing coming in and saying, sir, I want to brief you on MIAs, POWs. I do recall one time when we talked about MIAs, POWs, and that occurred after his trip to inspect training in Thailand, which she was gone from 21 through 27 or 28 January. And when he returned, I asked him to come in and tell me how the training went. And he came in and talked about the training, and things such as, yes, we had good training. I was entertained by a Thai officer. I jumped with the Thais and was awarded Thai jump wings. I saw Jim Coyne from Soldiers of Fortune there, and he was doing a write-up on POWs, MIAs, those kind of things. Then, as the conversation was coming to a close, I mentioned to Howard that I had seen, and I think he was with another former officer who was a Medal of Honor winner in Korea, who was visiting Korea at that time, and Howard was either with him at a social or was his escort officer. I don't recall which. And I said, I saw this particular officer on TV last night, and he made a very good presentation for MIA. And Howard said, yes, I'm very interested in MIA and POW. And I said, well, I am too, very, very interested. And I said, you know, it is our nation's intent that we will not slow our efforts until every one of the POW MIAs can be accounted for. And that was about it. But that was a comment on basically this particular visiting officer's presentation on TV.
He never provided a report to you of any nature, and not one that was entitled Possibility of POWs in Laos?
No, sir, I do not recall any such report. I do not recall any type of written report or specific briefing with Colonel Howard on this issue.
And in that casual conversation that I guess I'll have to phrase in what you said you did talk to him about it, did you say anything to him along the nature that, quote, this is just too hot to handle, quote?
No, sir.
Did you at all direct him or order him or indirectly suggest to him that he drop this subject matter?
No, sir. Sir, at this, and I'd like to, I can answer this, it's not classified, but it's sensitive, and I should probably cover that in closed session.
Glad to do it. I have some questions in that same area that we'll take up in closed session. What, if you never received any report, did you receive anything of physical nature from Colonel Howard?
No, sir.
Never?
Never.
So what Colonel Howard says to us, that he handed you a report, and in the report there were photos and other information that is of a classified nature that were taken by live sighters, you never saw it?
Sir, I never saw that.
He never gave it to you or sent it to you or what have you?
No, sir. The first I heard of that particular information was yesterday when I was reading his testimony.
Do you have any idea why Lieutenant Colonel Howard would say that? You worked with him. The first time I met him was when he testified here, and I don't know the man as well as you do, but and I don't want to get into any of the nature of personalities or what have you, but I wondered if you know any. How could he conclude that he handed you a report with that sort of thing? Have you thought about that?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what do you think? Can you help me?
Sir, I would defer to closed session.
Fine. Yeah, Mr. Bilirakis, sorry, I took a little more time there. I have some more questions.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead.
just came in from what were 2 votes rather than a quorum
Yeah,
vote,
go ahead.
Senator, so thank you. And this may have been already asked and answered, General, and if it was, please let me know. Under what circumstances was Colonel Howard
Well,
transferred?
in that case, then, I only have about 3 more questions on the record. Yes, I do. Tell you the truth. Yeah, I do.
If you remember, sir.
I do remember, sir. He had received extensive medical treatment, and I think it would be profitable to defer to closed session on that.
Okay, we're going to talk about that later then.
Please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was just given some information that I was not aware of, so I appreciate your consideration, General.
Sure.
Would, Senator, I don't know, considering the nature of some of this testimony and the sensitivity of it and trying to decide what should be talked about now and what should be delayed later on, I was just saying, considering the sensitive nature of some of this stuff,
Okay. Why don't I?
trying to, decide
Why don't
what
we
should be
finish
talked
up
about
with
now.
the
Maybe it
open
would be
questions?
just to finish up with the open
Do
questions.
you have any
I don't
more
think I have any more right now. I'd rather wait.
more open questions for General Luer. The information that you provided to the staff regarding the 501st information that you asked for and the memo from Major Smith that you have come here has a classified secret on top of it. Is all of that classified to your knowledge?
The information within, but when we talk about the memos per se, that
They're not
they're
classified.
not.
So they could be extracted from that information as far as you're concerned, as far as you believe, without jeopardizing any of it. The reason I ask is some of my staff has clearance for secret and some don't, and I'd like to get a look at it as soon as I can, and I don't want to pull anything out of there if those memos are unclassified, and that's what I thought might be the case.
Could I have my assistant work with them and help them on pulling that out?
Colonel Howard indicated to us, General Luer, that there existed U.S.-acquired intelligence to support sightings of POWs in Southeast Asia, and that such information was available to you. Do you believe that there was such information, and was any of it ever available to you?
Sir, any information that I was aware of, I ensured went to the 501st MI. And on that specific point, the only thing I was familiar with was what was in Major Smith's 10 April 84 memo.
When you talked to Major Smith, he was appealing a request to go to Washington? Did he ask special permission to see you? Or did it go up through the chain of commands? Had his superior officer turned him down, and was he appealing that, or what?
Sir, I don't recall if I told him specifically, or one-on-one not to go, or if it was a matter of my deputy or my XO coming in and saying, Smith wants to go to Washington, and I probably said, what for? And he said he wants to go see General Moore and talk about POWs, and I said he doesn't have to go to Washington, he goes right over here to the 501st.
And did you ever talk to Major Smith yourself?
There were times when I talked to him, not on that particular issue that I recall. I may have talked to him, sir, and I just don't recall if I talked to him directly on going to Washington or if it came by to me.
Did you ever talk to him about POW MIA issues? Do you recall?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him that he should shred the classified documents that he had on POWs?
Never said that, sir.
said anything.
That is the 10 April '84 memo, of which I've given a copy to your staff, less the attachments which were not there when I received the memo.
Did you ever indicate to him that he should abandon this mission of his other than turn it over to 501st?
Sir, at this, along this period of time, I had meetings with General Moore, and I'd also had meetings with Colonel Murphy from J-36 PACOM, Pacific Command.
Yes, sir.
And because of the activation of the first group and a unit that was going to be in Okinawa, it was determined that anything that we had to do outside of Korea, or had been doing outside of Korea, would now be done by the first group in this battalion in Oki. And that there may be occasion, but it would be very rare that we would be asked to conduct a mission. I felt that very profitable because I had a big job for the team in country to do as we were changing fighting doctrine. And so about this time, I recall talking to Smith, and Howard was not present, and told him about the change in missions and that we no longer should be worrying about what happens outside of Korea. That belongs to Sync Korea, that's where we work, and that's what we'd focus on. And then I went into some of the details of the work I wanted them to do in the reorganization of the Special Warfare Command.
General Luhr, some of these questions, I want to be sure the record is clear that there is no allegation from this senator that this occurred, but they've been reported to us, some in closed session and some in open session, that I feel it, as uncomfortable as it may sound, that I must ask them. One of them is Colonel Howard and Major Smith indicated that you ordered them not to brief General Moore or have further contact with General Moore regarding the POWs. Is there any validity to that?
So I think that's all within the context of the mission that we had and the mission we did not have, and also that we had a source for debriefing the information. Howard was never told that because Howard was not present at the time when I talked to Smith about the reorganization of the mission.
Was Smith told not to brief General Moore and not to contact him further regarding this issue?
I had quite a lengthy discussion with Major Smith about who works for who, because at that very time I was trying to work out with DA, General Moore, and J-36 PACOM, who was working for who, and I had to make sure my own house was straight. And that Smith's chain of command was through the Special Ops Director, a colonel, a deputy, to me.
Can I take it from that you did tell him then, and you ordered him not to brief General Moore and to have any further contact with him?
That could be his conclusion, sir.
Is it your conclusion? Was that what you meant to tell him?
I meant for him to understand that he was not to be going around the chain of command directly to DA.
Which would be, in essence, an order to not communicate with General Moore?
Could be, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. One last question here. Did you order Sergeant Major Dennis or anyone else to destroy any classified information on POWs?
Never, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions in the, oh, wait a minute. Can you tell me why Major Smith was mandatorily retired? If that's a classified or a sensitive nature, we can take that up.
No, sir, we can. In fact, we have a person here from Military Personnel Center who has the record on that, Colonel Cummings.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason individually or that we should not take that up here, even if it isn't classified? I'm not interested in embarrassing anybody, but I would like to know.
Yeah. But we can take it up here.
Yes.
Oh.
Colonel, would you like to take it up, please?
Yes, sir, I will. Major Smith was not mandatorily retired.
Thank you. What happened? He said he was.
He's a two-time non-select for promotion and decided to retire, but he was not mandatorily retired.
If you are two-time non-select, what options do you have, Colonel?
He could have stayed on until his term of service ended, and I can look at the record and give you that. But he was considered for promotion in 1983, 1984. Each time he was not selected. He returned from Korea sometime in August of '84 and retired in May of 1985.
Do your records, Colonel, show why he was not selected the last time in particular?
There is no real way of determining why he was not promoted. The considerations are made by a closed promotion board. There's some evidence in his case that he did not have certain qualifications, one of which was that he was not a college graduate. And in 1983, the selectees of that group, 99% were college graduates. He was not, he had not attended or had not taken what the Army calls its Command and General Staff training. In 1983, 93% of the selectees had that training. In 1984, 99% had that training.
Do you know if General Luer had submitted any information regarding his last promotion?
No, sir, I don't.
General, can you answer that?
Yes, sir, I can answer that. When the board met for his second Passover, of which he was second non-select, I had not yet completed an officer efficiency report on him.
So you had no contact, official or unofficial, with anybody on that selection board?
That is affirmative. I had absolutely no contact with anyone on that promotion board.
General Moore, did you have any contact or anything to do with that non-selection or that board?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I have no more open questions, so to speak, of these witnesses, and I thank you for your indulgence, and the witnesses also.
Thank you, Senator DeConcini. I have a question for General Luer. General Moore said certain forces trained in counterterrorism would have one capability to perform a POW MIA mission. Who would those forces report to?
I think it was General Moore who made that comment, sir, but
yes.
I believe, we have to go off record on that. That should be deferred for a closed session.
Yes.
Lieutenant Colonel Howard and others have stated that the Thai Special Force run reconnaissance missions across the border into Laos went on a frequent manner. Is that correct? There were frequent missions with regard to running reconnaissance across the Lao border?
Sir, I have no knowledge of that. I was in no position to know that.
General Moore, do you have any knowledge of that?
No, sir, I don't. And like General Luer, I have no, in my former job, no basis for having access to that kind of information.
Have you got any explanation as to why Lieutenant Colonel Howard would indicate that was a fact, that there were missions around and into Laos on a rather frequent basis? Seems that these gentlemen were under your command collectively or individually at one time or another.
No, sir, I have no reason. The first time I saw that was yesterday when I read his testimony.
Would you deny that the statement made by him was factual?
Sir, I could not collaborate it. As I mentioned, I was in no position to know or have any information on it.
Who would?
Well, the command I was a 3 for was Korea only. So that would be PACOM or someone certainly out of my arena.
Could you provide us with any insight, General Moore, as to where we might go to collaborate on the allegation that there were missions across the border into Laos on a frequent basis to make a determination on the accuracy of Lieutenant Howard's testimony before this committee?
Sir, I can't collaborate that either, but I would recommend that when we go into closed session, that perhaps General Perutz could discuss that, because if there are clandestine operations, it would be appropriate to discuss it in that forum.
At that time of either of your commands, did we have any military personnel assigned to the Thai military on a regular or irregular basis that might have had some involvement in the activities we're talking about here? Either missions into Laos or other areas where in reality it might be unknown to us what they were doing or what their mission was, or it may have not be known to you that they had a particular mission, yet you would have knowledge as to whether personnel were assigned to Thai military.
Sir, I can say that in my position in Korea, I had no knowledge and really was not in a position to have access to that kind of information. And I would further say that in my current position, which is even broader in scope than, certainly broader in scope than in Korea, I have no knowledge of any kind of U.S. military involvement in cross-border
I'm talking about specific U.S. military that might have been assigned temporarily to Thai military. Do you have any knowledge of that? Neither?
No, sir.
Neither you, General. So we can
Not at
assume that your best efforts probably wasn't the case.
That's correct, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Howard and others have stated that the Thai, excuse me, which one do you want in? Excuse me. Lieutenant Colonel Howard stated that he received information that American prisoners of war would be released by May of 1984. I assume you've had a chance to review that in the record. He further stated that it was his responsibility to coordinate some of the, I think he used the word logistics, in order that the release could occur. However, he was transferred from his position, as you've already indicated, before he was able to make that operation happen. Were you aware of the possibilities that Americans were to be released in May of '84? Did you have any knowledge about this '84 May issue of some Americans that might be released or anything pending on it?
No, sir.
You had no knowledge. General Moore?
No, sir. Of course, at that time, I was not in Korea, and I had no contact with Colonel Howard.
And you have no explanation as to why Colonel Howard made the statement?
None at all, sir. No, sir.
So you had no reason to believe that Colonel Howard had any role or had any linkage to the operation?
Sir, the first I saw of that mission or operation that Howard proposed was yesterday in reading his testimony.
You know, I would share some of my colleagues' observation on this. His testimony was certainly very moving and very forward, and it's just hard to I've always been of the opinion that we should have both sides at the table and say, all right, now you said this, what is it? But we don't seem to be able to do that here. I don't know why. Maybe we should and maybe we will yet. But, you know, we're not trying to embarrass anybody. We're just trying to have this hearing process act as a forum so the public can address the issue.
I couldn't think of a better approach, given the dilemma that I find myself in, of some very credible testimony the other time we had our hearings, and now just as credible testimony from some outstanding leaders of our military. It's just so diverse that I think it might be worthwhile doing that. I think that's a very good idea.
I would like to pursue it with members of the committee, and I concur, Senator DeConcini. We have probably certain internal procedures, but it would be my offhand thinking that since we've gone this far in the process and the realization that we're not going to finish today, and I've already made the decision that we will not be going into a classified section today simply because we're out of time, and we will reconvene. I intend to finish the public process here. I intend to reconvene at a later date to accommodate as many as possible, and I can honestly say it will not be this week, and unlikely will it be next week, but I think within the committee at a business session, we will discuss the appropriateness of the idea of trying to get to the bottom of some of the direct testimony that is in conflict and can only offer, obviously we would expect the administration to be there and would offer it as an open forum to those who have voluntarily testified previously, and it would be my intention, subject to my colleagues' agreement, to include another invitation to...
Mr. Chairman, are you talking about a closed session with all...
Well, I'd like to keep it as open as possible, and then if we have to, you know, this stage we've gone into open, and if we'd have to go closed...
If the chairman would yield, I have
Surely.
no problem with that procedure. It seems to me that first we ought to... I have some closed questions to ask both these generals, and I could do it with the other people involved here in a closed session too, or you can do the roundtable forum if you want to proceed either way, but I do have some questions that I think have to be taken up, but the idea of having Smith and Howard and these gentlemen together with us asking questions is excellent.
Yeah,
And
that would be a
first,
I imagine.
I think it would have to be in a closed session if we really want to try to understand this from outsiders, and I realize we are.
What I'd like to do is, rather than take the time of those who have been with us, I'd like to reflect on your recommendations and that of the balance of the committee. I certainly have no hesitation. I would like to see, pending agreement from the witnesses, if we could possibly keep as much of this open and on an unclassified basis as possible, but obviously that depends on the attitude of those witnesses. So rather than belabor it, I would say we'll have an opportunity next week at a short business meeting to address our own internal procedure, and of course we would appreciate the input of our two colleagues that have been with us, Representative Bilirakis as well, and Representative McEwen. So with that, General,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask,
Go ahead.
just for the record, is the chairman's thinking that we would move towards either the closed or the mixed, hopefully final hearing in the next couple of weeks?
Oh, yeah, very definitely, surely.
Just because I think...
Yeah, I think it's something we want to get behind us.
I think I'm drowning as I'm wading in on the subject matter, and I'd like to...
Yeah, it does seem sometimes that as we get to the close of each hearing, we are not to the close of the process, but we are beginning the process again. But I have a few more questions. Did anyone ever provide you with photographs of Americans who were supposed to have been held captive in Southeast Asia, or maps, locations, prison sites of where Americans were supposedly being held?
No, sir.
General Moore, have you?
No, sir.
Did Lieutenant Colonel Howard or Major Smith or Sergeant McIntyre provide you with photographs of American prisoners of war in Southeast Asia?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you charge Lieutenant Colonel Howard or anyone else with making illegal cross-border forays? I assume that's been answered, and the answer is negative. That's not been answered. Excuse me. I'll ask the full question. Did you charge Lieutenant Colonel Howard or anyone else with making illegal cross-border forays into Laos?
Sir, it was brought to my attention by the Commander-in-Chief and the Commander of 501st MI Group that an acquaintance of Howard had alleged that he had reported while he was TDY to the Medal of Honor ceremony 2 to 29 December 83, that he went to other places, Thailand, Laos, other countries, and conducted some operations along with Mark Smith. I did conduct an investigation, had one conducted, and it was found that these stories were unsubstantiated.
Now, what does that mean? Did he did go into Laos?
No, sir, he did not. He did not. He was in the States. He did go to the States. He did go to the Medal of Honor ceremony. He did visit Fort Bragg. but in his discussion with an acquaintance under rather unfavorable circumstances, he did tell this person that he had done these other things, and she in turn reported into the MI, and in turn it was brought to my attention, and I had the responsibility to investigate it. It was unsubstantiated that he had gone to these other countries.
So he was never charged then?
No, sir, it was only an allegation. He was never charged. It was only an allegation, not a charge.
Why the difference? Why wasn't it a charge?
We may be on a matter of semantics, Mr. Chairman.
That's true, but I assume you're saying because no evidence.
There was no evidence. It was not
Strictly allegation.
It was strictly allegation, unsubstantiated. Could not be founded.
But he was, I think this is what...
Go ahead.
He was not directed. In other words, he was never ordered or directed to do this. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, never.
I think charged, I think you meant it in that term, did you
correct.
not, Senator?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was referring to the charge under the court-martial charges.
All right, now he was not by you. Was he by any level of command? Would you know if he had been?
To go into other countries? Sir, I would expect that I would know, since they were under my operational control, and also that we do have a four-star commander in that country. Now, if he was charged, or if he was given an order by someone else, I had no knowledge of it.
Might he have been given an order, sir, do you mind, Chairman, if I might? Might he have been given an order to work on this issue? Maybe not charged or ordered to cross the border, if you will, but to work on this MIA issue, to gather information to refugees through the various sources and whatnot.
He may have, but in my search from the commands, both DA, DESOPS, General Moore, and J36 PACOM, which had, PACOM J36, which had overall responsibility in that area, I could find no one who could tell me that we had a mission of any dimension, any type, other than the passive reporting in the MIA POW business. So if someone did give him a mission, I don't know who it is, and I don't know where they could have been from, or who they circumvented in giving him that mission.
Would you yield?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you have a mission like that if it's such high priority? To gather evidence, information, so forth.
Why didn't we have that mission in Korea?
Somebody have it. To gather information.
Yes, sir. Why did we not have the mission?
I guess that would be the question. Why wasn't it? You said it was important, okay?
Yes, sir. We were never given that mission, and from the standpoint of who has it, I think we've talked about that earlier.
Could I interject something?
Surely, because I think we're kind of left hanging, and everybody may be understanding it a little different.
There are certain individuals that are tasked, and that's their direct responsibility within the system.
Yeah.
To say why, I guess why this unit in Korea doesn't have that task because it's #1 priority, it would be like saying why doesn't every unit have a collection directive or a mission on this particular issue. There are people that are directed, and this is their mission to collect, and their primary mission, and they are the experts in that area, and that's what they're doing. If by any collateral means that they do come upon information, such as Smith did, and as the General said, he directed them into the intelligence community, that's where your reporting starts, and that's where the experts that are charged with this responsibility can follow up properly, and therefore they don't endanger any other activities that are ongoing.
Go ahead.
Are we saying then that the Department of the Army at no time, at any level, had anything at all to do with directing any of its personnel to work on this matter in terms of gathering information and whatnot? We're saying that Colonel Howard was never directed by anybody. We're saying that Major Smith, Sergeant McIntyre, and go on and on and on, where, that had just never took place?
Not to the
regarding-
best of my knowledge.
Not to the best of your knowledge, but in terms of the overall Army, let's get away from your command in Korea. Let's go to the other commands and whatnot. Is this something that just has not taken place?
Sir, I can't answer for the Army, but I think in this particular case, it sounds to me like it would be inappropriate for the Army to have that, at least that particular outfit that Major Smith was in, but I can't.
Well, who are the people that you're referring to, Mr. Trowbridge, when you say that there are people who are experts and do this? Are they DIA people?
All sorts of people. There's the JCRC, there's the DIA, there's the embassy people, there's the DAO people, all those people that are in countries. They're all doing collecting, CIA, all the intelligence.
But the Department of the Army, the Department of the Air Force, Marines, Navy, and whatnot, who are also very much concerned with this issue involving their people, they have not taken any initiative at all to complement or supplement these other agencies?
There are intelligence departments within each of those services that you just mentioned that do have a collection capability and that do collect on this issue, and they are tasked to collect on this issue.
Do we know, when I was in the service, we had the morning report system. We had complete accountability of everybody in every department, if you will. Do we still have that now? We have something like that now? What we call it morning reports, or what the case may be?
Yes, sir.
All right, there would be a record then as to where Colonel Howard may have been during a certain period of time, and where Major Smith may have been at a certain period of time, where he was assigned, whether it be TDY or whatever the case may be?
Yes, sir, there is. The present for duty, readily identifiable. The TDY is on there also as far as orders. Who's TDY? Now, it is possible for someone to go TDY one place and go someplace else, and not go to the place intended. That is possible.
Well, but the records at the TDY location would fail to pick him up as being located there, is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir. And the only way you could verify his presence at the location he or she intended to go would be to physically have someone identify him at that point during that particular period
But
of
if the
time.
person is assigned one place and doesn't show up, he's AWOL.
That's upon return.
Pardon me?
That's upon return. Or going to...
I mean, if I were assigned from point A to point B, TDY or whatever, and didn't show up at point B, there would have to be some sort of accountability of the fact that I was not there, which probably would be an AWOL situation or some sort of accountability. Isn't that correct? I'm not trying to simplify
No, I understand.
it or
I'll
be
have to get in-
argumentative.
I'll have to ask
I'm trying to
the
understand
personnel
it.
expert, but to the best
Seems
of
to
my
me
knowledge...
there's a record of where these people were or should have been over a particular period of time.
Yes, sir.
Let me just comment if I may, sir.
I think it'd be appropriate if you'd come up and try and speak between the generals, or whatever would make you more comfortable.
Sir, in regards to the morning report, we don't have that. We do have a new system in the Army called the SID-PERS, which is a standard installation personnel system. But in regards to your specific question regarding accountability, you can go TDY and then divert yourself someplace else, and the AWOL would occur if you did not appear at that particular time at that particular place. But en route, because you have so many days to get there, you could stop off and do other things. And so that's not a confirmed way of really saying where an individual could be. He could stop off and divert to another location.
But the records still would show us if during a particular period of time Colonel Howard were assigned to a location, a physical location other than his post in Korea, and where that location might be and the number of days that he had to get there and whatever.
Yes.
Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And the same thing is true with Major Smith and any of these other people.
And that material, excuse me, if you deal, that material is available?
Yes, sir. SID-PERS records are...
And you have examined it?
No, sir, I have not.
Is there a reason you haven't?
I haven't had a basic reason to do it. No, sir.
I would ask General Moore or General Luer, don't you feel it would be valuable information to have to substantiate their positions? Colonel Howard, Smith, McIntyre?
It can be done. It's not...
Isn't that the best way to dispute their claims as to their having been located in a certain location to show that they actually were at such and such a place? right now, basically, you're telling us, and there's no reason to dispute what you tell us, but you're telling us that anything that they say is not true. But the best way to really dispute that, certainly in a court of law, would be through documentary evidence.
If in fact the individual was in that proximity, it would be difficult to do. If, in the case of Lieutenant Colonel Howard, as General Lure mentioned, was in fact at some Medal of Honor ceremony in the United States and not in Thailand, that would be much easier to confirm because of the distances involved.
Representative Bill Rex, if you have no objection, it would be my intention to ask that the Army Office of Personnel provide that information to the committee at its next hearing during an open session.
Great.
What we want to include, I think, is obvious, but obviously the time frames appropriate with the witnesses that we have discussed today with regard to information relative to where they were at times when, in testimony they gave, they were not necessarily someplace else, but to see if the information collaborates.
Mr. Chairman, is there a misunderstanding as to their authorization to be in Thailand during the particular times that they were?
There very well could be, and that would be appropriate that that be explained as well.
Right.
Because in my testimony...
The documents would, of course, substantiate that, assuming that you have them. Go ahead, General.
In my testimony, Mr. Chairman, I never intended to infer that they were not where they were supposed to be. I have no evidence on that. What I talked about in the investigation, that was another matter.
All right.
But we're on the same wavelength here as to what it is the committee is expecting from you at the next sessions. Is that right? And also, we have no problem with the period of time, the period or periods of time involved, the dates. Possibly, maybe the committee staff might work with the general staff to make sure that we have no problem determining those dates.
We have staff counsel that will be happy to relate to what we want. We will check with our membership that participated in the discussion so that when we come back, we will attempt to go into this in detail so that everybody can understand the time frames. And all we're interested in, obviously, are the facts. Do you have any further questions?
Nothing further.
What I intend to do, as I've indicated earlier, is to conclude today's hearing. Before I do, I think it appropriate to ask you, gentlemen, if you have any reason to object to the committee departing in procedure and having a little different witness program in the sense of bringing some of those who've made various statements that are in conflict or at least not harmonious with your own, so that we can attempt to define for the public record as much as possible, and then, if necessary, and I am sure it will be necessary at a certain point, to go into a classified section.
I guess one thing, Mr. Chairman, and I feel badly even asking this question because I have an awful lot of faith and confidence in our military. Is Colonel Howard in any sort of jeopardy with the Army as a result of his testimony here? Much of which we've shared with you, some of which we haven't because it's an open session. In terms of promotion or any of the other things that you look forward to.
I would think not, sir. There's no reason for anything that he has, unless he has perjured himself in prior affidavits and prior testimony. That's another matter. But his presentation to your committee and his activities, there is no reason for the Army to see that as being prejudicial to his career.
Okay, General. Thank you. I'll take your word in that regard. Thank you.
Well, I want to offer it anyway. It would be my intention, since this hearing is not intended to subpoena witnesses, to simply extend the offer in the vein that we have extended it so far. This is an offer by the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee to have an open forum inviting those witnesses that have evidence or allegations on the issue of live sightings to be heard. And I think it appropriate, again, subject to final resolve with my colleagues, to invite back specific witnesses to shed light on the areas where we have some differences. And obviously, it's a voluntary situation. But I did want to indicate to you, gentlemen, since you're here today, of the anticipated change in procedure. And again, I would ask you if you have any objection to it.
I have no objection.
Sir, I would only say that I would defer to Department of Army and not commit myself at this point.
Is DIA being considered as part of this?
Yeah. I want to clarify for the record, we're not going to call all the witnesses we've heard, just those that we feel.
So DIA may be a part of it, is that right, sir?
Oh.
I think that's the question
Yeah.
Mr. Trowbridge is asking.
They may be a part of it.
Well, I just wanted to, if we were, I didn't want to speak for the agency, but we can get back to you on that.
And let me put it this way. I feel obliged to do as much of this on the public record as possible. It's not my intent to embarrass or make any witness feel uncomfortable. And as a consequence, it would be my intention, if any of the contemplated witnesses simply would prefer to proceed in classified section because of the type of information they have, it would be my intent to accommodate them. But from the standpoint of the tremendous interest in this subject and the ongoing time frame that our nation has been grappling with this, I think it most appropriate to try and accommodate for the public record as much as we can. So, again, I want to make my self very clearly understood on this issue as we ask some of those witnesses to come back. We will attempt to try and schedule this next hearing to accommodate as many as possible within their own time commitments and priorities. Before I conclude the hearing, does anyone have any questions of clarification? That's good, then I don't have to explain anymore. I want to thank you, those of you who have been with us since 8:30 this morning. It's now 2:15. We have not had anything more than a 4-minute break. Mr. Trowbridge, General Moore, Major General Lohr, and would you identify yourself? I'm sorry, I don't, for the record.
Sir, my name is Colonel Ezra Cummings. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Army's military.
Would you speak into the microphone, please?
Sir, my name is Colonel Ezra Cummings. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Army's Military Personnel Center in the Hoffman Building in Alexandria.
Thank you. It would be my intention to be able to announce by mid-next week a firm date for our next and hopefully our last hearing. Thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. We wish you a good day.
They're now making here. I brought my guys to Vietnam. One of the old ones. I brought mine to Vietnam. And I went off to a dress ball range. I walked in. Our business is very simple. Right, you know, and heck. might want to call and ask programming for sure. It's fairly long, so I have trouble fitting it in. Oh. Because of the length of it? Oh, really?
Yeah, but I know that we've got a lot of
If it's going to be as long, we've got about 5.5 hours of the video.